Hello and welcome to Six Pack. Today I'm gonna start a new series. What if Deku had a dormant, overpowered quirk? Part 1. If you enjoy this video, please give it a big thumbs up. And to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now, wasting no more time, let's begin.
What is humanity's greatest asset? Is it our uniqueness, our artwork, our narrative, our bodies, our capacity for virtue, our capacity for evil? Mankind can be described in a variety of ways. We are all of these things, but none of them best capture our greatest strength in life. And our ability to adapt is that advantage. Our ability to adapt is our most important survival strategy. We must learn from and adapt to our surroundings if we are to survive the harshness of our world. Grow stronger from the experience, become accustomed to poisons and pain, and leave behind genes that will make our descendants stronger as well. Regardless of the catastrophe, the Great Flood, the Plague of Justinian, the Antonine Plague, the Black Death, the Shaanxi earthquake, the Spanish flu, the Chernobyl disaster, the Indian Ocean tsunami, and the COVID-19 pandemic. This continued. Because of our own ingenuity in medical adaptations, humanity has always been able to survive despite all odds. Then it took place. With the appearance of meta-abilities, or quirks, we as a species achieved what we believe to be the pinnacle of our evolution and adaptability. Children with extraordinary skills that belong only in comic books have suddenly become real. The world had undergone significant change, initially in a negative way. The metahumans, the new human race, were viewed as monsters that had to be destroyed. Although people with no actual power are now considered to be natural freaks, there was some truth to the early human race's fears, particularly in light of the rise of the self-proclaimed Demon King, All for One. The countdown to our doomsday has begun as the world has transformed into a superhuman society where what was once a dream has become a reality. The singularity of Quirk. According to this theory, which was put forth roughly 70 years ago by Dr. Kyudai Garaki, one of the most brilliant minds of the superhuman era, quirks blend and evolve over successive generations, creating stronger and more complex quirks. However, because the human body cannot keep up with the quirk's increased power, controlling them will also become more challenging. Someone will eventually lose control of quirks because they are too powerful and complex. To put it briefly, a child or children would be born with quirks that are so strong that they would not only be impossible to control, but they would also exist to bring about only one thing: humanity's extinction. Regretfully, Kyudai's warnings and concerns did not receive the attention they merited. Kyudai was ridiculed for his thesis, claiming that they thought it was ludicrous and devoid of supporting evidence. Evidence that was obvious but was nevertheless disregarded. Kyudai's theory was rejected, and he was shunned by society as a result. His genius and contributions to the world were wrongfully wasted and later twisted by the most evil man in history, who made Adolf Hitler, Joseph Stalin, Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, Leopold II of Belgium, Saddam Hussein, Idi Amin, Kim Il-sung, Heinrich Himmler, and Hideki Tojo seem like innocent children in comparison to him. The end of the world is imminent. Despite the fact that the signs are everywhere, we chose not to see them. No matter how hard you try to deny it, quirks will be the driving force behind our ultimate downfall, or so I believed. Fortunately, there was a glimmer of hope amidst the impending apocalypse. A fresh thesis that offers the quirkless salvation and relevance along with a potent revelation. Humanity's devolved salvation. This thesis holds that people who are quirkless are not helpless. Rather, they do possess quirks, but they are unable to use them because they are too powerful for their bearers to control and were rejected at birth as a defense mechanism by the vestige of a person's consciousness that is contained within the quirks. Because of this, it would be more appropriate to refer to these people as sleepers instead of quirkless. Those who developed quirks years after turning 4 did so because they unintentionally fulfilled the conditions necessary to activate their dormant quirks at a time when they were meant to remain inactive for all eternity. The same is true for quirks that appeared at the proper age of 4 and ought to have remained dormant. They are so great and terrible that they usually cause their bearers a great deal of health issues that ultimately lead to their death or significant environmental harm. Toya Todoroki is the best example of this. He had a flame quirk that was stronger than his father's, but his body was designed to have an ice quirk instead, so it was unable to withstand the heat. As a result, his quirk invariably burned him alive. The villain 9 is another example. He had a quirk that gave him the ability to control the weather with near-apocalyptic effects, but the more he used it, the more his body broke down at the cellular level. It is strange that there are still quirkless people at all, as the rapid reproduction of quirks suggests that the number should have at least increased to 95% by now. However, 20% of humanity still exhibits no signs of having quirks, despite the fact that it took nearly 2 centuries for the population of Earth to become 80% crowded with quirks. One of these quirks is strong enough to support Dr. Garaki's theory, and this is why they are called singularities, because they are the closest to the threat posed by the singularity. According to the devolved salvation, the quirkless will never become extinct because more sleepers will eventually appear as humanity's collective consciousness begins to reject quirks due to their increasing power. The quirkless, the original human race, will eventually regain their position as the dominant species on Earth. And that gives us hope that our species will continue to exist indefinitely. What the hell? All of the people in the UA Sports Festival stadium heard the words. The faint hum of static from the broadcasting equipment was drowned out by gasps. Katsuki Bakugo was the most perplexed of the stunned onlookers. His jaw tightened in exasperation as he tried to process the unfathomable scene in front of him, and his red eyes widened. Quirkless, shy, and the so-called worthless dreamer, Izuku Midoriya stood. The match and, by all rights, Izuku's life should have ended when Bakugo detonated a devastating explosion moments earlier. Because of the severity of the attack, Bakugo must be immediately disqualified in the eyes of the public and officials. The arena floor was covered in blood, and Izuku's corpse was left behind. It ought to have ended. And yet there he was, his body straight and steady, as if the injury had never occurred, the gaping wound that had once blemished his chest somehow gone. Bakugo experienced fear for the first time in his life, a strange and unwanted feeling that sent shivers up his spine. His confidence was shaken, and he muttered under his breath, "What the hell is this freak?" The stadium was oppressively hot, unnatural, and getting hotter by the moment. All Might wiped perspiration from his brow while sitting in the teacher's box. His usually unflappable poise wavered. There was something extraordinary going on, something that no one could have foreseen. Izuku Midoriya had died a cruel death. It had cursed him from birth, some would say. In a world where 80% of people had superpowers known as quirks, Izuku was quirkless and had been branded as a failure from the beginning. Instead of simply rejecting him, society crushed him beneath its heel. He was seen by most as less than human, a burden, a parasite, and a target for their resentment. He had never experienced love except from his parents. He served as a reminder of humanity's frailty to everyone else, a mark to be mocked, pitying, or disregarded. Izuku, however, had persevered somehow. He resisted breaking in the face of overwhelming odds. He clung to a flimsy hope. The desire to become a hero, even when his peers turned their backs on him and the world itself appeared intent on his failure. He had dedicated months of his life to studying for the UA entrance exam, giving it his all. He hadn't been accustomed to the physical training. He had always placed more importance on knowledge than physical prowess, which was ironic given his previous idol, All Might. He persisted, though. Climbing the mountain and clawing his way to the top, he eventually accomplished the unachievable. Passing. The quirkless boy Izuku Midoriya merited a place at the university of his dreams. He had briefly believed that he had succeeded. The nightmare, he believed, was over. But even his worst fears had been outweighed by the harshness of reality. Like the schools of his youth, UA was the epitome of hero education. He was mocked by his classmates. He went unnoticed by his teachers. He wasn't loved, he wasn't wanted, and he was unreliable. The first person to show him kindness had been Ochako Uraraka, who had been his only source of comfort. Her smile had been a ray of light in his shadows, enough to give him hope. She wasn't different, though, in the end. The crowd's pressure caused her to turn away from him. His childhood friend and tormentor, Bakugo, was also present. How could he have thought Bakugo could change? People still praised that monster as a hero even though all he had done was hurt people. It was disgusting. Izuku was now filled with a primordial instinct that he was unable to describe. His mind was hazy as he stood up, righteous rage rushing through his veins. All Might was forced to sit up straight in alarm, and he hardly noticed the heat radiating from his body, an oppressive wave that caused the crowd to cover their faces. His mangled chest was restored as if by divine intervention, and his wounds, which should have been fatal, had closed in an instant. Izuku's eyes opened to reveal a brilliant, relentless crimson in place of the emerald green. The audience became quiet. Izuku's mouth formed a small, barely noticeable smile. He knew one thing, but he had no idea how he had made it through. He would never be harmed again. Horror had paralyzed Midnight, the match's referee and R-rated hero. When Katsuki Bakugo unleashed a vicious explosion and a blow so vicious that it left a huge hole in Izuku's chest, she had done nothing to stop it. She had been certain the boy was dead, or at most barely alive. Then Izuku stood. Impossible. The speed at which the wound that had torn his chest healed was too quick for the human eye to track. In a few seconds, bone reformed itself, muscle grew back, and skin knitted together. Midnight was unable to process what she was witnessing. She had to resist the urge to take off her costume in order to avoid the oppressive heat, as the arena's intense heat caused her breath to catch in her throat. There was no denying that Izuku Midoriya was the source of the heat. The audience was all aware that Izuku Midoriya was not supposed to have any quirks. No power. No inherent benefit. There was a lot of controversy surrounding the fact that he had advanced to the sports festival tournament round, let alone survived a month in UA's hero course. He had been repeatedly accused of cheating by skeptics. However, the unwavering authority of Nezu, the dean of UA and the world's smartest person, silenced every assertion. No quirkless boy could ever hope to fool him, as Nezu himself had noted. But it was more difficult to accept the actual truth. Izuku was not dishonest, he was unique. He had defeated Hitoshi Shinso and Momo Yaoyorozu in the tournament's first round, won the obstacle race, and deftly persuaded Bakugo to form a team during the cavalry battle. He was brilliant, resourceful, and unrelenting. Bakugo detested that a worthless loser, like Izuku, could outperform him, or anyone else at UA, for that matter, was unthinkable to him. Bakugo had always believed that he was the only one in Class 1A, or 1B, for that matter, worthy of being called a hero. The others were all garbage. Bakugo believed that Izuku was the worst of all of them. UA was supposed to be Katsuki's territory, the start of his quest to become the wealthiest and most powerful hero in history by surpassing All Might. However, as soon as he saw Izuku Midoriya's name on the entrance exam results, that dream was dashed. Izuku always managed to stay upright no matter what he did or how hard he tried. Bakugo had attempted to break him by pushing him out, but the fool refused to stay down. And now this. It couldn't be real, the pressure, the heat, the speed at which Izuku's body had recovered. This couldn't be real. Izuku had no quirks. He must be. That was the one unchanging aspect of Bakugo's life, the one unquestionable fact that demonstrated his superiority. However, Bakugo. Izuku uttered the name as if it were a sentence from a judge. It wasn't an urgent appeal or a battle cry. It was the last one. Absolute. Bakugo stopped. Midoriya's voice was devoid of the joyful resolve and unrelenting optimism that had always made him unbearably uncompromising. Instead, he was met with the glaring glare of something unfamiliar from the boy who had once followed him, who had once gazed up at him with wide, admiring eyes. Like molten rage, the predator's eyes swirled and churned. Izuku stepped forward. The oppressive heat made the air around him thicker and heavier. Izuku whispered, "It's just like we agreed during the cavalry battle," in an unsettlingly level voice that showed no hesitancy. "Our false friendship ends today." No explosion could ever penetrate the depth of the words. Izuku then made a move. With terrifying speed, a blur of burning heat and green rushed forward. Bakugo's palms flared with raw nitroglycerin before he could even react, instinct taking over. More than usual, sweat trickled down his arms from the exertion and the smoldering fire surrounding them. He snarled fiercely, thrust his hands forward, and set off a blast that would blow Izuku back and permanently put him in his place. Izuku, however, persisted. The flames welcomed him as he swerved through the conflagration as if he were a part of it. With his fist encircled by blazing thermal energy, he quickly closed the distance. The impact was nothing short of disastrous when it struck Bakugo's hands. The sheer force of the battle between their forces resulted in a terrible explosion, sending a roaring shockwave through the stadium. The explosion engulfed everything in its path as it spread outward. Midnight had no time to react before the wave of destruction bore down on her, but Cementos was faster. In a last-ditch effort to protect her from the slaughter, a tall concrete wall rose between them. The ring was completely gone when the dust eventually settled. Where there had once been solid ground, there was only ruin and molten debris. For Bakugo, it was worse. His uniform was burned, his arms were deformed from the burns, and his body was crumpled against the stadium wall. Shock, pain, and confusion had taken the place of the unrelenting fire that usually burned in his eyes. With a flash of steam and molten heat, Izuku stood at the center of the devastation, unflinching and unmoving. He was no longer the same, though. Like metal left in the forge for too long, his irises had turned a molten, angry red. But it was his sclera, those once clear whites of his eyes, that horrified the crowd most. They swallowed light, making it pitch black, so that only those two blazing points of anger were visible. Heat warped the air around him, and a permanent grimace of rage pulled at the corners of his mouth, lips cracked and dry. Steam hissed from new, circular pores along his shoulders and arms. Vents trying to keep his rising temperature from cooking him alive. The soft marks of his boyhood, the freckles on his cheeks, now glowed like embers, the last remnants of a dying log. His skin tone was a little darker, not from a tan, but rather from the faint discoloration of someone whose body was always on the verge of burning. Like magma veins, thin, fiery lines branched beneath his skin and pulsed slowly and menacingly from his neck and collarbones to his chest. He had a human appearance, and he appeared to be changing into something else. His hair had changed, too. It flickered like smoke under a flame, floating a little in the heated updraft, but it was still his and still messy. Around him, the air shimmered like the air above an open stove. The intense, rising heat radiating off his skin as if he were more furnace than flesh was palpable to the audience in the front row. The stunned silence didn't break until he exhaled, a thick blast of steam curling from his mouth and nose like a dragon's breath. What the hell happened to him? Kyokujiro wanted to scream, but instead whispered barely from the shock. Deku, Ochako Uraraka muttered with immense bewilderment, not believing what she was seeing. Nobody had an explanation for what was taking place. Even seasoned pros were at a loss for words due to this unexpected phenomenon. When Izuku Midoriya looked up at the stands that had been staring down at him since the beginning of the festival with that blazing gaze of betrayal and rage, many were nearly paralyzed. Present Mike's voice broke the silence, crackling through the speakers, "Nay Namori, but not to call the match." It was a stifled cry of terror. For Namori Kayama, not Bakugo. Cementos knelt next to Midnight, his face whitened by the dust. The wall had not been sufficient. She had pieces of failed defense sticking out of her right shoulder, her knee, her foot, and her abdomen. The entire front of her body was burned, leaving her once immaculate costume ripped and charred. Blood gathered beneath her as medic bots were summoned to the field right away to transport her and Bakugo to Recovery Girl as soon as possible. This was bad, even for a pro hero, someone who had seen injury and conflict before. This was awful. And all of it had been live. Broadcast all over the world. The UA Sports Festival had evolved into a completely different event. But in the midst of the confusion, nobody saw the person who had caused the heat, the one who had given the air its power, move in the direction of the teachers. Izuku was hardly aware of his actions. The blur of combat, retaliation, and the unadulterated power now pulsing through his veins consumed his thoughts. It was all jumbled and hazy, like an out-of-body experience. His near-death experience, his revenge, his overwhelming power. It was all too much, too quickly. Midnight woke up, her vision blurry, but she could see what he had turned into. Midoriya. Izuku remained silent, he just held up his hand. The stifling heat changed. It was concentrated, no, condensed, around Midnight instead of spreading out over the stadium. An invisible force encircled her, causing the air to tremble, and then, unbelievably, her wounds started to heal. An unseen current dragged the shards out from inside her flesh. The scorched skin of her body shimmered, reverting to its original flawless state. Time itself seemed to rewind in front of them. There was no longer horror in the silence. Awe was in the air. On live television, a miracle had just occurred, but Izuku didn't linger to bask in the wonder. He turned away, getting ready to exit the arena with deliberate, slow steps. Don't ever ask me to do the same for Bakugo. There was silence in the words, chilly. The boy who was formerly known as Deku vanished with that. The excitement of the day had turned into a whirlpool of uncertainty and chaos. It was anticipated that injuries would occur during the UA Sports Festival, and some even hailed them as evidence of the event's spirit of competition. Few questioned whether any injuries would be too severe to be quickly healed with the well-known Recovery Girl present. However, this was not like the others. The unprecedented events surrounding Izuku Midoriya had thrown the festival into chaos, forcing the tournament to be rushed to a conclusion. Izuku made it to the final round, but after his incredible comeback, he withdrew from the tournament, making Itsuka Kendo the winner by default. The martial artist was not at all happy. Standing on the podium felt hollow without earning her victory in combat by besting every single combatant in the tournament, including Midoriya, who made it farther than anyone dared believe he would. Chaos was still spreading back at UA's main building. Bakugo and Izuku were both taken in for urgent medical attention. Bakugo's careless use of explosions had severely damaged his arms, necessitating immediate medical attention. But Izuku ended up being the focus of attention. The significance of his recovery was more important to the teachers than his miraculous recovery. Izuku was quiet and reserved, but he did not object when Recovery Girl took blood samples for analysis. The young man's mind was foggy with fatigue and confusion. and he hardly appeared to be aware of his surroundings. In the meantime, calls from Inko Midoriya flooded in, her voice frantic with concern for her son. However, the instructors encouraged Izuku to stay until they had a complete grasp of the circumstances. In tense anticipation, hours went by. Despite being worn out from her work, Recovery Girl eventually finished her analysis. Without any delay, she called UA's brightest minds, Dean Nezu and Toshinori Yagi, to discuss the findings. Toshinori, now in his deflated form, sat at the edge of his seat, his gaunt face betraying a mixture of impatience and dread. His mind was full of possibilities, all of them more sinister than the last. His voice was strained as he said, "Chio, what did you find out? What's happened to young Midoriya?" The old heroine looked at him wearily and sighed. "First, sit down and calm yourself, Toshinori. You'll give yourself a heart attack at this rate." With a wince, Toshinori complied. Nezu, sitting on one of the nearby desks, motioned her on. Chio's expression was solemn as she adjusted her glasses. "I'll start with the most important finding. Izuku Midoriya has a quirk." Toshinori tensed, clenching his fists. Quirk? Then that means…" Chio abruptly cut him off, preventing his panic. "It does not mean All for One is involved," she said. "Let me explain before you jump to conclusions." Nezu nodded, his ears twitching. "Go on, Chio. Let's hear everything." Chio continued in a firm tone. "I checked for signs of tampering first, specifically whether Izuku was given a quirk artificially. When All for One grants someone a quirk, the recipient's DNA shows a second genetic signature, two distinct sets of DNA. Quirks are connected to every part of their bearer's body, so traces of their former bearers should remain when removed and passed on to another. I've performed autopsies on several of his victims and seen it firsthand. But Izuku's results are clear. There's only one genetic signature. His quirk is natural. It's been with him since birth." There was silence in the room. With a sigh of relief, Toshinori sagged back in his chair. "Then, All for One isn't involved?" "No," Chio was sure. "Whatever this is, it isn't his doing." Nezu cocked his head, his tiny eyes shining with interest. "That raises an even more intriguing question. Why did Midoriya's quirk manifest now, after so many years?" Chio's expression was solemn as she folded her arms. "It's rare, but not unheard of. Some quirks require specific conditions to awaken. Extreme emotional distress, environmental triggers, high consumption of a specific substance, or, in the rarest cases, an intimate encounter with death, and I don't mean a near-death experience." The hands of Toshinori shook. He didn't need her to go into more detail. He could still clearly recall Bakugo's vicious attack. "So you're saying, that explosion," Chio said, "was the trigger, in closing." Her tone became icy. "Izuku Midoriya nearly, or rather, should have died today. That's what it took for his quirk to awaken and save his life." Thoughtfully, Nezu's tail flicked. "This presents a dual dilemma. On one hand, Izuku is no longer the quirkless student many dismissed and mistreated. But on the other, his expression changed. Bakugo's actions cannot be ignored. What he did was far beyond what any aspiring hero should ever consider, and he hasn't exactly shied away from his opinions on the subject of death." With a pained expression, Toshinori turned away. "Katsuki Bakugo, I believed he had potential, but this goes against everything a hero should stand for, and with how keen his battle instincts are, what he did wasn't an accident." Chio gave a grim nod. Even Aizawa, who is often indifferent to such matters, was horrified when he reviewed the footage. This wasn't just recklessness, it was cruelty. Nezu's tone was decisive as he steepled his paws. "We must address both matters carefully. Izuku's awakening and Bakugo's behavior are two sides of the same coin, and both will shape UA's future." One fact stood out above all others as the room fell into thoughtful silence. Nothing would ever be the same. The purpose of the 2-day break following the sports festival was to give students time to unwind and spend with their families. But it was anything but restful. The shocking events of the first fight of the semifinal round left audiences stunned and divided across the nation. The fight between Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo had begun as a brutal thrashing in which Bakugo mercilessly dominated his opponent. However, Midoriya's perseverance was evident as he delivered a few well-timed blows, including snagging Bakugo's arm in the middle of an attack and thrusting it into his face, forcing the explosive quirk user to injure himself. The battle culminated when Bakugo, in his rage, appeared to kill Midoriya live on television, a moment that only the most heartless quirk supremacists celebrated. The terror, however, was short-lived because Midoriya emerged from the ashes with a quirk that nobody, not even himself, had been aware of. Then, in a stunning reversal, Midoriya used his power to unleash a devastating blow that rendered Bakugo incapacitated. The battle became the most talked-about event in years as a result of this scene, which both delighted and horrified people. Meanwhile, Class 1A was in a state of chaos. Regarding their two classmates, Bakugo's serious injuries and Midoriya's transformation, many were frantic for updates, but the UA staff provided none. Despite Izuku's bad attitude and lack of class spirit, nobody in the class really hated him and was more concerned about him than Bakugo, who would yell at them if they showed even the smallest sign of concern, which he would undoubtedly interpret as weakness and turn violent. In the meantime, Izuku had been summoned back to UA for additional examination of his recently awoken quirk during the intermission. Nezu, Midnight, Ectoplasm, 13, and Cementos were among the staff members examining him as he stood in Gym Gamma, surrounded by cement-shaped cubes that Cementos had molded. Despite their interest and the importance of their study, Midoriya stayed quiet and performed the procedures without showing any signs of excitement. He only displayed a small amount of emotion when he talked about how his mutation made him feel uncomfortable wearing clothes. Although his skin felt soft to the touch, it was anything but normal and did not work well with the PE uniform he's wearing, particularly with his new pores on his arms and shoulders, but this won't bother him as much because he was made to get used to a lot of things he didn't like. The instructors had already established that Izuku could produce extreme heat waves, with maximum temperatures of 10,000 Kelvin. Fortunately, this extraordinary temperature was absent during its initial occurrence, or the stadium would have suffered catastrophically. He was also different from most fire-based quirks in that his quirk gave him superhuman strength and speed. Izuku focuses on attempting to duplicate an ability he used yesterday, focusing the heat waves to release a shockwave-like blast to demolish a cement wall, and the glow of his freckles and veins returns when he uses his quirk. Rather, something else happened. Before him, the cement cube started to float. Even though it was a human-sized block and 3 times heavier than Vlad King, Izuku was able to move it with a simple wave of his hand. The spectators let out audible gasps as the cube collided with another. Nezu whispered, "Psionic energy," his eyes sparkling with curiosity. This isn't just heat, it's a fusion quirk. His father's fire breath and his mother's minor telekinesis combined into something entirely unique. Mike, in attendance, held up a hand. But what about the strength, the speed, and the fact that he can heal himself and others? That's not heat-related, right? Ectoplasm gave a contemplative nod. Heat generates kinetic energy. If Midoriya's quirk allows him to control heat psychically, he may also be harnessing and storing the kinetic energy it produces, turning his body into a capacitor for that energy to augment his physical and possibly mental attributes. Nezu gave a little clap of his tiny paws. A remarkable theory, and it aligns with what we've seen. Kinetic energy has more implications than people realize, amplifying and speeding up cellular regeneration through the same stored energy for himself or whoever he transfers the thermal energy to. Truly remarkable. Midnight continued, "What stands out most to me is his intelligence. Even before awakening this quirk, he was uniquely analytical. I once found one of his notebooks. It was filled with detailed observations of quirks, almost professional-level insights. He didn't just analyze, he identified weaknesses and suggested improvements. If he focused on himself, he should master this new quirk in record time, regardless of how late he is to the party." Nezu scowled, clearly irritated. "And no one thought to share this with me before now? Those notebooks make him an even more valuable asset. Yet, that's not what concerns me most at the moment." He looked at Izuku, who was standing quietly with a look of both fatigue and indifference on his face. Recovery Girl suspects he's still in shock from the battle with Bakugo. But I wonder if it's more than that. He's shown no joy or interest in this new stage of his life. I expected him to embrace this change, to feel relief and excitement at finally being accepted by his peers. Instead, he's shown a level of melancholy he did not before. The other educators looked at each other uneasily. Nezu quietly said, "I might need to set up a session with Hound Dog. There's more to this than meets the eye, and I'm not talking about how weak-minded folks will accuse him, appearance-wise, of being a villain." Midoriya. The abrupt roar rocked Gym Gamma's shaky atmosphere. Everyone's attention was drawn to the gym's entrance, interrupting Izuku's concentration on his quirk testing. Eijiro Kirishima was standing there, his face contorted in an unusual rage. Izuku was not completely surprised to see Kirishima in a rage. Izuku, who was rejected by everyone, had lured Bakugo into a short-term alliance by teasing him about resolving their conflict one-on-one during the cavalry battle. Kirishima was upset about the decision because it prevented him from forming a team with his Bakubro, but it was nothing in comparison to what Izuku witnessed now. At a determined, almost threatening pace, Kirishima charged toward Izuku before anyone could confront his intrusion. "Kirishima, what are you doing here? The campus is still closed to all students," asked Midnight. Kirishima didn't even look in her direction. With the exception of Bakugo, Iida, and Todoroki, the rest of Class 1A trailed him. While Recovery Girl, sitting on Sato's shoulder, complained about giving in to their persistence, Mina Ishido attempted to catch up, begging Kirishima to stop and not confront Midoriya in this manner. Mina begged, "Kiri, stop," in a desperate tone of voice. "You don't have to do this." Kirishima, however, continued. His voice was raw with emotion as he grabbed Izuku by the collar and yelled, "What the hell is wrong with you? How could you do that to Bakugo?" Nezu turned to Recovery Girl calmly as he watched from the sidelines. "Care to explain this intrusion?" The old heroine let out a sigh, her face as bitter as her voice. "The 1A brats wouldn't let it go, so I let them visit Bakugo since his condition's stable enough. But as soon as he saw them, he threw a tantrum about his arms, screaming that he couldn't use his quirk anymore and started bawling about being useless, like worthless Deku." Kirishima glared at Izuku once more. "You made Midnight better. Likewise, treat Bakugo, now." Izuku declined without hesitation, displaying unusual coldness. "No." Everyone was stunned by the direct rejection, and Kirishima's hands trembled as he firmly grasped Izuku's collar. "What do you mean? No? You saved Midnight, you can." Izuku broke in, his voice uncannily composed. "I don't know how I did it," adding, "If I try, I might make him worse." "Then, damn it, try," Kirishima roared. "Even if I could, I wouldn't," Izuku said, his eyes darkening from the new demonic. "It's more satisfying to see him become Deku from now on," he said, leaning slightly, his voice as sharp as a blade. "I refuse to live in a world where Katsuki Bakugo is allowed to be a hero." The last straw for Kirishima was Izuku's words, and the weight of Izuku's words sank in, and Uraraka flinched, her stomach twisting as she remembered how she once found Bakugo's nickname for Izuku endearing despite the derogatory implications. The impact was immediate and painful, but not for Midoriya, as Kirishima swung a hardened right punch at Izuku's face with all his might, his quirk fully activated. With a sickening crack that reverberated throughout the gym, Kirishima's fist smashed into Izuku's blazing hot quirk skin, burning and cracking his arm as he staggered back, screaming in pain. Eijiro's head landed in a crater left by Izuku's sudden, unexpected speed as he grabbed Kirishima by the head and pulled him across the gym floor, slamming his face into one of the big cylindrical rock formation cementos usually made for training. The air was filled with gasps, but nobody dared to stop it. "I'm done giving unworthy people second chances." Izuku's voice was poisonous as he erupted in unrelenting rage. He pulled Kirishima's head off the wall, threw him around, and slammed a terrible punch into his chest, shattering the rock formation and sending Kirishima flying straight into the gym wall, leaving a huge hole in the ground where he lay sprawled and motionless on the grass. His classmates stood paralyzed, their shock and fear palpable. They had always known Izuku hated them for how they treated him, but they never imagined he would act on that hatred. The gentle, patient boy who once forgave every slight was gone, and in his place stood someone cold, unrelenting, and vindictive. Mina choked on a scream, but her voice failed her as Izuku turned, his glare freezing her in place. "I'm done," Izuku declared in an emotionless voice. He left behind horrified classmates, stunned teachers, and a huge hole in the gym wall as he turned and left without saying another word. When classes began, Izuku was absent, leaving 1A with only 16 students, a number Aizawa prefers over a full set, but he was unhappy for the reasons why. 1A is now in a more somber mood, worse than the fear they felt when they faced villains for the first time in the USJ. Izuku returned home to his mother after the altercation with Kirishima, and Dean Nezu decided not to punish him for what he did because Kirishima brought it upon himself and is fortunate not to be suspended for being violent in front of the staff. The world had turned upside down, and only a few of them are willing to acknowledge that they brought it on themselves. Midoriya wanted time to clear his head and consider the choice he's been considering since he tasted victory for the first time against Bakugo. One classmate was expelled on the first day, 2 of them are in the hospital, and the one they initially wanted gone is now a superpowered, angry man who is the reason 2 need medical care. Bakugo may be finally gone from his life forever, but he is still not content. It is not enough to inflict physical harm on Katsuki. He must aim for his heart and pride, and he knows exactly how to do it. He recently learned that his old friend may be quirkless now because of him. A part of him wants to feel bad about it, but he feels so validated, happy even. Izuku's thoughts of malice are halted when he hears a knock on his apartment door. At first, he assumes it's his mother, who left 5 minutes ago to go grocery shopping because she left something behind, like her wallet, but he immediately senses something different. He sensed the heat signatures of two different people. He would be overjoyed if it weren't for his new dark impulses, but he also has thermoreception. He answers the door quickly and recognizes Dean Nezu and Aizawa, his homeroom teacher. "Good afternoon, Mr. Midoriya," Nezu said quietly. "So sorry for the unannounced visit, but considering your absence today, we simply could not wait any longer to have this discussion." Though he would have preferred to have the conversation back in Ua, so perhaps he shouldn't have skipped, Izuku is not surprised to see them here and was prepared for it. Izuku walks by to let them into his house without saying anything. "What a beautiful house. Are you alone here?" Nezu inquired. Izuku retorted, "My mother just went to buy groceries, and I would prefer to have this conversation alone. I'm old enough to make my own decisions about my future." "Well put," Nezu said, with a half smile. The two authority figures made the tiny apartment seem even more cramped. Nezu sat down at the low table and motioned for Izuku to follow suit, while Aizawa stood there, his eyes heavy. "Let's address the most pressing matter first. The semifinals of the sports festival," Nezu said without wasting any time. Izuku tensed but remained silent. "As you know," Nezu went on, "Ua University accepts complete accountability for the conduct of its children. Before the police or pro-heroes get involved, it is our responsibility to make sure that any student who engages in unlawful or immoral behavior is held accountable. You will not be held accountable for Katsuki Bakugo's condition." Unexpectedly, Izuku blinked. Nezu firmly stated, "The video speaks for itself. Bakugo escalated the situation. He used deadly force on purpose, and your Quirk's miraculous awakening is the only reason you're still alive. Bakugo will be held accountable for his actions in light of this situation." Katsuki Bakugo, the boy who had tormented him for years, had always been allowed to leave unscathed because of his powerful Quirk, so hearing Nezu say otherwise felt unreal. Izuku had heard these words before, but they had always been empty promises, made by adults or teachers who never followed through. His voice was quieter than he had intended, but he managed to get it out. What kind of punishment?" Normally, a student who seriously hurts another would be suspended or expelled and sent to a villain rehabilitation center, Nezu said, folding his hands on the table. "It has been determined that Bakugo will be transferred to Shiketsu University, which specializes in rehabilitation, due to his current state, where his arms are too damaged to use his quirk." As much as Izuku liked the decision, it wasn't enough. The years of unbridled cruelty demanded more than a transfer. Expulsion would have been satisfying, but this was better. Bakugo, the untouchable golden child, would finally be held accountable. Aizawa finally spoke, his tone direct and blunt. "That brings us to the real reason we're here, your quirk." Nezu appeared to sense his silence but decided not to respond. "Your future at Ua is secured, Midoriya," Aizawa said bluntly. "In spite of the situation involving Bakugo and Kirishima, it is evident that you are far more capable than your peers. Your quirk puts you on a level that none of the other first years can match, even without training." The words hit Izuku like a slap, and he felt a wave of heat rise inside of him, not from his quirk, but from the anger that was building inside of him. His thoughts were racing, digging up memories he wished to forget, memories of Aizawa's alleged mercy. How Aizawa turned the threat of expulsion into a weapon by expelling Minoru Mineta to make a point rather than ejecting him outright as Izuku thought he wanted to. Momo Yaoyorozu was convinced that the threat of expulsion was a bluff, a rational ploy to force 1A to give it their all no matter what, but she was overcome with panic when she was shown to be mistaken, forcing them to not slack off. More precisely, avoid falling behind the quirkless boy who placed 8th on the quirk apprehension test, just as he placed 8th on the entrance exam. Rather than carrying out the deed himself, Aizawa wanted Izuku to quit due to the intense pressure of his classmates' hatred, which further ostracized him and made them more determined to succeed. How he felt like he could never get Aizawa's approval no matter what he did. How foolish he had been to think he could ever win Aizawa over. His drive and resilience had meant nothing to a man who had long since decided that Izuku didn't belong. Izuku clenched his fists beneath the table, his nails digging into his palms. Izuku interrupted Nezu's attempt to create a positive atmosphere by saying, "I see. My quirk is that good that you are willing now to pull a 180 in your attitude with me to get me to stay. I would be lying if I said I didn't see that one coming." He looked at his eyes, and in addition to the fact that they were red now, they were also terribly dull. The light that had been in his original green eyes had vanished, and Nezu didn't like that in the least. Midoriya, Nezu said, picking up the dejection in his voice. Remember to breathe. Before you barged into my house, I had already made up my mind. Nezu became uneasy when Izuku said, I just listened to you out of courtesy and to see if there were better alternatives to my final decision. And what is your ultimate decision? Nezu held his breath as he asked. Prior to answering, Izuku gives Aizawa a glare of his own. Asshole, you win. Like you and the rest of the pathetic excuses for heroes in training, I will also drop out of the hero course. I'll go one step further and leave Ua as well, you know. Nezu, in a sense, anticipated this result and hoped to prevent it. Ignoring an angry snort from Aizawa due to his boss's remarks, Nezu started, Now, Mr. Midoriya, while your reasoning is sound and justified given the poor decisions of the past month on our part, believing the university entirely when you've met all the criteria to be a model student even before your quirk manifested would not be good for your future. As he prepares to leave, Izuku raised his voice and said, According to your faculty, I didn't have much of a future in your institute to begin with. I did everything to prove I belong in Ua, but because of something I seemingly lacked my entire life, I was treated as less than human. A waste of life and breath. As though humans hadn't been around for millions of years before this damned mutation ruined our way of life. Well, that's it. Just when you have finally shown that you have potential worthy of recognition, after all that you said you had to go through, do you choose to leave? Aizawa inquired, having grown tired of his least favorite student's disobedience. As Nezu cautioned, Aizawa, Eraserhead, you're the last person left who can judge me. Compared to me, you're the true freak among heroes, Izuku yelled, disregarding the repercussions because he had already made up his mind. Pardon me? Now Shota was snarling. Don't pretend you're ignorant. The underground hero who, unless their quirks are useless, has never defeated a villain. You have been a quirkless since birth, and you have lived and fought as such. A loophole in a quirkless. Isn't that the main reason you're still in Ua? Not because everyone thinks you're a stellar teacher. However, you are a handy tool for dealing with mischievous kids. Since all you ever want to do is sleep like a guard dog in the dean's office rather than carrying out your agreed-upon task of teaching problem children to finally escape their assess and become heroes, you might as well have been demoted to that position. Aizawa said, I can do that for you now if you wish, now that she was impatient. I'd rather not have a homeless man who has been beaten to death on my conscience, even though it would be satisfying to leave you toothless for the rest of your life. Izuku sneered, at least not by my hands. Nezu speaks up once more after realizing how out of control things have gotten. Would moving to Class 1B be more to your liking? If Ua has done nothing but give you a disservice, then I owe you more than an apology, he interrupted. Under Vlad King's direction, I seriously doubt you'll feel the way you do now. Izuku sneered, thinking about the vile Nato Monoma, not that the rest of that class is saints either, and said, I have no beef with Vlad Sensei, but I do have more than one bone to pick with 1B's resident disgusting copycat. He had some hope for Itsuka Kendo, but he won't hold his breath for her either. I'm over being heroic. How many lives I might be able to save with this miserable mutation is irrelevant to me. It is too late to have any significance in my life. It is 18 years too late. If not for this power of yours, you'd be dead, just as you would have been if you had continued to persist with your ridiculous dream of becoming a hero without a quirk, Aizawa said. To die for your dreams is preferable to living as a ghost, betrayed, ignored, forgotten. As he said that, Izuku's resentment grew. Without purpose. Without a reason to keep going and accomplish something so valuable to you. Life has no purpose at all. One more piece of sand. We might as well remain motionless and allow the falling debris to crush us. Aizawa was completely taken aback by Izuku's remarks without even realizing it, as memories of his time as a UA student and the passing of a close friend came flooding back into his consciousness. Izuku was staring at Aizawa once more, this time with hatred in his new red eyes, so he was unable to think about these awful ideas. Who the hell died in your miserable existence and granted you the authority to determine my death? Aizawa was unable to respond further because Izuku had already made up his mind and it was no longer worth arguing over. Nezu stands up after realizing this as well. If you no longer find heroics appealing, then so be it. Nevertheless, I strongly advise you to stay at UA and switch to our general course. We can at least assist you in obtaining a successful career in quirk science, as I was recently informed about your notebooks. That sounds like something semi-worthwhile, sure, Izuku agreed. But my next homeroom better be Class 1E. I don't want to be near Present Mike and Midnight while they remain besties with this hobo. Nezu nodded and said, an easy arrangement, since that would be sufficient for the time being. Nevertheless, Nezu will not give up on reintroducing Izuku into the hero course. He simply needs to wait until he settles down and returns to his previous, compassionate self. Nezu and Aizawa leave Izuku alone in his house since they have run out of things to say. In an attempt to combat the intense headache he is currently experiencing, the former hero in training lies down on his couch with his hands above his head and his head facing the floor. Done, done, done. I've lost my dream. It's dead. Izuku bemoaned his situation, but he couldn't continue to act as though nothing would change, so he couldn't be content with it. Word quickly spread that Izuku Midoriya was no longer officially in the hero course and was just another face in the general course. His new classmates in 1E shared the same contempt for him as their 1A counterparts, but for different reasons. 1E viewed him as a failure and a coward for quitting the hero course, while 1A had treated him with contempt for lacking a quirk and not being worthy of his position. They sneered in his face, whispered behind his back, and some wanted to bully him, but Izuku's new look also made people feel intimidated because nobody wanted to run the risk of getting burned alive. The situation escalated when Nato Monoma of Class 1B, accompanied by a few of his 1B classmates, showed up at the door of 1E's classroom. In contrast to Monoma, though, his peers appeared hesitant to be present, they undoubtedly came to ensure Nato didn't go too far. Well, if it isn't the former hero wannabe, Monoma declared as he strode into the room boastfully. How does it feel, Midoriya? To be aware that you are merely a quitter? A shame? You didn't belong in the hero course. I always knew that, but to see you give up? Invaluable? Izuku stared at Monoma calmly without replying, which only seemed to enrage him more. Oh, please, don't just stand there like a puppy that has been kicked. For us, we pray. Describe what a failure looks like to everyone. Monoma sneered and took a step forward. One of the 1B students muttered, Nato, that's enough, with a nervous expression. Monoma waved them away and yelled, shut up, saying, this is between me and the reject. Another voice then joined in, Monoma's got a point, said Hitoshi Shinso, emerging from the crowd with a scathing glare and a sharp tone. Midoriya, you don't belong here. To save everyone the trouble, you ought to have simply remained quirkless. Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to face Shinso. You again, he muttered in a cool but collected tone. Yeah, me again, Shinso shot back, because the damn system is biased against people like me. I never had the opportunity to prove myself like you did. And yet here you are, squandering a place that you never even merited. Is that your reason for being here? With a tone full of contempt, Izuku questioned, to gripe about how unfair the world is. Or is this just one more attempt to feel better about your mediocre life? Shinso's jaw tightened, but Monoma interrupted before he could answer. Don't you think you're very smart, Midoriya? But let's be honest, without your ostentatious quirk, you are nothing. Just another loser feigning uniqueness. At last, Izuku's composed expression broke, and he rose slowly, his gaze focusing on Monoma with a ferocity that chilled everyone in the room. Izuku challenged, says the man who can't accomplish anything without someone holding his hand every step of the way, in a low, menacing voice. Don't be a smartass with me, you. Izuku moved before anyone could react, his fist slamming into Monoma's face in a blur, which sent him sprawling to the ground with blood streaming from his nose. Izuku turned and punched Shinso again without missing a beat, and he staggered back with a grunt of pain, clutching his face as he fell to his knees. Izuku stood over the two, his fists still clenched and smeared with their blood, and the room fell silent in shock. Next time, Izuku said icily, his voice resonating in the silence, there will be no mercy. Trash like you only learn through pain and violence. I'll take care of it myself because it's obvious that the faculty isn't interested in stopping this kind of bullshit. So don't get in my way. You fucking freak. You son of a bitch. Spit out Monoma, his voice trembling with pain and anger. You're not allowed to. To what? Izuku interrupted him in a scathing tone, saying, open your eyes, Monoma. It is me who possesses the flashy quirk. I am free to do as I please without fear of repercussion, unlike you and your class of second-rate degenerates. The dean only gave me a slap on the wrist after I put two of my former classmates in the hospital and even temporarily made one of them quirkless. Shinso and you? You two are just another pair of inborn villains. If I do the same to you, nobody will miss you. The world will be grateful if I do, considering the harm you might cause. It was an unspoken truth, something no one dared to say aloud, especially those who were despised for having weak or mutant quirks, and how one's place in hero society, Whether or not one can become heroes is solely based on how good one's quirk looks for the cameras, and that all other forms of merit are completely meaningless, much less if the person in question is actually good or not. The words struck with more force than any punch could have, and the students around them froze in horror. They most definitely didn't anticipate hearing this from someone like Izuku Midoriya, who at least demonstrated the proper mindset for what a hero should act like. It felt like a knife to the heart to hear it from him. Izuku went back to his seat, ignoring the stunned silence and the terrified looks his new classmates exchanged, while Monoma and Shinso, too embarrassed to reply, clambered to their feet and departed without another word, their classmates following. The days after Izuku left the hero course were, at least on the surface, eerily quiet for Ua. The students were excitedly choosing their hero codenames and busy getting ready for their hero agency internships. However, Class 1A's enthusiasm was tempered by the fallout from Izuku's departure and Bakugo's absence, as he is still recuperating in the medical wing. Todoroki's smoldering rage was a constant in his icy manner, which had grown even colder. After his brother Tensai was defeated and suffered career-ending injuries at the hands of the hero killer, Iida, who had previously been the reliable class vice rep, became reclusive. Even the class's most cheerful pupils had trouble regaining their former happiness. The world would never be the same. On the other side, UA's shortest and most hated student, Minoru Mineta, walked slowly in the direction of the cafeteria. Mineta's resentment knew no limits after Aizawa kicked her out of the hero course. Mineta had escaped this fate by applying for the general course as a backup during his entrance exam, in contrast to other expelled students who were forced to leave the university completely. His future professional prospects may have been in danger, but that choice saved him from a permanent black mark on his record. But every day the pain of being thrown out like trash raged in his brain. Although he harbored a strong dislike for Aizawa, it was nothing compared to his raging disdain for Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless parasite, who, in Mineta's view, ought never to have been permitted to enter the hero course. Even without a quirk, Midoriya had made it through the USJ incident and the UA entrance exam, which was bad enough. Even worse, the boy had somehow developed a ridiculously strong quirk that thrust him into the public eye and made him the kind of hero Mineta could only imagine herself to be. Mineta was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't realize the figure was in his way until it was too late. "Hey, watch where you're going, you bit," he spat out involuntarily after bumping into someone solid. He looked up into a pair of crimson, cold eyes, and the words died in his throat. "MMI, Midoriya." Mineta stumbled, his voice shaking, the former quirkless now looking like a demon due to his new look. Not letting their newfound fame from surviving a real villain encounter get to them, Minoru last saw Izuku after the USJ incident, when the general course students and a few members of 1B gathered at the entrance of 1A's homeroom to declare war on them for the sports festival. Almost none of his classmates remembered him during their brief time together, so if Mineta didn't already hate his insensitive former classmates, he certainly did at that moment. Mineta felt worse because only trash remembered trash, and only Midoriya recognized him. Izuku said, "Just the fruit basket I was looking for," in a tone that was unusually condescending. Minoru jerked out of his astonishment and returned to his earlier contempt. "I got nothing to say to the likes of a freak." Izuku caught Mineta by the collar before he could respond, pulling him into a private corner out of sight of the cameras. Izuku lifted him clean off the ground and pinned him to the wall with one arm. Mineta's confidence crumbled under Izuku's cold glare as he squeaked, "What do you want to talk about, best buddy?" Izuku's lips formed a thin, sardonic smile. "Yes, Minoru, I am your buddy. And why? Because we share a common enemy." Mineta echoed, his voice shaking, "See common enemy?" Izuku went on, "I'm not the one you should hate for what was done to you," in a scathing and purposeful tone. "We're both victims of Aizawa's repugnant excuse for teaching. Whether I had it worse than you is up for debate, but one thing is certain, you can't keep relying on luck to avoid the consequences of your failures." Mineta took a deep breath. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying you need a permanent solution to secure your future. Aizawa isn't just your problem. He's a liability to every student who's ever crossed his path. And it's time we exposed him for what he is." Mineta said, How do we do that?" with a hint of desperation in his voice. Izuku's eyes sparkled with deliberate evil. "By gathering allies. Believe me, Mineta, there are plenty of students at this university who'd love to see Aizawa brought down. Take our upperclassmen in 2A, for example. You think you're the only one who's been chewed up and spat out by his methods?" Mineta hesitated, his thoughts churning. "Why are you helping me?" Izuku lowered his voice to a whisper as he leaned closer. "Because UA is no place for future heroes to be groomed. And while I no longer desire to be one, I refuse to live in a world where fakes are allowed to thrive, so I'll force the world to change. And you, Minoru, are going to help me make it happen." When Izuku's hold relaxed and he fell to the ground, Mineta's eyes grew wide. "Consider it," Izuku said, taking a step back. "You can either keep wallowing in self-pity, or you can stand up and fight. Your choice." Izuku then turned and left, leaving Mineta to sit in stunned silence as the significance of what she had said began to sink in. Minoru Mineta experienced hope for the first time, something he hadn't felt in a long time. Vengeful, twisted hope. Not everyone would be as readily persuaded as Mineta, as Izuku soon learned. He had to approach things carefully and cautiously. A single slip-up could reveal his plan to the UA staff, especially Aizawa. He began by determining which upperclassmen were still resentful of Aizawa's treatment of his former students and who could be trusted to support his cause. The truth about Aizawa's infamous expulsions was one important fact Izuku had discovered about the man after leaving the hero course. In actuality, Aizawa would eventually re-enroll these students at UA in the hopes that the brush with failure would instill a newfound seriousness about heroics. What the current 1A students were still unaware of was that these so-called expulsions were part of Aizawa's so-called logical ruse, a perverse method of teaching by giving his students a taste of death. On paper, the plan sounded clever, but in reality, it was a catastrophe. The fictitious expulsions caused irreversible harm to a student's mental health, family relationships, and life status. Even worse, with the administrative approval of Dean Nezu, the black marks on their records were real. Izuku couldn't help but think that Nezu didn't understand the emotional damage these marks caused because he was a hyper-intelligent animal rather than a human. More troublingly, Nezu might have understood and just liked seeing the fallout. Students being driven to suicide, forced into villainy for survival, or expelled from their homes by ashamed families. Izuku was unable to tolerate it. Izuku discovered that the second-year hero course was split into their feelings toward Aizawa after closely observing and subtly probing them. Most students carried hidden resentment, though they seldom voiced it openly. Mawata Fua was the only one who remained fervently devoted to Aizawa and appeared to fully support his tactics. She was a lost cause, according to Izuku. He was particularly struck by one of the upperclassmen, Chihira Chiyumi, a girl with a head to match her dog like Quirk. Izuku thought he had another latent quirk that allowed him to sense strong emotions in other people, such as desire, hate, or anger. Fire and heat were often tied to such emotions, and Izuku used this ability to discern truth from lies. Chihira's bitterness toward Aizawa was the most intense. When Mawata was not present, Izuku approached her cautiously. "Chiyumi, right?" he said with a polite but serious tone, catching her attention after class. "You don't know me well, but I think we might have something in common." Chihira's canine ears twitched in interest as she raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what's that, Midoriya?" Izuku said bluntly, "You hate Aizawa," closely observing her response. Her eyes narrowed after a slight enlargement. "What makes you think that?" "I can tell," he said calmly in response. "I know how it feels to be betrayed by someone you were supposed to trust. And I know I'm not the only one." To make sure no one else was listening, Chihira looked around. "You're bold, I'll give you that. But let's say you're right, what do you want from me?" Izuku stated, "I want the truth to come out," in a firm voice. Aizawa's methods have ruined lives, and they'll continue to ruin more unless someone does something about it. He is untouchable because his actions, or inaction given his insomnia, continue to go unnoticed by everyone outside of UA, and no one will take the word of a student over a pro unless every victim this university failed comes together, and I think you know others who feel the same way. Chihira paused, a puzzled look on her face. "Even if you're right, what's your plan?" "Spread the word," said Izuku. Discreetly. "Find others who've been hurt by Aizawa and get them to talk. I'm not asking for loyalty, I'm asking for justice." After a long pause, Chihira gave a slow nod. "Fine. I'll see what I can do. But if this backfires..." "It won't," confirmed Izuku. "Not if we're careful." Izuku focused on another lead from his new allies in 2A, with Chihira cautiously on his side. When Aizawa decided to eliminate his entire first-year class the year before, one former student, Daichi Noguchi, had been expelled from UA completely. In contrast to the majority of his peers, Daichi had never gone back. Instead, he was disowned by his family after being kicked out of the nation's most prominent hero academy and working a dead-end job as a cashier. No other university, not even the less heroic ones, would take him because of the black mark on his record. Izuku found him in no time at all. The convenience store was a dim, tiny place that people only went to when they had to. Daichi was standing behind the counter, his face blank and his body slumped. Izuku stepped forward, placing a bottle of water on the counter. Daichi glanced up, his eyes widening as recognition dawned. Izuku Midoriya? Daichi asked in a disbelieving tone. The guy who made it farther into Ua than anyone expected, and then dropped out. Izuku smiled slightly, without humor. That's me. But I'm not here to talk about me. I'm here to talk about you. Daichi scowled. What about me? I know what happened, Izuku muttered. And I know it wasn't fair. You didn't deserve to have your future taken from you. Daichi grew gloomy. What do you want, Midoriya? Izuku said. I want to help you get your life back, in a sincere tone. And I want to make sure no one else ends up like you. But I need your help to do it. Daichi remained silent for a moment, his face unreadable, then he leaned forward slowly. I'm listening. Despite being a respectable university, Kogen University is always in the background of UA. It is frequently regarded as a backup option for individuals who are unable to be admitted to UA's Hero program because of its reputation for academic excellence and career pathways. This reputation, along with Dean Nezu's notorious scheming, makes Kogen staff subtly bitter but too cautious to take action against UA. They are happy to accept the students Nezu believes aren't suitable for his university's stricter administration. Amari Tengo, a graduate of Aldera Middle School, is one such student who is all too familiar with the anguish of failing. His quirk, finger length, allows him to extend his fingers slightly, a power as unimpressive as it is useless in combat. Despite his past heroic aspirations, he has established a comfortable life at Kogen and accepted the independence of college life. However, his fragile contentment was shattered by the recent UA Sports Festival. He recognized two names from his past while watching the broadcasts, Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. The former was Aldera's self-declared king, and the latter was the helpless punching bag they all referred to as Deku. Amari became enraged upon seeing Izuku on the stage, armed with a force capable of destroying entire cities. Bakugo, of all people, had been humiliated by the quirkless loser, who had outperformed them all. Katsuki enraged Amari. He had always done so. He detested Izuku more, though. Amari was deep in contemplation late one evening as he left Kogen's campus and headed toward a nearby convenience store. He was plagued by memories of Aldera, including Bakugo's irascible temper, his fear of being singled out, and the vicious games they all engaged in to stay alive. Amari was a willing lackey who was always just far enough from power to escape its wrath. He remembered his role well. He recalled the taunts, the recordings, and the insults. Those recordings, he had retained them all. Videos of Bakugo's outbursts, vicious tricks, and altercations. He still occasionally watched them, holding on to the momentary joy of witnessing another person go through hardship in his place. But tonight, those memories felt like a noose tightening around his neck. Hello, Tengo. The voice, poisonous but unmistakable, came from the shadows. Amari stopped. He turned slowly to see a changed Izuku Midoriya standing with his arms folded across his chest and his back against an alley wall. Amari shuddered at the sight of the green-haired man's new eyes, which were like fire from a black abyss. Deku, stumbled Amari. Before he could stop himself, he blurted out the name. A sardonic smile curved Izuku's lips. He said, "Come now, I know you saw the festival," in a venomous tone. And saw exactly what happened to the progenitor of that damned name. Izuku moved forward, caught Amari by the collar, and yanked him into the alley before he could reply. Amari moved with ease, as if she were weightless. Grasping his shirt tightly, Izuku's hand slammed him against the brick wall. "What the hell are you doing?" Amari yelled, his voice breaking. Despite his best efforts, Izuku's strength was too much for him. Izuku yelled, "Shut up," in a low, menacing voice. "I'm going to explain, and you're not to interrupt. Got it?" Amari swallowed forcefully, his heart racing. "Oh, okay." He could almost feel the heat of Izuku's rage as his gaze pierced him. Izuku's words were so poisonous that Amari felt sick from hearing them. "Good. I know that we haven't seen each other and the rest of Katsuki's legion since we escaped from Aldera, but I'm willing to bet you're still the same sniveling, petty, jealous pissant who cowardly hid behind a stronger being to hide how much of a rat you truly are," he said. "I'm also willing to bet that you still have all those lovely videos of Bakugo flaunting his power and tormenting everyone he felt like harassing, especially me, and you started watching those videos again to make you feel good about yourself when you found out I made it to UA and you didn't." Amari's heart froze. He made an effort to pretend he didn't know, but the expression in Izuku's eyes told him it was useless. What if I did? Izuku stated. Then you're going to give them to me, in a firm and uncompromising tone. Every single one. And if you're still in contact with anyone from Aldera, anyone who has similar recordings, you're going to tell me. A fish out of water, Amari's mouth opened and closed. His voice was shaking as he asked, why do you want them? Izuku said, that's none of your concern, with a chilly tone. The only ones who should be concerned are Bakugo and the Aldera staff. It's really not a serious request, but it's not like you would have been cooperative if I had asked nicely. The combination of shame, fear, and accusation made Amari wince. All right, he said in a whisper. I'll give you the videos. Just, don't hurt me. Izuku let go of him, taking a step back but maintaining his blazing stare fixed on Amari. Good choice. I'll be in touch. And remember, I'm the one with the flashy quirk now. No matter what you do or what I do to you, people will always take my side from now on. Just like how Aldera did for Bakugo. Amari sagged against the wall, his legs trembling, while Izuku vanished into the sunset. He felt genuinely helpless for the first time in years. Known to the world as All Might, Toshinori Yagi had devoted his life to being the perfect hero, a representation of justice and hope, the unwavering rock that could withstand any storm. His only goal in life was to establish a utopia of peace, a place where people smiled and were not afraid. He battled to eradicate the very foundations of hopelessness that gave villains the ability to flourish, in addition to defeating them. Toshinori's zeal stemmed from personal history, a childhood spent under the oppressive shadow of lawlessness. When villains roamed free, their brutality unbridled, their reigns of terror an unrelenting reality, he recalled those times. Watching helplessly as classmates and neighbors were taken, snuffed out by those who had abandoned their humanity in favor of dominance, Toshinori had seen atrocities no child should have to go through. He was plagued by those memories, which came back to him during the quiet times when he let his guard down. Nightmares brought back memories of his childhood. The blood, the cries, the dead eyes of friends who had sacrificed their lives to protect him. The world's strongest man was still gripped by the icy hold of that helplessness, a feeling he had vowed to remove from other people's lives. Few people were aware of Toshinori's birth quirklessness, which he had kept hidden for the majority of his career. Like Izuku Midoriya, he had previously been written off as weak and incapable, making him one of society's forgotten. However, quirklessness was not the stigma it has become in Toshinori's youth. At the time, bravery was a person's defining characteristic, and the world valued courage over strength. Even those without quirks who opposed villains were praised as honorable allies. It's true that bravery only gets you so far, but Toshinori had already rescued someone from a villain before acquiring one for all. His younger self only needed to witness that one heroic deed to realize that he was destined to be a hero, not a one for all. Nevertheless, the most important moment in his life was still meeting Nana Shimura, the hero who would become his mentor and savior, a better opportunity to defend themselves. She bestowed upon him one for all, the ability to stand tall and bear the burdens of the weak. And he carried them, so successfully, in fact, that he unwittingly changed society. Toshinori had made an unforgivable mistake in his attempt to make the world a better place. He had unintentionally buried the legacy of quirkless courage by becoming the epitome of quirked heroism, making those he was once a part of seem less than human, disposable, or worse, irrelevant. It wasn't until Izuku Midoriya, the first quirkless student to pass UA's hero course in decades, awoke a dormant quirk and left it all behind that Toshinori realized how serious this was. Izuku was a small, scrawny boy who exuded a golden-hearted determination, and Toshinori remembered this clearly from his first encounter with him during the sludge villain incident. Toshinori had dismissed the boy as just another idealist back then, failing to recognize his potential. Toshinori had questioned Izuku's ability to carry the burden of heroism, even after he repeatedly demonstrated his mettle by passing the UA entrance exam and escaping the ambush of the League of Villains. Toshinori now witnessed the repercussions of his own failure after viewing recordings of Izuku during the recent incidents. The intelligent, idealistic young man who had once hoped to save everyone by smiling had turned into a figure of controlled rage who would beat up classmates Kirishima and Monoma for bothering him. Toshinori couldn't blame Izuku for having a golden heart that had turned to black steel. He felt a great deal of guilt. Just as he had failed the quirkless community, he had failed Izuku. The great symbol of peace, All Might, had not lived up to his life's ambition of being a hero to everyone. Toshinori was startled out of his somber reverie by a sharp ringing. The name Naomasa Tsukauchi flashed on the screen of his phone as it vibrated on the desk. Toshinori replied, thankful for the diversion, hoping his best friend would cheer him up as he so frequently did. However, Toshinori realized this was no typical call as soon as he heard Naomasa's voice. Naomasa said, Toshi, there's been an incident, in a tone laden with regret. Toshinori straightened her posture. What kind of incident? Toshinori's chest tensed as Naomasa paused. At last, Naomasa stated, it's about Ingenium's younger brother, Tenya Iida. Toshi, he's gone. At first, the words didn't register. Gone, Toshinori repeated, his tone growing incredulous. What do you mean by, gone? That can't be true. Softly, I'm sorry, Naomasa said. I wish it weren't true. It happened at the same time that monsters similar to the one the League of Villains used to try and kill you attacked Hosu City last night. The younger Iida had his internship there, and his body was found alongside a deceased pro-hero in a back alley. Toshinori almost lost his hold on the phone. Every moment he had spent with Iida was replayed in his mind, including the young man's discipline, his unwavering dedication to justice, and his wish to uphold his brother's legacy. How could someone who was so vibrant and committed to doing good be gone? Why? Toshinori's agonized scream sounded, shocking the other educators in the UA administration office. Whispers and heads turned, but Toshinori was unconcerned. He was revived by Naomasa's voice. I thought you should hear it from me first. Toshinori's knuckles were white as he held the phone tightly. He said, Naomasa, thank you, in a shaky voice. I need time. With the weight of his mistakes and the loss of yet another talented young hero bearing down on him, Toshinori buried his face in his hands as the call came to an end. As usual, there was chaos on the early morning commute to Ua. Amid the typical bustle of activity, Izuku sat in a train car. Along with several other seats strewn about the room, the one next to him was empty. People had never been especially interested in him, so it wasn't out of the ordinary. Even after entering Ua, he was frequently disregarded and treated as an afterthought. In the past, train travel had provided him with a peaceful escape from a noisy and critical world. However, following the sports festival, everything changed. People stared at him now. He was followed by whispers. While some praised him for his transformation, others harshly criticized him for leaving the hero course after accomplishing something that had never been done by a quirkless person before. The conflicting views of his former classmates were reflected in the mixed responses. But the commuters were thankfully busy with their own lives today. Nobody went to him. Nobody spoke. Izuku wished that this newfound apathy would spread. He put his head against the window and allowed the train's steady clatter to soothe him into a rare state of calm. When the train came to a stop and a familiar voice jolted him back to reality, that tranquility was broken. Is this seat taken, Hiro? Izuku raised his head and saw a familiar face. Tsuyu Asui, dressed in her Ua uniform, her amphibian features as impressive as ever. She didn't initially appear to understand who she was speaking to, unlike Izuku. Her expression wavered as their gazes locked. Izuku's heart fell. This was not what he felt like doing. He said curtly, do as you wish, lowering his head to avoid making more eye contact. After hesitating, Tsuyu took a seat next to him. There was a tangible silence between them that grew deeper by the moment. It was uncomfortable for Tsuyu. Izuku took it for granted. Kirishima would constantly prod and push, but she wasn't like that. She was also not like Hagakure, whose energy could fill a room, or Ashido. No, Tsuyu was quiet, direct, and uncompromising. Her candor had frequently come across as icy, even cruel, during their time as classmates. He had felt like he didn't belong, and she had been one of the many voices telling him to stop the hero course. Izuku, however, was not going to linger on those memories. Not right now. You're making a mistake, Hiro, Tsuyu interjected at last. With the weight of her words pressing down on him like a thorn in his side, Izuku sighed. He muttered, the croaking of your voice is like needles to my ears, in an attempt to silence her. Tsuyu, however, was unfazed. Her tone remained steady as she continued. Throwing away all the effort you put into the hero course just to spite everyone won't fix anything. You're only hurting yourself. Izuku's gaze grew strained. Aizawa had informed them that his choice was merely petty retaliation. His sneer was bitter. Hilarious. You're calling me spiteful when quitting was exactly what you all wanted. Don't act like you care now. For the first time, Suyu's lips tensed, and she appeared truly uncertain about how to react. She was reminded of the things she had said impulsively, without considering the impact they might have on him. She recalled the battle trials, when she had told him to quit despite the fact that he had just barely defeated her. She recalled how the extreme heat made her feel heavy and exposed her to another villain who wanted to rape her at the USJ after she was forced into the conflagration zone by the villain Kurogiri. Despite this, she had written him off as a liability. Now, however, she had a different perspective. Everything had changed because of his quirk. He had shown promise. He was worthy of a chance. She said, "I'm just saying you should think things through," with hesitation. "You have a lot to offer, Midoriya. Don't waste it." Izuku laughed bitterly and sharply. "Offer what? A quirk past its deadline. A life that died when I was 4. You think I should be grateful for this thing inside me? All it's done is mock everything I've worked for. Everything I've endured. I had such high hopes for you, you know. I thought you, Ashido, Tokiyami, Shoji, Kota, and to some extent, Shiro and Ojiro would understand, considering what you are." Suyu was now offended by what he was implying, but he refused to give her an opportunity to respond, his eyes unblinking and icy. "Say what you want about the quirkless, but don't forget that you too have a radical cult out there that would love to skin you alive like the animal you are." Suyu stopped. She didn't want to acknowledge the depth of his words. For years, people like her family were terrified of the Creature Rejection Clan, a group of fanatics who targeted anyone with mutant quirks. Many heteromorphs live with the scar of their hatred every day. She said, "Midoriya, one final time." "Don't," he said in a firm yet low voice. "You don't get to lecture me. Not after everything." There was silence for the remainder of the ride. She was shaken from her usual composure and left with a bitter reminder of the damage they had all done, and the price they were still paying, when the train finally stopped, and they both got up to leave without saying another word. She had no idea that the worst was still to come. Izuku didn't anticipate much today, but after speaking with Asui, he started to wonder because the first-year hero students' internships were still in progress, and her traveling with him by train meant that classes 1A and 1B, or simply Asui, had been removed for some reason. After using Monoma and Shinso as an example, he asked the rumors who were more willing to respond. However, they were unable to say much because they only knew that Dean Nezu had called all of the hero agencies where his hero students were completing their internships and asked that all of the students be returned to the university. Since the dean had an announcement for all first-year students, his new homeroom teacher instructed the 1E students to congregate in the UA auditorium when classes began, so the answer came quickly. Classes 1A through 1K quickly assembled in the university auditorium. Everyone eyed one another across the seats, and there was a strange tension in the air. Nobody knew why the students were being brought together, and this was the first formal introduction they had received since enrolling in UA. Midoriya felt pairs of eyes piercing the back of his head from where he sat. He knew who was causing this minor commotion without having to turn around. Without much thought, he shifted his hand to the back of his head and gave the hero course members who were staring at him, including Monoma and a recovered Kirishima, the finger. His method of showing them that he observes them and doesn't give a damn about their feelings. The hero students were taken aback by this blatant but understandable act, as they were still coming to terms with the loss of the Midoriya they had known. Nearly all of their instructors, including Vlad King, Snipe, 13, and Hound Dog, were seated on the stage in front of the auditorium. They all appeared a little uneasy, and it was clear that a significant event was occurring. Dean Nezu and All Might came in before the rumors and conjecture could get out of control. The massive hero strutted as usual, but Midoriya saw that the symbol of peace was missing his signature smile. He, of all people, had to be frowning, so whatever was going on had to be serious. Nezu wasted no time in approaching the podium and speaking to his students once they were on stage. "Greetings, everyone. It warms my heart to see you all doing well and safely returned from your internships, and you can join us today. As much as I would love to pretend that this assembly I've gathered you all for was a positive one, I can't quite bring myself to do that." The white-furred mammal spoke with a gloom. "I'd prefer not to mince words when speaking about this subject, so I'll just get right into it if you don't mind. A couple of you are already aware of this, and we've managed to keep it a secret up until now. But it brings me great sorrow to announce to you that your classmate, Tenya Iida, died last Thursday." As the hero course hopefuls took in the news of the Chimera, silence descended upon the room. Everyone started staring at each other with a wide range of expressions, but nobody dared to speak. While some were simply shocked, others were perplexed. Abara Shiozaki from 1B instantly clasped her hands together and prayed silently. The Iida family has chosen not to disclose this information to the general public for the time being, but has permitted us to tell you all. Their family is going through quite a troubling time as of right now, so this was no doubt hard for them to do. They ask that you keep this information to yourselves until the official announcement has been made. As she sank into her seat, Setsuna Tokage muttered to herself, "What the hell?" Izuku was embarrassed by this discovery as well, even though he detested 1A. He was informed of Tenya's brother Ingenium's terrible demise and that he had been devastated ever since the sports festival, but his untimely death. Dean Nezu, sir, what happened? Monoma raised his hand as the first person to summon the courage to speak aloud, determined not to let the situation drag on. The dean let out a long sigh and turned to face the hero student. Young Iida's life was brought to an end by the hands of the hero killer, Stain. He and another individual were found dead at the scene after the attack on Hosu was brought to an end. Itsuka Kendo dragged her hand across her face and said, "Oh my god." Midoriya looked back to see what was happening when he heard coughing and sniffling coming from the group's back row. He caught a glimpse of Uraraka, his old crush, who appeared to be about to have a breakdown. Even though she was crying, he did not sympathize with her because of his surprise. Nezu reiterated, "I know that this is very concerning news for all of you. I also want you all to know that our faculty is here for you if you need it. Anui-kun will be providing counseling sessions to anyone who wants to speak with him after we conclude this assembly. And anyone who feels as though they need time off can request it through their homeroom teacher." That made a lot of sense, no doubt about it. Naturally, it would take some time for some of the students to process and comprehend the whole situation. They recently lost a classmate to a crazy killer. In addition to this, the funeral for young Tenya Iida will be held this Saturday in Tokyo for those who wish to pay their respects. All of you have been invited and I would be grateful if you were to attend and give his family your regards. After that announcement, there was a prolonged period of silence. Before long, the waterworks were in full force, and the majority of 1A was crying in their seats. The only individuals who appeared to be crying were Shoji, Tokiyami, and Todoroki. Perhaps they were still in shock because they still appeared to be quite taken aback by this. Now, students, I'll turn the floor over to Aizawa. He has a few things that must be addressed. I know all of you still need time to come to terms with the passing of your classmate, but please do your best to listen to what he has to say. Aizawa moved up to the podium as Nezu stepped down. The man with the black hair started, "I apologize for having to alter the atmosphere so drastically." He appeared to have gone days without sleep, and his voice was raspy and exhausted. But there are some details about this situation that you all need to be made aware of. Can you please elaborate, Sensei? From the information that we have, along with several eyewitness testimonies, it has come to our attention that this incident could have been avoided. He said. What do you mean? I'm going to give it to you straight. Iida purposely went looking for a fight with Stain. The pro-hero that he was interning under told us that as soon as the League of Villains attack started, your classmate ran off on his own and tried to hunt down the hero killer. What? A number of pupils exclaimed in shock. As many of you know, his brother was injured by the man as well. With this in mind, along with the fact that he chose an internship in Hosu over anywhere else, it stands to reason that Iida went there with the full intention of confronting the hero killer himself. Stain is known to operate in secluded alleys away from the public, and that's exactly where Iida's body was found. I'm not going to speculate what his exact reasons were, but the fact of the matter is, he went looking for a fight and he found it. Uraraka yelled, "That can't be true." Immediately, the girl appears completely disheveled. Iida would never do something that reckless. Kirishima responded, "Uraraka's right. Iida's way too smart to go after someone like that on his own." Those two were always among the dumbest of the pack, Izuku said, mocking Ochako and Eijiro's lack of knowledge. Prior to his death, the two of them were totally unaware of their own friend's suffering. Tenya always struck me as conceited, entitled, and pitifully controlling. It would be a miracle if he were completely humble, given that he grew up in a wealthy family of veteran heroes. He seemed on the edge of a breakdown because he was so accustomed to getting his way that even the smallest hint of disobedience set him off. And what could be more unexpected, devastating, and life-altering than almost losing a brother to a crazy, deranged person? Tenya would undoubtedly lose his mind and turn his back on logic in favor of retaliation. Izuku shrugged, the shock gone and replaced with apathy. Ironically, Despite the mutual antipathy, he was no different from Katsuki. Good riddance. I understand how you feel, but take all of this into account. Several local heroes spotted him running through alleyways in the area, and it was confirmed that he abandoned the pro hero that he was with the first chance he got. You can't be serious. I want all of you to understand that you are still students. Some of you may have gone through your fair share of ordeals, but you are a long way away from being licensed heroes. Acting foolishly and taking things into your own hands will almost always result in outcomes like these. You all need to understand that so something like this never happens again. Aizawa retreated from the podium and took his seat again, deciding that his students had had enough of his directness. Soon after, the assembly came to an end, and the students returned to their classrooms. As anticipated, a sizable section of 1A lingered to converse with Hound Dog and with each other. Izuku would try to offer his condolences to his former classmates if he weren't feeling so spiteful, but he has decided to stop interacting with them. They have it coming, no matter what else occurs. 1E saw Todoroki glaring at him with a chilly expression on his face as he left the assembly hall. Izuku only said, "Bite me, you fucking failure," to the pitiful son of Endeavor. Shoto was greatly agitated by this, but fortunately, he refrained from doing something that he would later come to regret. After classes ended, Izuku took some time to get home. Rather, he headed to a plain building a few blocks away from his apartment. He stopped in front of a particular door after riding the elevator to the 5th floor. The owner of the apartment, Daichi Noguchi, knocked and opened the door almost instantly. Daichi nodded curtly and said, "Midoriya," moving aside to allow him entry. The small living room of the apartment was packed with people. Some were alumni, and some were UA students now. They included former Shota Aizawa students Minoru Mineta and Chiura Chiyumi. Not all of their network had attended this meeting, Izuku observed as he looked around. Izuku asked in a neutral tone, "Where are the others?" "They couldn't make it," Daichi disclosed. "But they're only a call away if we need them. Let's get started." There was a lot of tension in the air as everyone took their seats. One of the guests, a young woman with a confident smirk and keen eyes, raised her voice. "The reporter you chose came through, Midoriya. She's already biting at the chance to write the story. She wants to expose UA and make them bleed." Unsurprised, Izuku nodded. He knew the reporter would readily accept their request, so he had chosen her carefully. She wasn't just any journalist. She had been expelled from UA in her 3rd year of study. She had been a classmate of Aizawa's, but not one of his students. Aizawa allegedly planned her expulsion because of something she did that was unacceptable. Izuku didn't care whether she deserved her fate or not. What mattered to him was that she had the talent and the resentment to carry out their scheme. Chiura voiced an issue as the group talked about logistics. Ida's death changes things. If we release our stories now, there's a chance that it'll backfire with UA twisting the narrative and making it seem like we're exploiting his tragedy. Best case scenario, the university takes full blame for what transpired. A rare moment of vulnerability flashed across Izuku's face as he sighed. In his own words, Iida wasn't an easy man to work with, too rigid, too quick to act without thinking. But out of everyone in Class 1A, he had a better understanding of what being a hero was all about. Izuku continued, his voice firm but soft with a hint of manipulation, and the room fell silent. The Iida family has produced many true heroes. They deserved every bit of respect they earned, and none of the suffering that came their way. I hope Stain is caught and left to rot in Tartarus for the rest of his miserable life. The group briefly joined him in his silent grief. Then Izuku's tone changed to the icy resolve they had grown accustomed to seeing in him, and his face hardened. But let's make one thing clear, UA is primarily to blame for Ida's death. As he went on, all remaining doubts were silenced as eyes turned to him. Like that hypocrite, Aizawa said, his death was preventable. Ingenium's tragic defeat wasn't some secret, it was national news. Everyone knew Stain was last seen in Hosu. And yet not one teacher thought to check on Tenya Iida, to see how he was coping. No one cared enough to guide him through his grief. Instead, they expected him to push it aside and act like nothing had happened, as though his brother's ruination didn't matter. And when he couldn't, when his anger got the better of him, they let him walk straight into a trap. Chiura, who had first expressed reluctance, turned away, her face displaying a hint of shame. If Aizawa cared at all for us, like his logical ruses and tastes of death were supposed to imply, he should have banned all internship offers from Hosu and prevented any student from entering that city until the threat of Stain had passed. And what was it that Aizawa did instead? It was Daichi who responded, his voice full of poison, taking a week-long nap, as usual. Bastard, Shira whispered to herself. Izuku stepped forward, his voice growing firm. Ua's arrogance is its greatest flaw. They've let their past successes blind them to their shortcomings. The League of Villains attack was just the first example. Ida's death is another. The world needs to see this, needs to see that Ua isn't the infallible institution it claims to be. Only then can real change happen. He looked around the room, his sharp eyes focusing on each of them in turn. But if our actions have consequences, if exposing them leads to irreversible damage, then it's not on us to fix it. That responsibility falls to the real heroes, not us. As his words sank in, the room fell into a thick silence. Then each member of the group nodded in agreement. Their course was set, their resolve rejuvenated. It would be impossible to go back. Nevertheless, Izuku would resolve his personal issues before Aizawa received his just desserts. As the days stretched on, UA was threatened by a dark, metaphysical cloud. Although it was still crucial to get hero students ready for the impending midterm final exam, the staff understood that Class 1A needed time to recover and take in everything they had been through. They had transformed from a bright class that survived their first villain attack to a group that was continuously scrutinized, with 2 or 3 students already expelled for embarrassing reasons. Tsuyu's account of her encounter with Izuku on the train, which exposed his disdain for them, only served to exacerbate the situation. Izuku detested not only his words but also the unvarnished honesty in his voice. He didn't care about his quirk or the hope it might have given them. The only person who dared to suggest that Izuku might be giggling at Tenya's passing from a distance was Kirishima. The grim realities weighed down the faces of the UA staff as they assembled in the conference room. Their collective conscience was scarred by the hero killer Stain's death of Tenya Iida, and guilt tore at them as they looked back on the incident. They ought to have reconsidered Tenya's internship decision and given more consideration to his mental health. We failed him. Midnight abruptly broke the quiet. There's no way around it. We should have seen how much he was struggling. We can't undo what's happened, Nezu, in a measured but serious tone, interrupted. What we can do is ensure no more students slip through the cracks. That's easy to say, intoned Power Loader. But it's not like we have the resources to monitor every student's personal life. Present Mike pondered, there's no use in doing that since that ain't heroic. But there's no guarantee that this won't happen again, so we have to try something. Aizawa squeezed the bridge of his nose while seated at the end of the table. Look, we all know what needs to change. Better communication, stricter oversight, I get it, but right now, we need to focus on how we're going to handle the fallout. When this gets out, the media's going to tear us apart. They can't make this into our fault, Ectoplasm said, frowning. The hero killer is responsible, not us. But we didn't stop it either, Vlad declared in a low voice. Toshinori said nothing, his mind elsewhere. Everything he was juggling, including improving his teaching skills, training Mirio Tagata to be his successor, the unresolved conflict with Izuku, and now the suffering of the Iida family, caused his mind to race. He thought bitterly, I should have seen it sooner. However, seeing is insufficient, is it? I can't punch my way out of this issue. His reverie was cut short when the door exploded open. 13, looking frazzled, hurried in without her space costume. Breathlessly, she stated, we have a situation, it's about Bakugo. What now? Moaned Aizawa. To say that Katsuki has been an unpleasant guest and patient would be an understatement. He is still in Ua receiving medical care from Recovery Girl because Chio needs to keep him under observation until his arms and quirk factor fully heal before he can be brought to Shiketsu to face his suspension and villain rehabilitation. 13 raised her cell phone. You all need to see this. The employees examined their gadgets one by one. The videos she was referring to were all over the Hero Network, spreading like wildfire. Their blood ran cold from the content. In every clip, Bakugo was portrayed as a violent school bully who blatantly broke the law by using quirks illegally and attacking his peers. In one video, he was seen striking a student in the stomach with his fist as the victim attempted to appease him. In another, his laughter could be heard over the screams as he blasted a heteromorph student down a hallway. Records showed him pinning a fellow student against a locker, kicking a girl off a lunch bench, and setting off explosions dangerously near their ears. Aizawa frowned more deeply. These have to be fake. Katsuki's a hostile little shit, but he's not this depraved. If he were, we would have figured it out before we let him set foot in this institute. Power Loader gave a headshake. There's too much here, Eraser. These videos go back years to Bakugo's middle school days. Did we catch any of this? Because it sure looks like we didn't. There was silence in the room because most of the videos showed Bakugo torturing a young Midoriya. Under Bakugo's constant abuse, the quiet, eccentric boy hardly batted an eye. The image of the Izuku he remembered, the boy who smiled through his tears, was reduced to a punching bag, and Toshinori felt his chest tighten. At last, Midnight spoke, her voice shaking with rage. He's not just a troubled kid. He's a villain in the making. Nezu's paws were steepled. If this is true, then our oversight failed more than just Tenya Iida. It failed Katsuki Bakugo. We need to decide, as a staff, what we do about this, immediately. Aizawa let out a sigh. Whatever happens, he's still being transferred to Shiketsu. But if these videos are real, we might have been sending them a ticking time bomb. Arguments, accusations, and inquiries about how they had missed so much broke out in the room. Izuku's scarred face was still fresh in Toshinori's mind as he sat in silence. How can we claim to be heroes if we were unable to save him from Bakugo? Quote, a professional hero license is needed to access the Hero Network, an online service. Pro-hero activity reports from all around the nation are included. Additionally, users can ask other heroes for help, as they might have a useful quirk for a specific task. Hero academies give their students limited access to this network so they can improve their usefulness on other websites, such as publishing videos, and aid in their training by getting a better understanding of how pro-heroes function. Hundreds of videos showing Katsuki Bakugo's violent acts were made public by an anonymous user using this access. UA as a whole saw them. The reaction was instantaneous. A mix of disgust and embarrassment at the extent one could go just because they were born with a strong quirk. Although Bakugo's violence and vulgarity were obvious to everyone at the university, no one voiced their disapproval because the instructors had never taken any concrete action to address the issue. They had only given him regular detentions, considering his actions to be a minor irritation. Although Katsuki's misbehavior was promptly reprimanded by other teachers, none of them ever gave it the serious attention it required. Eraserhead, his homeroom teacher, merely advised him to grow up and quit wasting his potential, while All Might, who was too new to teaching, seemed either unaware of this or overly preoccupied with motivating the students to effectively intervene. For the students, the presence of the symbol of peace had been an exciting novelty, and they chose to ignore it, believing that everything would work itself out. The videos provided some validation for Class 1B, who had long been resentful of the attention and privilege they believed 1A was receiving. This appeared to support their long-held views that 1A was conceited and unworthy of the limelight. Even so, some of them were able to acknowledge that their presumptions were incorrect. Thinking back on his own behavior, Monoma reluctantly admitted that Izuku Midoriya might have been the most worthy of the hero title of all of them. They were simply too preoccupied with his lack of a quirk to notice anything else, and at the very least, Monoma no longer felt bad about Midoriya breaking his nose. The fallout was disastrous for 1A. For a whole month, they had put up with Bakugo's brutality. Some were oblivious, while others were under pressure from Aizawa to concentrate only on their hero training. Bakugo's depiction of Midoriya as a helpless, quirkless annoyance also won over many. Those who initially questioned Bakugo's story had ultimately allowed themselves to be convinced. Their future seemed more bleak than before. Once Bakugo's strongest ally, Kirishima, appeared to be about to have a panic attack, his trust in the man he had referred to as manly, completely destroyed. The videos were also viewed by Katsuki Bakugo, whose arms had healed enough to move and carry out simple tasks. As years of his wrongdoings were revealed to the nation, he watched in increasing horror. He wasn't a fool. In spite of his savagery, he had always known in his heart that he was acting more like a villain than a hero. He had acted out of an obsession with Midoriya and a desperate desire to be recognized as the strongest. He had persuaded himself that his past could stay hidden, that UA's reputation and his teacher's close supervision would protect him from any actual repercussions. However, they hadn't performed well enough, and now his private affairs were in the open. Katsuki's thoughts became disorganized. Suddenly, being denied permission to remain in UA was the least of his worries. He was no longer able to be a hero. It was all over, his future, his dreams. Panic threatened to eat him alive as it clawed at his chest. Finding someone to blame was the only thing that made sense and had ever mattered to him in that desperate moment, and his broken psyche clung to it. His face contorted in unadulterated rage as his hands tightened around his phone. Izuku was unable to recall when he had experienced genuine happiness. Although watching All Might videos had always made him feel better, he now realized that it had only ever served as a coping strategy. Nothing had been resolved by it. His life had been characterized by suffering and disappointment for as long as he could recall. In order to get out of it, he had held on to two dreams: enrolling at UA University and becoming a quirkless hero, or eventually discovering his own quirk. He had accomplished both now. He had finally awakened a quirk, gotten into UA, and defied the odds. But the disappointment and pain persisted, unaltered. He had only come to realize that the world was as cruel as it had always been after joining UA. Until his quirk awoke, everything had stayed the same, but Izuku still didn't feel satisfied with the world, particularly with regard to his old friend Katsuki Bakugo. His enmity was as intense as ever. However, Bakugo's views were now irrelevant. It didn't matter. Izuku was now by himself in Ground Gamma, the industrial maze of cranes, pipelines, and large machinery built to push quirks to their limits. He was here to train, not because he wanted to be a hero, he'd abandoned that dream, but because he'd demanded control. The power of his quirk could cause chaos if he didn't learn to control it. He couldn't ignore the danger of being able to release waves of heat that could burn everything in his vicinity and raise his body temperature to 10,000 Kelvin. Izuku closed his eyes, letting his temperature rise. His body emitted a slight shimmer of heat, and the surrounding air became unbearably hot. He thought and sent out a wave of heat that warmed the metal buildings around him. Heat seeped into pipes, causing their surfaces to expand and machinery to hiss. Izuku extended his hand and felt the connection as he guided smaller objects into a controlled orbit around him by lifting them into the air. Because manipulating the larger objects required higher temperatures, they resisted. He spent several minutes honing his control and testing the effects by slightly increasing his body temperature. He started to exhale steam, mostly from his mouth and newly enlarged pores, which swirled around him and became a dense cloud. Izuku gave a small smile. That's new. He condensed the steam into a tight sphere by forcing it to rise higher with a flick of his fingers. Its density, its weight in his mind, was palpable. Let's see what you can do, he whispered, his new eyes glimmering with anticipation. A portion of the industrial site was destroyed as he threw the sphere downward and watched it smash into the ground with explosive force. In the wake, steam rose and then dissolved into thin air. Satisfied, Izuku surveyed the damage. Worrying about collateral damage is pointless. This place was built to be demolished over and over again, after all. He was startled out of his reverie by a vibration in his pocket. He noticed a message from Daichi Noguchi when he took out his phone. Daichi. The journalist is prepared. Tonight at 6 p.m., we meet her. Izuku narrowed his ominous eyes and grinned. His plan was coming together in the last stages. Aizawa would soon be held accountable for his deeds. All Might and Dean Nezu kept a close eye on Izuku's training from the observation room above. Nezu leaned forward, his paw on the console, his keen eyes watching every move. Remarkable, thought Nezu. He's learning so quickly. Heat Esper is unlike any other quirk we've documented. Its psionic nature gives him near limitless possibilities. Midnight mentioned that Midoriya has superb analytical skills when it comes to quirks. It seems she was correct. All Might didn't say anything, his gaze focused on the boy below. Nezu gave him a quick look. Had I known about his intellect sooner, I would have taken him as a personal student. Even without a quirk, his mind alone would have made him an asset. Aizawa was wise to delay expelling him. Toshinori Yagi remained silent, remorse gnawing at his mind, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He ought to have done it. The thought sounded like a devil's mocking whisper. Instead of inheriting Tagata, he ought to have inherited One for All. He dismissed the idea with a shake of his head. If Izuku's path had ever been entwined with One for All, it was no longer. However, Toshinori couldn't help but wonder how things might have turned out if he had made a different decision as he observed the young man below. What's more, is Izuku truly done being heroic? If so, what else is there left to do in his life? In addition to its many physical advantages, his quirk enables him to heal people. The rest of society will not permit him to pursue any other type of career or way of life. Toshinori may appear to be unaware of all the negative aspects of a world where superpowers exist, but he is aware enough to know that many pro-heroes were compelled to pursue this line of work because their quirks were too valuable to be permitted to work as a salesperson or cashier. Because it will put citizens and even themselves in danger, Toshinori does not want anyone to be without the heart to bear the burden of a hero. While Toshinori and Aizawa are not doing any better, Nezu and the other staff members are hopeful that the original Izuku can still be salvaged. Izuku has given up on the dream that has propelled him for years since he was a young boy and is searching for alternative means of support, such as using his aptitude for analysis to potentially work as a quirk counselor, or anything else besides risking his new life to save others. Seeing a brave person pass away before he had an opportunity to shine in this gloomy and impending collapse is heartbreaking, but what's done is done. The sacred torch that is one for all is now Mirio Tagata's to bear, one whose noble heart remains strong and full of hope against an otherwise bleak future. Since the symbol of peace was unable to sustain Midoriya's dream, it is the responsibility of the new symbol, Lemillion, to make sure that nobody else experiences the same kind of suffering as Midoriya. Although Arita Madoka was a woman with modest needs, she initially had lofty goals, much like any young person hoping to grow up to be a pro-hero. She had some of the best times of her life while attending Ua University, where she felt honored to be able to study with people who would go on to become legendary heroes like Present Mike, Midnight, or 13. Eraserhead, however, was the hero who was most despised. Despite her best efforts, Arita was unable to conceal the fact that she harbored a deep and abiding hatred for that man. And how could she not be snubbed by Aizawa and his charming logic, so close to graduating and becoming a pro? He accused her of being responsible for a child's death during work studies. She won't deny that she is still quite ruthless and prone to reckless behavior under pressure, but she wasn't the only person in that mess who put everything at risk and allowed that villainous monster to get away with his crimes. She was expelled outright, however, because the dean at the time didn't share that opinion. She was abandoned by her family, ridiculed by society, and left to rot on the streets without any support from her peers. To protect their asses, who were equally as guilty as she was, they all allowed her to take the blame. She went to prostitution because she was so desperate to make ends meet, but in what she can only call a miracle, the first man she was willing to blow out decided she was too attractive to be just another toy for pleasure and made her an offer she couldn't turn down. She is now a well-respected and feared reporter who doesn't hesitate to get her hands dirty. She is also happily married to her savior and has twin boys who will hopefully one day enroll at Shiketsu University and honor her. But there was still one unresolved matter. She'd tried to move on, but some wounds never heal. No amount of success could make up for the bitterness that Aizawa had stolen her dreams and future. She was intrigued when she first got the anonymous message about him. The sender asserted, "I have stories about Aizawa you'll want to hear." Arita investigated the contact because she had learned to be cautious from her experience. She was shocked by what she discovered. Izuku Midoriya, the former quirkless prodigy. Arita could barely believe her luck now, standing in front of him in a darkened apartment. Midoriya had a story that would sell itself, so this wasn't just some irate ex-student. After finding a quirk he had been waiting almost 20 years to awaken, a helpless boy who defied the odds eventually left Ua. A living example of how poorly UA has raised its students. That wasn't all, though. Izuku waved around the room, where almost a dozen other people sat with grim to determined looks on their faces. He said, "These are just the ones who were willing to come forward," in a serious tone. The rest, well, some are in prison, and others didn't last long after getting kicked out of their homes. Arita's heart sank as she took in the sheer number of faces. She was aware that under Aizawa, UA's expulsion rate had increased, but this was much worse than she had anticipated. Her voice was low as she questioned, "Is this all because of him?" Izuku's intense dark eyes blazed. "Not just him, the system. But Aizawa represents everything wrong with it." With her journalistic instincts taking over, Arita nodded. "You've got my attention. Let's start with your story, then we'll move on to theirs." Izuku grinned. "When we're done, UA will never be the same again." Arita's fists clenched as a wave of long-suppressed joy rose to the surface. As the elements of her retaliation started to come together, she thought, "Payback time, Shota." As he strolled through the well-known hallways of UA University, the place where his most recent tragedies had occurred, Izuku thought to himself, "Just a little while longer and everything will fall into place." They felt different now, calm, almost peaceful. This epiphany had only come after leaving the hero course. It was freeing to be alone. Even though he still felt lonely, it seemed like a small price to pay for the peace he now valued because no one dared to bother him. But it was his final victory over Katsuki Bakugo that gave him the greatest satisfaction. Bakugo would always cherish the memory of his face when the leaked videos were made public. The footage was incriminating. unmistakable proof of Bakugo's lengthy history of bullying, his frequent use of his quirk in violent outbursts in public, and the extreme cruelty he inflicted on people, particularly Izuku. The worst offense was the one video about him suicide baiting Izuku. Bakugo's irrational claims that Deku was responsible for the leak were disproved because Izuku had made sure there was no direct connection. One of his former tormentors, who is now an expert hacker, had been forced to upload the video by Izuku. After the deed was completed, Izuku made sure the laptop was destroyed and the hard drives were wiped. And it was a complete success. But since Dean Nezu wasn't interested in finding the leaker, maybe he overworked himself for nothing. The guilty in the videos were the main focus of his attention. Once regarded as a rising star, Katsuki was now being charged with a crime. Given his obvious sadistic tendencies and his public use of quirks, he might have ended up in Tartarus, the maximum security prison for villains. Rather, he received a 10-year sentence in a less infamous institution, with the possibility of parole conditioned on good behavior, a requirement that Bakugo was never able to fulfill, as everyone knew. But even with this victory, a shadow lingered in Izuku's heart. Katsuki's parents had always been kind to him, understanding his hardships when the world rejected him as disabled. It was heartbreaking to see their family fall apart due to their son's behavior and Izuku's reprisal. Inko Midoriya felt devastated. For years, she and Katsuki's mother, Mitsuki, had been best friends. Izuku had not told her the truth about Katsuki's bullying because she didn't want to make things more difficult for her. However, now that the truth was out, their relationship was forever ruined. Their family had never cried so much as they did the night the videos were made public, but Inko supported her son and refused to hold him responsible for his own self-defense. The ripple effect his actions had caused was not all negative. Indeed, all was proceeding just as Izuku had hoped. Forever letting someone as unstable as Katsuki into their hero course, Ua came under heavy fire. In order to reevaluate each student's character, the administration had to delve deeply into their moral fiber and motivations. Izuku knew students who were now being criticized for their attitudes, such as Togaru Kamakiri and Nito Monoma, who were aggressive, self-centered, and proud. Soon, those judged unfit would be replaced by new faces from the general course as Ua cleaned up. Izuku realized for the first time the purpose of villains. There was something intoxicating about hurting people for your own benefit, for your own validation, that he hadn't anticipated. Years ago, he ought to have attempted to expose Katsuki. He could have obtained the evidence himself. With his constant rage, he would have swallowed it up, sold 1 or 4 of his All Might items to raise enough cash to purchase any kind of spy gear, positioned it throughout Aldera in unobserved locations, and allowed his bullies to dig their own graves because no one thought he would ever strike back. However, he was weak at the time and mistakenly believed that showing mercy was noble when all he did was enable his tormentors to develop into villains in the making. By exposing them earlier, he could have given them an opportunity to grow up and change their ways through humiliation and dashed hopes. What hurt the most was that if he had confronted Katsuki sooner, he could have kept his friendship with him intact, or at least saved the version of himself he once lovingly called Kachan. However, Katsuki had given in to his darkest tendencies and lived up to the codename King Explosion Murder, boasting about calling himself a hero in kindergarten despite everyone telling him that was a villainous name. Although it's difficult to acknowledge, Izuku Midoriya himself was the one who detested the original Izuku Midoriya the most. These limitations of misdirected empathy do not apply to the he of today. Because of his mixed ancestry, the teachers named his awakened quirk Heat Esper, but Phoenix Force is a more accurate term. He rose from the ashes, just like the fabled Firebird, and his enemies will perish in his fire. All of Katsuki's previous schools that permitted the bullying to continue for as long as it did are examples of these adversaries. Some avoided the scrutiny with their reputations hardly intact, but the Aldera school, where Katsuki was at his worst, was shut down and all of its faculty members were charged with crimes. Since Bakugo got away with so much for having a powerful quirk, those with similar, promising quirks were inspired to do the same, along with the lackeys who made money off the suffering of the weak. Izuku showed mercy to some of his other tormentors, either those who weren't all that bad or those who were just afraid of being bullied as well. The others, he made sure to find videos of their misdeeds as well. None were spared, and although they did not suffer the same fate as Katsuki, being imprisoned, they were expelled from their schools, whether they were heroic or not, and they lost their jobs. However, it turns out that not all institutions accept anyone who might incite hostility. Izuku wants to claim responsibility for all of their pain at this point. Give them a valid reason to despise him. They would never aid Bakugo, and they are unable to assist one another in getting out of this mess. The only people who ever had friends were Katsuki Bakugo's lackeys, who followed him to avoid facing his wrath. When it's Shota Aizawa's turn to be revealed as a villain in his own way, the world will soon find out if he has any true friends who will defend him. Nezu will also have to clean house once more after having to acknowledge that one of his brightest and newest students was actually a villain of the worst kind. A living disgrace to all that heroes ought to oppose. He turned a corner and saw All Might standing there, interrupting his gloomy thoughts. Izuku would have been ecstatic to see the man who used to represent all of his dreams, but now he also has no meaning for him. All Might called, "Why, young Midoriya," in an unusually hesitant tone. "I'm glad I found you. There's something I'd like to ask of you." "What do you want, little Might?" When he was in the hero course, All Might had been friendly to him but otherwise had ignored him, just as he had done when he had saved him from the sludge villain and left him alone on that rooftop. Izuku asked with dissatisfaction. All Might recoiled at the moniker. Izuku has been aware of Toshinori's weakness for more than a year, and as far as he knew, Midoriya never disclosed it to anyone. Toshinori was appreciative of this and wished he had the guts to confront him about it sooner, but that isn't the purpose of this visit. Classes 1A and 1B were particularly affected by the tense atmosphere at UA as the midterm final exams drew near. Bakugo's expulsion loomed like a specter over 1A, a grim reminder of what could happen when one crossed the line, and Todoroki faces the possibility of being kicked out of the hero course because his decision to use only half his quirk is too risky to ignore any longer. He has also been given a stern warning to clean up his act. The formerly arrogant Todoroki was more aloof and icy than before, and his annoyance was evident in every exchange. Comparatively speaking, Class 1B had fared marginally better, but even their unity was beginning to splinter. Monoma and Kamakiri, both warned for their unheroic attitudes, had fallen silent, heartbroken by the comparisons made between Bakugo and themselves. Their classmates wanted to support them, but the oppressive environment left them exhausted and weakened. A joint study session was organized in an attempt to bring the two classes together and alleviate the growing tension. After more than a month of petty rivalries, mostly stoked by Monoma's antics, they now had a common enemy: their own shortcomings. Once a symbol of their failings, their contempt for Midoriya, the quirkless boy who had briefly lived among them, had been shaken by his ascent to prominence and their shared conviction that he had contributed to Bakugo's transgressions. Their illusions of heroism had been shattered by Midoriya's silent departure, and they held on to the hope that they could still save their dreams despite rumors that he harbored resentment toward them. Yaoyorozu's strict study schedule helped most students get through the written portion of the final exams, but it was the practical portion that made them nervous. Itsuka Kendo's mistake only made the situation worse. She had told everyone they would be dealing with robots, just like in the entrance exam, but when Dean Nezu revealed the truth, it was clear that she had made a mistake. This year, Nezu declared with a cheeky grin, "You will be up against a special visitor, a genuine foe who has kindly offered to try your mettle. Your objective is straightforward: get to the exit. Although you don't have to beat him, I do advise you to be ready for anything." The announcement caused a stir in the classroom. 3 pairs, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, Uraraka and Aoyama, and Ashido and Kaminari, were the first to go through the trial. Although they were 3 different teams, they were told to take the test together, traveling to Ground Beta, UA's expansive mock city. The uneasy silence was broken by Kaminari's voice as the 6 students made their way through the maze of streets and crumbling facades, trying to stay hopeful. "What if it's someone big, like Endeavor or Mirko? So that would be crazy." Quote, "If it's him, I'll deal with it," Shoto muttered, his voice icy and unsteady, his face darkening as the word Endeavor was mentioned, his hands twitching, and frost creeping over his shoulder. Despite their uncomfortable looks, Momo and Ochako made an effort to maintain a lighthearted tone. "Whoever it is," Momo remarked, "we'll cooperate and solve this. We've experienced worse." Quote. When Mina's voice echoed in alarm, her optimism wavered, "Coming." Quote. When the 6 looked up, they saw a bus flying toward them, and Shoto instinctively raised a huge wall of ice to stop it. The bus struck the frozen barrier, breaking the ice but not hurting the team. "Superpowers. Is that all?" With his confidence restored, Shoto sneered, "This will be simpler than I anticipated." He was silenced by a thunderous boom, and then a shockwave so strong that it destroyed his barrier from the other side of the ice wall sent all 6 students sprawling to the ground, and the bus came crashing down, its metal frame moaning as it skidded to a stop inches from Kaminari, who scrambled back in fear. Their opponent, who would soon become their worst nightmare, or worse, their downfall, was standing atop the wrecked car. Midoriya Izuku. Heat waves shimmered in the air around him, the ground beneath his feet smoldering with each step, and he stepped forward, his eyes relentless and cold, cutting into each of them like a knife. His new mutation is functioning as a pseudo-costume for a villainous persona while his quirk is active, with thermal energy glowing inside him. He was only wearing his trademark red boots and green tracksuit pants, exposing his muscular upper torso aside from two black and white bracelets on his wrists. The remaining members of 1A watched in bated breath in the monitor room, trying to comprehend the sight of Izuku Midoriya, the once quirkless boy they had dismissed, now standing as their final exams, villain. The 6 students were completely shaken. With hardly any remaining poise, Momo yelled at him, "Midoriya! Why are you here? Why would you be permitted to participate in this by the teachers?" Quote, "You idiots were supposed to face the teachers 2-on-1, and they'd even agreed to handicap themselves to give you a fighting chance," Izuku said in a chillingly composed but contemptuous response. "However, they discovered that none of you were worth the effort, which surprised them. Instead, they came up to me and made me an offer I couldn't turn down, so here I am, the villain you've always imagined me to be. What's left of you degenerates are now against me." Not only was the insult directed at the 6 in-ground beta, but it was a condemnation of all of Class 1A, and the poison in his voice hurt more than any wound. Todoroki was forced to take action as Izuku lifted his left hand and unleashed a shockwave of concentrated heat, which roared through the air like a freight train. He slammed his right foot down and called forth his heaven-piercing ice wall, the enormous ridge of ice that stretched across, determined to cover a large area of the training ground. But it was too hot. The ice was melted with frightening ease by the wave of superheated air, and the water immediately turned to steam. The resulting force threw Shoto off his feet and sent him flying through a nearby convenience store window. One terrible truth paralyzed the other 5 students, and they froze. Todoroki, their strongest member, had been eliminated in a single blow. Izuku lowered his hand and grinned, saying, "Pathetic. Like Bakugo, you go down after one hit. Now what, are you going to cry over it?" Quote. Mina clenched her fists, but her hands trembled, revealing her fear. Kaminari gulped loudly, his usual easygoing manner absent. Sharp and commanding, Izuku's voice broke the tension. "You think this is hard? Do you believe this to be unfair? Get up. Just because the odds are against them doesn't mean that heroes have to give up. Just because your strongest one fell doesn't mean you have to give up. Now fight me instead of standing there like a deer in headlights." Quote. They were startled out of their reverie by the acerbic nature of his words. Kaminari took the initiative, gritting his teeth, saying, "All right. Do you want to fight? You possess one. Come back, everybody, I'll take care of this." Quote. The air crackled and hummed with energy as the waves surged toward Izuku, and Kaminari unleashed his indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts, causing a massive surge of electricity as the others rushed to clear. With quick thinking, Momo made an insulator sheet that was 100 millimeters thick, protecting Yuga, Mina, Ochako, and herself from Kaminari's destructive attack. For the first 3 seconds, Izuku's muscles tensed and he grimaced, but then, to everyone's horror, the pain seemed to subside, and he straightened, his smirk returning. The electricity struck Izuku full force, the strong current coursing through his body. He said in a disturbingly casual tone, "Out of luck as always, Kaminari," adding, "You were never smart, but try to remember this for the future. Heat is produced by electricity. And warmth. My playground is there." Izuku focused and used Heat Esper's thermodynamics, his body adjusting to absorb Kaminari's heat energy, the electricity dancing harmlessly across his skin without harming him. What the hell is going on? With his confidence shattered, Kaminari gasped. Any quirk can come off as disappointing in the wrong hands, and you're a big example of that, Izuku chided. In an instant, Izuku closed the distance with terrifying speed, grabbing Kaminari by the neck and effortlessly lifting him off the ground as the blonde flailed helplessly, his former bravado gone. "Recall all the times you startled me during training. It stung, sure, and I appreciated you not using so much against me," Izuku said in a mockingly inquisitive tone. "However, didn't it hurt more for you? How defeating a quirkless without exerting much effort required you to use more of your quirk's power than you initially believed? Did you do it out of fear? Perhaps embarrassed? Look at you now, then." As Izuku's hold tightened, Kaminari's eyes widened, and the memories of Jiro taunting him and his frustration at having to exert more effort against someone he had written off as weak suddenly returned to him. He felt the crushing weight of Izuku's strength, both literally and figuratively. Izuku hurled Kaminari across the battlefield with a burst of force, knocking the other 4 students off their feet as they groaned in agony, Kaminari unconscious, his body limp as the blonde slammed into the insulator sheet Momo had made, his body crumpling to the ground in a heap. Izuku turned his piercing gaze on her, his expression unreadable, and Momo scurried to her feet, her heart pounding. The insulator sheet had shielded them from more damage, but now she was vulnerable. He said, "You're next," and stepped forward purposefully. Momo Yaoyorozu, who grew up in one of Hero Society's most affluent and prestigious families, never desired anything and never really understood the struggle of aiming for something that was out of her reach. Her life had been given to her on a silver platter, quite literally at times, and because of her extraordinary quirk, she was regarded as a princess in every way. To her credit, though, Momo found this way of life frustrating because accomplishments felt meaningless when they came easily. She wanted to prove herself beyond her privilege and make connections with people from all walks of life, so she decided to become a pro-hero in order to accomplish something worthwhile through merit. Unfortunately, reality was harsher than she had expected. Momo could put up with Todoroki's overwhelming talent and Bakugo's abrasive dominance, but Izuku Midoriya was the one who cast the most unbearable shadow over her, the one she longed to escape, or else she would be mocked and scorned. She had extensive combat training and what was arguably one of the best quirks in UA, but she was always overshadowed. His determination, however, was both inspiring and frustrating, and for all his efforts, she saw his dream as a pointless endeavor, a waste of time and energy. Momo, in contrast to most of her peers, was intrigued by him, her first experience with someone quirkless. At first, she viewed him with a mixture of curiosity and pity, comparing him to someone blind, deaf, or mute. The sports festival then took place. Her father's intervention prevented her from being disowned, but even he couldn't conceal his disappointment. Midoriya, the liability, the quirkless nobody, humiliated her. His victory over her wasn't just a defeat, it was a blow to her pride and her family's reputation. Her mother's disdain following the incident still reverberated in her ears, criticizing her for using cheap weapons in the fight that made her predictable and for not using her quirk creatively. A quirkless defeats a Yaoyorozu. Unless she can exact revenge, her parents' friends will never let them move on from this, and they won't let her either. However, Bakugo's blatant attempt to kill Midoriya ended that opportunity. The quirkless boy she had once pitying was now a juggernaut, a force of nature with power and skill that dwarfed hers. To her, he was like All Might, if the #1 hero had been born in a volcano. Now, facing Midoriya once more, there was no hope for redemption. The words of her mother echoed in her head, "Be creative." Quote. Momo was determined not to let this happen again, so she came up with a plan. She made a grenade with a non-lethal liquid nitrogen compound that would freeze her opponent's body and cause Izuku to return to his quirkless self without his body heat. She disguised the grenade as a regular explosive and fired it precisely, knowing that Izuku wouldn't bother avoiding an attack he believed he could withstand because he had proven nearly impregnable to every previous attempt to harm him. Still, he managed to avoid it. Izuku disappeared in an instant, and the grenade froze everything around it, save for him. Her heart fell when she realized her error. Anticipating his next move, she hastily set up a stun grenade and fitted herself with a protective mask, setting it off with the intention of blinding him with a blinding burst of light, but her reaction was too slow. The grenade exploded harmlessly, but before it could do its damage, Izuku came up behind her and chopped her neck precisely, sending her crumpling to the ground. "Good to know someone can learn from their mistakes," Izuku said, his sarcastic tone piercing deeper than the actual blow, as he stepped back, his face unreadable. Then Yuga Aoyama launched a bright laser blast at Izuku, but the blast was useless due to the massive heat radiating from his body, the naval laser being neutralized by the barrier of heat surrounding his skin and clothing, and the kinetic energy from heat esper increasing his muscle mass and bone density, making him shock absorbent to physical harm. Ochako and Mina took their places, intent on bringing him down, and Uraraka sprang for a fallen light pole, using her zero gravity to lift it off the ground with ease, wielding it like a club and swinging it down toward Izuku with all her strength. With one hand he caught the pole as easily as a leaf on the wind, and with the same ease he ripped it from her hand and threw it at Mina, who had scudded behind him, ready to release a torrent of acid, but she was startled by the sight of the approaching pole, and her acid missed its mark completely in her panic. Izuku ignored the girls for the moment and turned his attention to Aoyama, who was standing motionless in terror. Izuku quickly drew closer to Aoyama, who was about to shoot another blast when he saw Midoriya's black and red eyes fixed on him, paralyzing him. Izuku's abrupt accusation struck Aoyama like a hammer. "Out of everyone in 1A, you were the one who hated me the most," he said in a cold, sharp voice. Izuku went on in an unflinching tone, "You did a good job of hiding it, but that's what made it worse. Every conclusion I could think of didn't add up." Trembling under the weight of Izuku's words, Aoyama remained silent. "You would have been like Bakugo, loud and unrepentant, if you really detested the quirkless. However, you weren't. It was really bothersome when you pretended that you were the only one who didn't have an issue with me. For example, you wanted to say something but were unable to. Was it too intimate, too painful, or was it easier to remain silent, even though it was more painful?" Quote. "Shut up," Aoyama muttered, his self-assured facade shattering like delicate glass. With a voice as sharp as a blade, Izuku pressed, "But I want to know, you owe me that much after I covered for you during the USJ attack." When Aoyama discovered a safe, if swelteringly hot, place to hide at the conflagration zone, his eyes widened in fear as he remembered how he had avoided the entire confrontation initiated by the League of Villains. "You believed no one was observing, didn't you?" "Well, I did," Izuku said in a tone full of contempt. "While the rest of us were fighting for our lives, I noticed you hiding out. You allowed Asui to almost overheat and left her helpless as the villain approached too closely to take advantage of her. All for your own protection. You were happy to see her go through hardships and be treated like a helpless whore." Aoyama begged, his voice cracking, "Stop it. Talk now, or I'll make sure the teachers and the rest of 1A know exactly what you did," Izuku said, stepping closer, his presence oppressive. "Or rather, the things you chose not to do. They'll believe me now, you know. My quirk is more powerful than yours." When Aoyama could take it no more, he screamed, his voice raw with pain and desperation, tears streaming down his face as his naval laser unleashed a beam far more powerful than he had ever displayed, destroying everything in its path. A whole building was destroyed by the destructive wave, which Ochako and Mina just missed. As the dust settled, Aoyama lay unconscious, exhausted and defeated, writhing in pain from the strain of using his quirk too much. Izuku, on the other hand, was unaffected by the blast and looked down at the fallen Aoyama with a look of disgust and disdain. The heat from the laser was just another source of energy that Heat Esper could absorb. Izuku sneered and turned away, saying, "I guess 1A will be losing another student. Cowards don't get to be heroes." Like so many others, Ochako Uraraka didn't fully comprehend the darker realities of the profession, the blood, the sacrifice, the morally dubious choices, until it was much too late. Ochako Uraraka had come to Ua University to become a pro-hero, and her dreams are no different from those of innumerable kids captivated by the idealized ideal of heroism. Ochako, however, had another motivation, one that was very private and personal and that she hardly ever dared to share with others. She wanted to become a pro-hero, not only for the fame but also for the wealth and prestige it could provide. Her family's financial difficulties were a major burden on her, and although she was too proud to accept charity, she hoped that her success would help them escape poverty. Her ambitions were admirable, but she was afraid they might come across as avaricious, lacking the unadulterated faith others so frequently professed. Nevertheless, she was proud of her will to succeed on her own merits, and when she enrolled at UA, she hoped to make friends among her peers, people who would encourage and uplift her, friends she could confide in during her darkest hours. She believed she had found her first real friend in Izuku Midoriya, a simple-looking but subtly attractive green-haired boy who had been the only one to save her during the entrance exam. She had felt her hope dwindling as she was trapped beneath falling debris, just a few seconds away from being crushed by a giant robot, when Izuku showed up, risking his life to save her while everyone else fled to save themselves. She hoped they would be in the same class after that day, and she even liked the nickname, Deku, even though Bakugo had originally used it as a taunt, because it sounded upbeat and hopeful. She was ecstatic when her wish was granted and they were assigned to Class 1A together. However, everything changed during the quirk assessment test. The class dynamic changed when Aizawa casually revealed that Izuku lacked a quirk. Ochako attempted to ignore it, concentrating instead on his amazing physical prowess, but over time, her ambitions and insecurities overcame her, and she started to distance herself from Izuku, reasoning that she needed to concentrate on her goals and that interacting with him was too much of a chore she couldn't handle. Izuku's eventual transformation should have been a moment of triumph, a celebration of his newfound strength and potential for them to embrace together as they journeyed on to a shining future, but instead it marked the beginning of something dark. She now regretted those heartless thoughts. What she had dismissed as pragmatic had been nothing but cowardice. She had abandoned someone who deserved better. Ochako had seen Izuku's bright dreams turn to rage, grief, and revenge. 1A had destroyed his dreams, and now he was going to hold them accountable. He had put Bakugo in jail, and everyone knew it was true. He had not cried when Iida passed away. The man who had once risked everything to save her was no more. After Aoyama passed out from exhaustion, Izuku turned to look at Ochako and Mina. His eyes, which were bloody red but similar to Mina's, blazed with a ferocity that made her shudder. They were unlike anything she had ever seen, radiating not only strength but also a fear that was almost primordial. Although Ochako was naive in many respects, she harbored a secret suspicion that Izuku had once cared for her, possibly even harboring a crush on her. However, if this were the case, any affection he may have had for her was long since gone, much like 1A's hope of redemption appeared to be. After exchanging a look, Ochako and Mina both silently concluded that there was no use in fighting and fell to their knees in surrender, their pride crushed under the weight of their guilt and fear. As all of this was going on, Shoto Todoroki woke up, brought back to consciousness by Izuku's searing shockwave, and was overcome not by memories of his troubled upbringing or his father's mistreatment, but by the pain of his more recent failures. The sports festival still tormented him, and he could still recall losing to Izuku Midoriya, when Midoriya had no quirks, in the obstacle race. Midoriya's landmine stunt had been ingenious, but losing to someone without a quirk had deeply damaged Shoto's pride. Assuming that no one would want to join him during the cavalry battle, especially after Midnight had given him the 10 million points, he had initially ridden Midoriya off. However, fate, being cruel as usual, had other ideas, and somehow Midoriya had persuaded Katsuki Bakugo, the person who detested him the most, to join a team. Despite all the odds, they had not only survived but flourished. Another clever move helped Midoriya's team win the second round. He tricked Bakugo and Shoto into destroying the 10 million point headband, then took advantage of the confusion to steal the headband Kaminari was wearing. The humiliation was painful, and Shoto had wished for a chance to play Midoriya in the tournament, determined to bury him in ice, but his team had barely made it to the tournament round, while Bakugo and Midoriya's team had won first place. Instead, Shoto fought Bakugo first, refusing to use his fire, and was severely beaten by Bakugo's unrelenting ferocity, leaving him broken and bruised. However, that rematch never materialized. The situation only got worse when Midoriya revealed his quirk, a fire-based power so powerful that Shoto couldn't help but wonder if the green-haired boy was actually All Might's love child or, worse, the result of an affair with his own father. Shoto didn't like to think about it, but Endeavor's lack of familial loyalty made it believable. He couldn't let someone like Midoriya, an outsider who had never carried Shoto's burdens, outshine him, and the possibility gnawed at him, especially as Endeavor started comparing him to Midoriya and scolding him for not having the boy's power. Shoto hated the comparisons, but they stoked something twisted inside of him that made him want to work harder. Shoto pushed himself up now, shaky but determined. He hadn't been tortured as a child and shaped into a weapon only to lose ground to someone who had only recently found strength, and he wouldn't let Midoriya overshadow him any longer. Shoto's bluster, however, was short-lived, as Izuku, ever observant, saw that he was waking up, and his thermoreception picked up on the rise in Shoto's body temperature. Before Shoto could fully recover his composure, Izuku was at his side. Shoto's breath caught as an unnatural chill spread through him, and Izuku grabbed him by the forehead with unnerving speed. His body became colder than he had ever experienced, despite his resistance to ice, and soon after, the first signs of hypothermia appeared, and his knees gave way under him. "Stand down," Izuku said in a stern, icy voice. "I've only taken in a small portion of your body heat. You'll freeze from the inside out if you keep fighting." The only way to prevent hypothermia was to generate heat, and that meant using his left side. Shoto collapsed, shivering uncontrollably, knowing that Izuku wasn't bluffing and that if he used his ice now, he'd freeze his internal organs, sealing his fate. However, Shoto was unable to do so because his hatred for his father was too strong. That fire represented more than just power. It was a representation of everything he hated, and using it would have been tantamount to giving in to Endeavor's authority and turning into the weapon his father had always desired. Shoto knew there was no way out, that Izuku would not assist him unless he gave up, and that his body could not stand it any longer, but Izuku loomed over him, waiting. Shoto, unable to bring himself to continue fighting, gave up in defeat with a heavy heart. Class 1A's final exam's first match ended in failure. It was hard to believe, but the faculty of UA University witnessed the aftermath of Class 1A's final exam in solemn silence. Izuku had just recently discovered his long-dormant quirk, but he had already realized enough of its potential to use it brilliantly in combat against those who had spent years honing their own quirks, and those 6 students never had a chance. Izuku was not only skilled at using his quirk, but he was also a powerful thinker who had studied the strategies of his old classmates and had carefully taken advantage of every flaw in their strategy. Informally, the exam served as a way for Izuku to vent his frustrations against his former classmates, hoping to quell his resentment and possibly rekindle the sense of heroism that most people hoped still remained in him. Officially, the exam was designed to test the students' ability to cooperate against a superior enemy and force them to cover for each other's shortcomings. However, the results were damning. Izuku had become an immovable force that none of 1A's students could match, and he struck down the remaining classmates one by one, exposing their lack of experience and unity. The class as a whole failed, though some students showed signs of promise. Maybe we should have strapped some of those high-density weights on him, you know, the ones power loaders, insane student, came up with, said Present Mike in an effort to lighten the mood. He had 2 of them strapped to his wrists, power loader said, shaking his head grimly, didn't even slow him down. No one spoke out loud, but he knew what they were thinking. This was a reflection as much on him as it was on the students. Aizawa stood apart from the group, arms crossed, expression grim, a bitter taste in his mouth from watching his former student tear apart what was left of Class 1A. Giving Midoriya free rein to use his quirk on campus may be the best way to remind him of what he's capable of, Nezu maintained. Let him see all the good he can do. That's not my concern, Aizawa muttered, because Midoriya has made it very clear that he despises me and the other people who were his classmates. He will not return to 1A. You brought this on yourself with the way you've handled things, Vlad King said in an insensitive manner. Perhaps you shouldn't feel so sorry for yourself. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Given that we decided to automatically accept the person who placed first on the entrance exam, half of my issues could have been avoided if you had placed Bakugo in 1B. However, you declined to instruct someone you knew was problematic. After shrugging, Vlad said, I don't babysit brats who can't control their egos. The truth is that 1A's unity was built on shaky ground, Midnight said softly, hesitant to speak out in favor of Aizawa because she was too upset by the Bakugo fiasco to say much. Only when they united against Midoriya did it exist. That is prejudice, not unity. It's a particularly bad look, given how many of them have mutant quirks or appear less human. You ought to have done more, Aizawa. The only mistake I made was not expelling Midoriya from the start. Aizawa's frustration erupted. Had you done so, we might never have realized how much we've failed, and someone unworthy might have become a hero, Nezu said sharply, piercing the room. Whether we like it or not, we all trusted the wrong youngbloods. That won't change if you complain. Helping the students who are still in our care and making sure they have a future are what really count right now. There was an uncomfortable silence in the room as Nezu's words weighed heavily, forcing the teachers to face the unpleasant reality that UA's shortcomings were systemic and that it would be difficult to win back the public's and their students' trust. While the others discussed what to do next, Toshinori saw 13 sitting off to the side, her hands shaking as she stared at her phone, and he went over in concern. 13, softly, he inquired, what's the matter? Quote. With a puzzled expression on her face, she handed him her phone without saying anything. I'm swearing off phones for a while, she said. Toshinori read the headline on the screen, his blood freezing. In the name of heroism, UA University sacrificed students' futures in a culture of enablement, negligence, and quirk supremacy. Quote. The staff was adamant about carrying out the midterm final exam for Class 1B as scheduled, despite the fact that UA was once again under attack, this time from a damning expose. The goal of 1B's test was more pragmatic than 1A's, where Izuku Midoriya had been allowed to freely express his frustrations. By pitting Izuku's talent against a class that is renowned for its teamwork, the staff hoped to demonstrate the university's commitment to developing talent. But for Izuku, this was personal. He had not forgotten 1B's apathy during his quirkless days, and his hatred for them wasn't as intense as it was for 1A, so it will feel like a tiny bit of justice to defeat them in combat. Izuku held back, Though, because 1B's members were less directly accountable for his misery than 1A's, so he gave them more chances to plot and try to break out of the training grounds. To their credit, 1B students realized the real goal of the test. In contrast to 1A, which lacked unity due to the influence of Aizawa and Bakugo, 1B operated as a cohesive team, using tactics that required each team member to contribute. A tiny part of Izuku wondered if things might have turned out differently if he had been put in 1B. Perhaps he could have gained Vlad King's favor and found a nurturing environment, but now it was useless to speculate. Izuku had already handicapped himself, but he still eliminated 7 other teams, leaving only 3 teams: Itsuka Kendo and Nito Monoma, Setsuna Tokage and Togaru Kamakiri, and Tetsu and Juzo Honanuki. The final match would be held in the wooded area of Ground Omega, and the 6 students who were left huddled inside a cave, frantically deciding what to do. Setsuna dispatched one of her disassembled eyeballs to scout ahead, and the results were grim. Izuku was sitting on the rooftop of the observation post, looking around, and even worse, he began to fly as soon as the exam started. He was able to lift himself off the ground thanks to his heat-based telekinesis, which gave him an ideal vantage point from which to locate his targets. Monoma resentfully remarked, "We can't hide," adding that Midoriya consistently finds his targets. He must be able to see infrared or something. Honanuki provided an answer, saying, "I've got us covered. In addition to softening and turning the ground into liquid, my quirk will also obscure our heat signatures while we're submerged. We'll get out by swimming. So, we should just get through the test without arguing with him. That's what it means to be unmanly." Tetsu raised an objection. "Get rid of that stutter, please." Like the devil, Kamakiri uttered those words in disgust. No fighter in the group wanted to pass the test without fighting, so Kendo was hesitant as well. "That would be our best option, but, even in a training scenario, running away from a villain would feel more in bad taste," he said. "You fools," Monoma angrily said, "Quirkless Deku is no more. The person we are currently facing is spite personified and has a quirk. You'll lose if you fight him." His words were harsh, but they were all true. Juzo's solution is the best one, and Midoriya has already defeated everyone else. Izuku, whose newly developed keen senses failed him for the first time, was scanning the area in confusion as the 6 held their breath and started swimming through the liquefied terrain, cautiously avoiding detection, as Juzo said, the liquid masking their heat signatures. The 1B team stopped occasionally to surface and catch their breath, but their fleeting moments above ground were insufficient to warn Izuku, who was flying low and circled Ground Omega, his frustration growing, because they were so near the finish line and Izuku, not knowing Honanuki's quirk, never thought that they were underground. Izuku knew he was running out of time, so he flew to the entrance of the training ground, figuring they might be going there to flee, and once there he superheated himself, sending a searing wave of heat through the area. The terrain became unbearably hot, and the liquefied ground was slowly boiling. As they scrambled out of the boiling liquid, the 1B students were forced to the surface, gasping in agony. Not a place to hide. Izuku landed in front of them with grace, his body radiating heat like a living fire. Steam rising from their damp costumes, the 6 students caught their breath as his piercing gaze swept over them. "Not bad," he said calmly, with a hint of reluctant respect in his voice. "You almost made it, but I am living proof that, nearly, will never be enough." Izuku grabbed the opportunity as soon as the 1B pupils scurried out of the boiling liquid. He was merciless, and they were stunned. Nito Monoma, the greatest threat who could imitate heat esper, was his obvious first target. Izuku moved quickly, reducing the distance in a split second. With vicious accuracy, his left fist struck Monoma's face, leaving the blonde stunned. Izuku wasn't done, though. He turned with ease, slamming his right fist into Monoma's jaw before launching Nito several feet into the air with a scathing left uppercut. Izuku grabbed Monoma's leg in mid-fall before he could hit the ground. Izuku glared coldly and calculatedly before slamming Monoma into the earth, leaving a shallow crater in its wake. But more was required by his disdain. He threw Monoma into the air like a rag doll after spinning him around in wide, angry circles twice, channeling some of his heat into his arms. With a sickening thud, the blonde fell to the ground, unconscious, after colliding with a tree. Izuku turned to the remaining 5, his voice sharp and cutting. "You can try to reach the exit," he said, "but remember, only a full body crossing the line counts. Sending a piece of yourself out won't cut it, Tokage." Izuku used the devastating accuracy of his heat-based telekinesis to punctuate his point with a raised hand. Scorched rocks, some the size of basketballs, rose into the air, causing the burned terrain of ground Omega to tremble. He flicked his wrist, sending them flying in the direction of the pupils. Hero students fiercely retaliated. The rocks were easily cut by Kamakiri's razor sharp, and the shards fell to the ground innocuously. Tetsu confronted every projectile directly, using his steel-clad fists to shatter them. When Kendo struck the rocks with her big fist, the heat scorched her, causing her bare skin to sizzle. To avoid the attack, Setsuna used her lizard tail splitter to split her body into pieces. She gambled while Izuku concentrated on the heavy hitters. Sending several disassembled parts flying at high speed, she aimed to strike Izuku from his blind spots. Her effort was in vain. Since Izuku's thermoreception allows him to detect almost anything exposed to his heat, it would be futile to try to surprise him while the environment has been exposed to his power. As a result, he was immediately aware of the approaching projectiles. He used telekinesis to capture the shattered body parts in midair. He turned her body against her allies, grinning. He casually threw two of Setsuna's body parts at Juzo, using his quirk to increase the velocity. Hononuki was hit in the stomach by one and knocked out of his lungs by the other. Gasping in agony, the would-be hero fell to the ground. As the steel-clad fighter charged forward, Kendo yelled, "Tetsu!" in a panicked voice. Enraged, Tetsu delivered a straight punch to Izuku, who remained still and let the blow land. With a dull thunk, the steel fist struck his chest, but it left no scratches. Unfazed, Tetsu threw a barrage of blows, his annoyance erupting with each one. Tetsu's quirk provided him with inherent heat resistance, which enabled him to withstand the intense heat, unlike Kirishima. However, it was insufficient. Izuku stood motionless as he burned through his energy, and his unrelenting attack slowed as his stamina ran out. Izuku raised his hand. "A war of attrition is a fool's game, one that only the strongest can play and win," he said icily. "And you're no All Might." Izuku sent Tetsu sprawling with a single, nonchalant slap to the face. He was rendered unconscious on the ground after the blow deactivated his quirk. Kamakiri's anger boiled over as he roared, "Stop acting so damn cocky. You're no All Might either. And more than ever, you've proven you're less worthy of being a hero than any of us." Izuku looked at Kamakiri with an unconcerned expression. "Spare me the tantrums. I've had enough of those from your half-brother." Kamakiri hesitated a moment at the insult. "What are you talking about? I don't have a brother, idiot," he growled. With a tone of mock surprise, Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Really? That's surprising. The resemblance to Katsuki Bakugo was always so striking to me." It was a slap of words. With his thoughts racing, Kamakiri froze. Rumors about him had increased in volume over the last few days, likened to Bakugo, the disgraced student who was now behind bars. Kamakiri had spent his entire life being viewed as a freak because of his appearance. However, being likened to a villain, that was novel. It hurt, too. Izuku's eyes grew piercing. "What's wrong? Losing your nerve already?" Kendo moved forward, trying to be diplomatic while her voice wavered. "Midoriya, listen," she implored. It was unsettling to see such a dramatic shift in his character from the shy but brave boy she had once underestimated. She has had to face her ego, her own prejudices, and the brittleness of her conception of heroism as a result of recent events. A contemptuous sneer twisted Izuku's face. "Spare me the crocodile tears. You're not sorry. Just like your father wasn't sorry for not letting me train at your dojo. You're powerless before me now. That's all this is." He pointed his finger at her. "Let's face it, Kendo. I never needed this abomination to take you down. Your victory at the festival was a sham, just like your ridiculous big hands." Izuku was deeply affected by the words, but he didn't wait for an answer. The ground cracked under his feet as he strode forward, simulating murderous intent. He concentrated on the remaining pupils in 1B. He was finishing this exam the way he wanted to. His fist, which was aimed straight at Kendo, was stopped in mid-strike as he closed in. The ground where his foot landed had cracks in it from the shockwave that rippled out. Nito Monoma stood between him and Kendo, his hand clenched around Izuku's punch. Monoma's body was radiating heat, and the air around him was glistening. His classmates were drenched in sweat, the oppressive atmosphere getting worse every second. Monoma had barely touched Izuku during the vicious thrashing he had received from Izuku earlier. But Heat Esper could be copied with just that. Monoma stumbled a little, breathing erratically as he grew accustomed to the overwhelming quirk. Heat Esper was different from anything he had ever dealt with, but his copy gave him a basic understanding of any ability he gained. It was an enormous effort to simply control his body temperature so he wouldn't overheat. His body has not changed in any noticeable way, unlike Izuku's. It's strange because Heat Esper has been labeled a mutant quirk, and copying one typically causes Nito's body to change momentarily. Monoma has a score to settle now, so he will worry about that later. Izuku said, "About time you woke up," in a chilly tone. In spite of the stress, Monoma grinned. "What's that face for? Disappointed I didn't bounce back sooner?" Izuku stated, "I gave you the chance to copy me on purpose," in a steady voice. What better way to test the limits of Heat Esper than against someone who can almost keep up with me? Monoma grinned more broadly. "All right then, Flame Might. Let's see what you've got. But fair warning, this is going to hurt." Monoma hit without thinking. His punch had tremendous kinetic force and struck Izuku's chest squarely. Izuku grunted, remaining upright despite a slight stumble. He was used to pain. It was a cruel gift from the world he was raised in, and it was as much a part of his life as breathing. With each blow radiating more power and heat than the last, Monoma pressed the advantage and sent Izuku reeling back. At last, Izuku was thrown across the battlefield by Monoma, who caught him by the collar. Rocks broke into dust, trees snapped like twigs, and Izuku's body struck a rocky hill with a loud crash. There was silence for a while. Then Izuku got up, sweeping the rubble away as though it didn't exist. With the intention of reaching the remaining 1B students before they could flee, he launched himself into the air. However, Monoma was quicker and caught him in midair. Monoma took hold of Izuku's neck and slammed him back into the rocky hill, leaving a crater in its surface. Monoma climbed on top of Izuku, ready to strike again. Izuku, however, caught it this time. An unholy fire blazed in his new eyes. Growling, "No more playing around," he said. Izuku suddenly sprang into the air, pulling Monoma along with him. They created a fissure with magma erupting underneath, causing a shockwave to ripple outward and obliterate the rocky hill in their wake. Sensing their opportunity, Kendo, Tokage, and Kamakiri gathered the unconscious Juzo and Tetsu and ran for the ground Omega exit. They managed to cross the line in time, guaranteeing their exam victory. However, neither Monoma nor Izuku took notice. The exam was forgotten as they were absorbed in their intensifying conflict. With enough force to bury Monoma's head in the earth, Izuku slammed him into the ground after dragging him through the air. Without hesitation, Izuku pulled him back up and kicked him in the stomach. Monoma was hurled across the campus by the blow, arriving at Ground Gamma, another training facility. Izuku quickly caught up to him and punched him, sending Monoma flying into Ground Beta and then Gym Gamma. The insanity persisted until Monoma eventually found his footing again, their fights leaving devastation in their wake. Monoma whispered, "This is where the fun begins," a resolute smile spreading across his face as he prepared for the next conversation. As Vlad King watched the carnage play out on the monitors, he yelled in panic, "This has gone out of hand." His voice cracked. The conflict between Midoriya and Monoma had progressed well beyond Ground Omega's limits, and it was now raging in almost every area of the UA campus. With the speed they're moving at, just catching them will be a challenge in itself. Midnight continued, her normally composed expression giving way to something that was obviously uncomfortable. Temperature spikes that were dangerous to students were being reported by the university's alarm systems in a number of locations, but the two fighters had so far amazingly escaped densely populated areas. Students were feeling the heat even back then, and the general and business courses are already reporting cases of heat-related illnesses. As he left the room, already assuming his muscular form, Toshinori's heroic voice was firm, "I'll stop them." He hurried to the exit without waiting for a response, taking out his phone to order reinforcements. However, Dean Nezu said nothing. As his security cameras struggled to keep up with the tumultuous battle, his keen eyes were fixed on the monitors, and his mind was racing. Every second was being captured, every picture examined. Even by Quirk standards, this battle was unnatural, and he planned to thoroughly examine it. In addition to being uncomfortable, the heat in the UA general and business courses hallways was a rising, oppressive wave that pressed down on each student like unseen hands wringing them dry. Fans whirled pointlessly. Unable to keep up with the rising temperatures, the air conditioners overworked themselves, clicking and groaning. Sweat adhered to the uniforms. Bottles of water were being drained more quickly than they could be filled again. Students in Classroom 1G were already experiencing the consequences. One of the girls ran back into the room and exclaimed, "Yamada-san just collapsed in the hallway. He said he was dizzy, and then, just dropped." While tugging at his collar, another student whispered, It's not just him, I've got cramps all down my legs, I can barely move." For the third time in 10 minutes, the university's internal alert system sounded. Alert. Zones B14 through E09 show unusual temperature increases. Safe thresholds are exceeded by ambient surface temperatures. There was a chorus of anxious whispers. Recovery girl put in extra hours in the nurse's office, triaging students who had heat exhaustion, which manifested as clammy skin, racing pulses, and nausea. 2 younger pupils from Class 1H had been brought in with heat cramps. Their muscles were seized uncontrollably, and their legs were shaking. Although he quickly regained consciousness, a business course student had experienced a brief collapse due to heat syncope, and the fear was genuine. Even those who didn't exhibit any symptoms were having difficulties. Under uniforms, heat rash spread like wildfire, causing red rashes to flare up on arms and necks. Some of the teachers had already started guiding the students to lower floors with better insulation or into safe, shaded areas. However, it was insufficient. "This is spreading way too fast," Recovery girl said quietly as she looked at the temperature records. "At this rate, we're going to see our first heatstroke case before long." The other fear, that this wasn't natural, she didn't express out loud. Mei Hatsume squinted at the horizon as she leaned out of a window on the 3rd floor. Over the western practice fields, the glimmer of heat distortion was discernible. The air itself appeared distorted. She scowled at the reading after tapping a sensor in her goggles. 51 degrees Celsius, in open space, she muttered. "What the hell are they doing out there?" Whispers began to circulate back in the main building. "It's Midoriya and that irritating copycat from Class 1B, a person said. They're the ones fighting. Seriously, are you kidding me? That's what's causing this. But they're not even near here, how is the heat reaching us?" That was the true issue. The heat was spreading, not just locally, via walls, ventilation, and pipes. Temperature readings in some rooms were safe, while those in others were approaching emergency levels. As if the energy of the fight were being absorbed and drained out of the school itself. The fear, however, was worse than the heat. What if this continued? What if Izuku, who was once a fervent supporter of All Might for all the right reasons, stopped caring? And what if Monoma had copied something that neither of them really understood out of conceit? Ochako exclaimed in a panic, "Sue!" and hurried to Asui's side, who had also succumbed to the heat-related illnesses. While the rest of 1A wanted to assist Tsuyu, they knew that being close to her would only intensify the heat. "Her frog biology can't survive this sudden shift in temperature," Momo said with equal panic. Tsuyu muttered, "I'm so warm, Midoriya wants to kill me," with more fear and vulnerability than they had ever heard her express. "I'm so sorry. Where the fuck is Todoroki?" Kirishima yelled quickly. Kaminari sneered, busy sulking in a corner, feeling sorry for himself, where else? As the class rep on display, Momo commanded with authority, "Hurry up and find him, now." Izuku and Monoma's altercation continued in the meantime. Their blows shook the atmosphere as the two clashed in midair. Izuku's fighting style, which he had imitated from watching pro heroes like Mirko and Gunhead, was rough but effective. After being turned down by every dojo he had tried to reach, Izuku had developed his abilities via necessity, observation, and perseverance. In contrast, Monoma was much less sophisticated. Despite his lack of formal martial arts training, he had a remarkable ability to adapt due to his years of copying quirks with physical enhancements. Heat Esper was just one of the many power-boosting quirks he had learned to synchronize his body with. He was becoming more skilled at using its tremendous power with each interaction, repeatedly surprising Izuku. As Monoma delivered another accurate blow that sent Izuku reeling, he gritted his teeth. Unquestionably, he was at a disadvantage in this aerial battle. Physical combat was his strong suit, but not on this barbaric scale, and Monoma's quick adaptation was starting to cause him significant trouble. Monoma took advantage of the fact that he knew his time with Heat Esper was limited. He succeeded in kicking Izuku hard in the chin, sending him flying through the air and over the clouds. Monoma wasted no time in pursuing him, his actions driven by a combination of desperation and resolve. Monoma caught up with Izuku and took him by the shoulder, holding him tightly enough to prevent him from escaping. Without hesitation, he started to drive him down with lightning speed, sending their bodies flying in the direction of the campus below. Monoma gritted his teeth and said, Believe it or not, I can admit when I'm wrong, as they fell. I underestimated you. Izuku answered, I've been getting that a lot, in a tone that was unnervingly informal considering the situation. But you're not talking about Heat Esper, are you? Monoma's eyes became stony. Don't play coy. Everyone knows it was you who exposed Bakugo's dirty laundry and got him thrown in jail. But what I don't get is why you stayed silent for so long and let him make it this far into UA in the first place. Izuku remained silent despite the glint of malice in his eyes. And I know it was also you who started that article about Eraserhead's failures, Monoma replied. Izuku grinned icily. Even if that's true, finding the culprit changes nothing. The truth is out, and that's all that matters. With this petty, vindictive crusade, you're going to ruin UA. Yelled Monoma. Izuku's voice was venomous, and his face darkened. That's where you're wrong. The air beneath them, heated by their battle, started to whirl wildly as they got closer to the ground. With its swirling peak reaching up to catch the falling fighters, it gathered into a huge tornado of scorching air. The fiery winds dispersed the destructive force that might have destroyed the campus below, slowing their descent. The heat wave passed, but before anyone could exhale in relief, Izuku used Heat Esper's power once more. Around them, a huge plume of steam erupted, shrouding the area in a thick, obscene fog that made them invisible. As the screen turned into a wall of white, the monitoring room's spectators gasped, unable to predict what would happen next. Izuku gained the upper hand amid the dense veil of steam. He moved quickly and strategically, catching Monoma in a barrage of blows. In a single, decisive blow, he kicked Monoma hard enough to send him sprawling to the ground below. Izuku hovered a few feet above his fallen enemy, staring down with an expression that was unreadable except for the gleam of resolve in his eyes. The scene in the obscuring steam was not captured by the cameras in the monitoring room, which were already damaged by the heat. The fight was now a mystery to the students and staff who were observing. Panting heavily, Monoma fought to get to his feet. Heat Esper's copy Quirk timer had run out, and he no longer had it to use. Izuku created a pocket of breathable air around them, preventing the steam's oppressive heat from becoming unbearable. Izuku spoke calmly but venomously as he floated above. I'm giving UA a second chance. An opportunity to become the institution it claims to be, a true academy that molds the heroes this country, and possibly the world, truly needs. But for that to happen, they need to face true defeat. They need to confront their failures and accept their countless mistakes. Don't you mean the mistakes of that hobo prick you once called a teacher? Shot back Monoma, who was still gasping for air. Izuku's tone became cold and his eyes darkened once more. Ah, so you've read it personally. About the former members of Class 1A, disowned by their families, thrown out like garbage, forced into crime to survive, or worse, driven to take their own lives. Uncomfortably, Monoma moved away from Izuku's intense gaze. He attempted to read the article but gave up in the middle. He could not bear to hear the gloomy stories. Aizawa's failures are UA's failures, Izuku added, his voice rising in a righteous outrage. Best case scenario, they were complicit, content to let him do as he pleased. Worst case, they held him in blind, childish faith, ignoring the damage he caused. They let someone like Bakugo, that walking time bomb, run free because he had a strong quirk and trained with it earlier than most had a chance to. Meanwhile, those without such advantages were left to fend for themselves. Quirk counseling, a farce. Training, only if you're rich enough to afford the risk of breaking public quirk usage laws. Monoma's mind was racing as he clenched his fists. His response was feeble. UA will sweep this under the rug, he said. And the HPSC will make sure everyone involved with the article is silenced. Izuku shook his head and grinned. Wrong again. No one will be more grateful for that article than the commission. Corrupt as they are, they didn't even know how deep UA's failures ran. The public will lose faith in UA and start to question if such incompetence is happening in the other hero academies, questioning their very purpose. Reform is inevitable. The commission will use this to save face and reshape the system as they see fit with little resistance. Stunned, Monoma stared. What? Don't try to deny it, Nito. I can see it in your eyes. You're grateful this happened. You know what it's like to live in someone else's shadow. To be dismissed as unheroic because your quirk wasn't flashy enough. Too reliant on the strength of others, unlike Bakugo or All Might, making you weak in their eyes. To your previous peers, you were no better than a quirkless. Monoma's chest constricted as Izuku's words stung a nerve. He was unable to ignore the reality. His faith had been shaken by witnessing Bakugo's unbridled cruelty, which Ua had allowed. Strength was not the only quality that heroes were expected to possess. They were meant to represent hope. Katsuki Bakugo was not a hopeful person. Just devastation. The sharp-tongued Izuku asked, "What would have happened to you if you were stuck in Class 1A with Bakugo? Would you have survived?" Monoma's quiet was sufficient. Izuku bellowed, "I'm on the right side of history, Monoma," in a final tone. No matter what happens, Ua must burn. Only from its ashes can it rise again, a true bastion of heroes. The world as it is cannot be allowed to endure. The steam was dispersed like smoke before a gale by a strong gust of wind that passed through the area before Monoma could react. Izuku turned to see All Might, tall and muscular, with a number of third-year students standing by him, also there to put an end to the chaos. The battle was over. With their earlier words lingering in the air, Monoma glanced up at Izuku. He remained silent in spite of everything. He would carry his feelings about the encounter with him to the afterlife. Regarding Izuku, no matter what they do to him, what he started cannot be stopped. Nothing can stop the wildfire from getting bigger. He can no longer be denied. A culture of enablement, negligence, and quirk supremacy. How Ua University sacrificed students' futures in the name of heroics. Within the past 5 years, expulsions from Ua University's heroics course have spiked by 257%. Ua University's culture of allowing its teachers free rein to run their classes as they see fit has led to many students being forced to miss important matters, such as orientation on the first day of school. This causes students to feel alienated by their new classmates and be ignorant of matters such as other staff members and their roles, as well as student services. The overall culture of favoring those with so-called powerful quirks is commonplace in Japan, and Ua University is no different. It has been reported that students with unconventional or otherwise weak quirks aren't given any needed assistance compared to those with dominant quirks, instead being neglected or often outright berated. In matters such as school bullying, it is often the student with the weak quirk who faces the majority of the consequences handed down. Though these students do wind up being re-enrolled, the expulsions themselves remain on their permanent records, making it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, for them to have careers both inside and outside of heroics, even negatively affecting their chances of attending other universities or landing jobs with good benefits. The testimonies of former Shota Aizawa students were then displayed in the article. Although they were given fictitious names to use in the article for their own protection, they all adhered to the same premise. "I'd been expelled because my homeroom teacher said I had no potential for heroics, that my quirk would make me a liability on the field," Hori Kunio stated. "I tried explaining that my family didn't have the money to have me train my quirk at a training center, but he didn't listen. I was re-enrolled, but I transferred to the business course instead. I didn't want to be a hero if this was how I was going to be treated for having an unconventional quirk. I decided to go into quirk counseling, but all of my applications for a job in my chosen career were rejected, and when I asked why, they said it was due to the expulsion on my permanent record. I know I don't have a strong quirk, but I felt like I'd done something wrong when I was expelled by my homeroom teacher," Nashio Atsu stated. "And then when I was re-enrolled, I felt singled out during training exercises and such, like no matter what I did, it wasn't good enough. And then whenever I would do the right thing and protect my classmates, I was treated like a horrible person for doing so. So, once I graduated, I tried to be a social worker, but they wouldn't admit me because of the expulsion. According to Adaki Akimi, my quirk came in late, and it was a weird one, too. I mean, it was powerful, but it had some physical drawbacks that led my grandpa to not let me train it since it would hurt me so bad. Once I got into UA, I struggled pretty badly with controlling it, but my homeroom teacher never gave me the time of day other than accusing me of being lazy for not having my quirk under control. And it's not like he put in any effort to teach us anything. He'd literally bring a sleeping bag to class and sleep on the floor in front of us. But anyway, there was an incident before the school day started where I used my quirk to save some kids, and I almost got paralyzed. Even though I had my provisional hero license, I got expelled, and though I was re-enrolled, I decided to leave UA because I thought the way I was being treated was messed up. No other university would admit me, though, so I wound up having to go to vocational school to help out on my grandpa's mikan farm. It's not a bad life, but I can't help but be angry at him. Sometimes, I hate him. I'm not even sure why I was expelled, but I know it wasn't for any good reason," Aboko said. "I could be a bit of a class clown, I'll admit to that much, but it wasn't anything too bad. At least, it wasn't any worse than what my other classmate would do. She was an awful bully. But Mr. Aizawa never seemed to care when she was the one disrupting class. When he wasn't sleeping during class, he acted like it was somehow my responsibility to fix whatever was wrong with us, even though I tried avoiding her as much as possible. But during a training exercise one day, I'm not even sure what set her off, but our group wound up failing because of it. We got expelled, and we wound up being re-enrolled, but she just got worse and worse. Mr. Aizawa was coming down on me harder and harder, and it just got to be too much, so my parents got me transferred to a different class. I wound up graduating, but thanks to the expulsion, no hero agency would hire me. I'm lucky my mom had a friend who was willing to take me on, but it sucks, you know. UA talks this big game about how much they care about their students, but they can't back it up. More and more testimonies appeared in the articles. One of the more serious ones was from Kobe Kira, who described how she was put on a rescue mission in ground beta to find a dummy civilian trapped in an underground mall. The training simulation was made too realistic by the flooding at the end, almost drowning her, which led to her developing hydrophobia. Because she was the team leader and was expelled, Aizawa blamed her for the training simulation's failure. Since she had nothing left to look forward to in life, Kobe lost all her confidence, gave up on heroics completely, and began working at her father's antique shop. The testimonies of relatives of some of Aizawa's former students who either committed suicide or turned to villainy in order to make ends meet, however, were far more compelling than any of them. More and more parents who had their children mistreated by the university, or simply Aizawa, were encouraged to speak out and demand reprimand and to sue UA for their actions after hearing these testimonies, which made the public realize that UA had concealed all of their foolishness behind a facade of past accomplishments, such as All Might being their best alumni. The HPSC viewed this as their great chance to observe everything from their ivory tower. Nezu was the ideal dean for a hero academy because of his slyness, and he was able to negotiate UA out of the commission's coffers while preserving its autonomy, which set it apart from the other academies. Under Nezu's rule, UA was essentially a small nation, and the rest of Japan was powerless to stop them. However, now that their filthy laundry has finally been made public, Nezu will have to clean the house, which will allow the Madam President to get past the cracks and finally put the Chimera on a leash. Why did this article take so long to surface? Well, it did, and now that it has, it's time to feed the wolves, and Madam President Sumui Zenkokuna is one hungry wolf. Knowing the people she cared about was something Nimari Kayama had always been proud of. She had read the small clues her coworkers gave her during her years at UA University. For example, Hazashi's practice of rubbing the back of his neck and smiling sheepishly wasn't a joke. Rather, it was a coping mechanism for his frustration. She was even able to see through Toshinori Yagi's attempts to hide his pain because they were only recently friends. He must have spent the night ill, trying to get through the day in spite of his pain, if he sat quietly at his desk without his customary upbeat greeting. There was Shota after that. Compared to everyone else at UA, she had known him for as long as Hazashi, so she thought she could see past his cold and uncaring manner. According to Nimari, his strictness was a tough love method of creating better heroes, so she always assumed that he was being caring when he lectured or reprimanded his students. Or at least that's what she thought prior to Izuku Midoriya's amazing metamorphosis. Many of Nomori's impressions had been shattered by Izuku's unexpected transformation from a quiet, charming, quirkless boy to a resentful, angry powerhouse. She couldn't dispute that she and the other employees had come across as aloof, contemptuous, and intolerant of someone who was quirkless from Izuku's point of view. And she hadn't seen it that way, though she couldn't speak for Shota. Izuku had appeared to her from the beginning to be a bright young man, quiet but brave when it mattered, and driven enough to compete with any of their classmates. Izuku's success without a quirk demonstrated that potential extended well beyond physical prowess. But the future heroes weren't being taught by Nimari. Shota had been given that duty, and even though Nimari had been subtly let down, she trusted his judgment when he determined that Izuku wasn't a good fit for the hero course. However, Izuku's quirk did not lead to salvation when it eventually materialized. It brought disaster. Izuku's belief in heroes was completely destroyed, and a young man's life was on the verge of being lost. The first seeds of doubt were sown in Nomori's mind by that tragedy. Her belief system became more and more fractured as the fallout developed. When Izuku rejected her and Hazashi as possible homeroom teachers, it wasn't just Shota who was turned down, it was all of them. Nimari had held out hope that Izuku's anger would eventually fade and they could revive his sense of heroism. Then the damning facts started to surface. Bakugo had a terrible enough history of constant bullying. However, the articles that revealed the systemic shortcomings of both Aizawa and Yue presented a more dire picture. Nimari could no longer overlook the pattern that emerged from the testimonies of expelled students, the lives ruined by Shota's logical ruses, and the innumerable chances lost to provide their students with genuine support. How often had she seen Shota brush orientation aside as superfluous? How often had she witnessed his disdain fuel the tension between Class 1A and the other courses? Under his supervision, how many students with unusual quirks had been ignored or overworked? She had dismissed the glares and whispers of re-enrolled students, assuming they would one day be appreciative of his methods, and she had laughed off his habit of sleeping in front of his students, dismissing it as classic Shota. And because she believed it was a natural part of growing up to be a hero, she had disregarded the fact that so many of those students had turned inward. All this time, who had Shota actually been assisting? Even worse, what part had she played in making this possible? Shota had been persuaded to accept this teaching role by Nimari, who thought it would aid in his recovery following Oboros' passing. She now had to confront the harsh reality that her well-meaning efforts had led to a system that caused far more harm than good. With her own complicity weighing her down like a tidal wave, she muttered, "What have I done? What have you done?" As a result of the damning article, which was now spreading like wildfire, Aizawa's co-workers began to demand. It was too in-depth and thoroughly researched to be written off as tabloid fodder. According to the accusations, Shota Aizawa was a false hero and a callous educator who had ruined the lives of innumerable hero aspirants from the beginning of his time at Ua University. Since preventing the rest of the student body from seeing the article first was their top priority, the staff had initially refrained from reading it in its entirety. Damage control came first, particularly because of the approaching final exams. However, now that the tests were over, an undertaking already tainted by the fallout in Class 1B, they were forced to face the author of the article, Arita Madoka. Hazashi and Nimari recognized the name dimly. Shota didn't. But the article had already been read twice by Aizawa. He remembered the events described clearly, but he did not know the names of the former students who had spoken out against him. He was aware of the expulsions. He was aware of the number of pupils he had expelled who later re-enrolled. Furthermore, he was certain that most of them had no affection for him. He had developed the ability to read nonverbal cues, muttered words, and behavioral changes as an underground hero. The death glares that he had received from former students when they believed he was not looking had not gone unnoticed. Nevertheless, it had never caused him to lose sleep. He had always felt that he had done what had to be done and that his strategies would eventually benefit them. They should be thankful, he had told himself. However, the suicides, the disownments, the decline into vigilantism or criminality. He was unaware. He had never heard of any of this. He wondered bitterly if his coworkers had been aware. Had they, like him, turned a blind eye? Dean Nezu's quiet but authoritative voice cut through Shota's thoughts. All eyes turned to the dean as his words pierced the tense silence. Nezu's face was serious but composed. He didn't sound angry or disappointed, at least not toward Shota. But he was obviously being crushed as much as anyone else by the weight of the situation. "I must confess," Nezu said, "that I made a grave error, a lapse in judgment I can no longer ignore. I was so certain that the freestyle education I fostered here was helping students thrive. And with teachers like Vlad King or Snipe, I was proven correct. But it was a mistake. A disastrous mistake not keeping a closer oversight of my staff. It was my responsibility to ensure that no one in my employ abused their authority." Recognizing the direction of this, Aizawa interrupted. "I take full responsibility. I'm not shifting the blame to anyone else. But I never knew about the suicides, the disownments, or the spiral into criminality. None of it was brought to my attention." "None of us knew," said Nezu gravely. "But let this be a harsh lesson for all of us. Blind faith in our colleagues is a fool's game." As Nezu went on, the room became quiet. "Before anyone even thinks about approaching the students who participated in the article, remember this: they have every right to speak to the media. And journalistic integrity protects their anonymity. We cannot, will not, interfere with that." While Nimari and Hazashi exchanged nervous looks, Vlad King showed no such restraint. "What matters is you, Aizawa," Vlad said in a piercing, angry voice. "Forget the kids. Explain to me, explain to all of us, how you didn't know how damaging a black mark on someone's record is. When I first learned about your so-called strategy, I thought you were insane at best and a secret villain at worst. But fine, I gave you the benefit of the doubt. Scaring kids straight is a teaching tool. Sure, it works if done correctly. But you didn't stop there. You filed those expulsions. You made them real, with actual documentation for the system to register. What kind of mental gymnastics is that? Ectoplasm added, this wasn't a mistake, Aizawa, in an unusually irate tone. Anyone with common sense would see your actions for what they are, malice. Snipe rubbed his irritated temples and moaned. Why couldn't the League of Villains have been the ones to bring Uwa down? At least then we could have gone out fighting. Snipe's remark made Nezu's ears perk up. As he responded, his tone darkened. Uwa being shut down would be a mercy compared to what I fear awaits us. The tense atmosphere was broken when his phone buzzed. His worst fears were validated when he looked at the caller ID. It was the Hero Public Safety Commission's president. Nezu spoke to the room in a solemn tone. Brace yourselves. This is only the beginning. The sunsets at Uwa University are breathtaking, and since the walls are closing in and hungry wolves are charging out to eat, this may be the last time the institution will experience one this happy and serene. All Uwa students, both new and alumni, are now aware of what will occur and why. Before Aizawa became a teacher, pro-heroes were part of Class 1A. They are shocked by how much the university that provided them with so many positive memories has declined. Even though the man never kicked them out, pros who had experienced Aizawa's style of instruction can't help but feel vindicated. They felt like animals in cages, only permitted to eat once a day unless they could perform new tricks every day to appease their master. People in 2A are content because they know that they can finally control their lives without fear of criticism. Those in 3A are in a similar situation, though some, like Tamaki Amajiki and Najire Hato, are torn about how to feel because Aizawa never treated them this way when they were his students. Mirio Tagata, a blonde from 3B, is particularly torn but also relieved. Since all of the teachers at UA are heroes, he never believed the rumors that the resident hobo was a kind of tyrant. He can only count his lucky stars if what he's reading is accurate. Vlad King was very understanding of his training to become a hero, especially as a quirkless, because he had no control over permeation until his second year, when Sir Night-Eye took him under his wing. Since then, he has had guardians and guiding hands for the future. Would Aizawa have caused Mirio to change into what Midoriya is today? He was dead inside, pushed into a darker abyss by nothing but anguish and rage. Since it was obvious that Aizawa was a poor teacher, the current 1A students are neither shocked nor appalled. It was cruel and barbarous to expel Mineta as an example, to let Bakugo escape punishment for his unrelenting brutality due to his powerful quirk, and to keep Midoriya around only to serve as a metaphorical and literal punching bag for them. Naturally, they at last admit that, in light of what they have done, they have no right to condemn others for their prejudice. When Izuku offered to give them advice on how to enhance their quirks and showed them his quirk analysis notebook, they refused to even listen. Well, at least this means that we might end up with a better teacher, Kaminari said, leaning his head against his desk in a feeble attempt to lighten the atmosphere. For once, you make a good point, Kyoka said, mentally exhausted and still in pain from the minor burns she received from Izuku during the final exam. Ochako inquired, so does anyone know where Aoyama is? Who the fuck cares? Mina murmured angrily. Ochako said bewilderedly, what, how could you say that? Not in the mood for gossip right now, but let's just say that the flamboyant, bellybutton ass is on my shit list, Mina responded. Mina, in contrast to Ochako, was close enough to Midoriya and Aoyama during the final exam to hear Izuku claim that Yuga was cowardly for hiding out during the USJ incident while an incapacitated Tsuyu was nearby, just a few seconds away from being raped. So many testimonies, all of them telling the same stories, but none of them spoke up until now, Sato gasped. Someone must have motivated them enough to rise and scream their pain onto the world, and it can't be a coincidence that this happened after Midoriya left the hero course, Shoji said. Oh, yeah, this has everyone's favorite greenette written all over it, Shiro complained. I think I saw him talking to some dog-headed girl from 2A once, but I didn't think much of it before. Toru explained, so when he said he was done giving second chances to the undeserving, he wasn't just referring to trying to win everyone over about becoming a hero, he meant that he was going to burn everything to the ground, now trembling with anxiety over what might happen if Midoriya chose to be more literal. Mashirao mumbled, seems that way, and he burned Uwa big time. Fumikage said, To think he had this much darkness in his heart. No surprise that it took him almost dying to let it out, with a shiver running down her spine. He must have had more inner strength than I thought to hold it all back for as long as he did, but now he has no restrictions. Hiroshima inquired inquisitively, will Ua expel him after this? An actual expulsion, I mean. If they do, they would have to do the same for every other student who took part in this article, and that would only make things worse for the teachers, Momo said with a sigh. Now more than ever, Midoriya is untouchable, and trying to retaliate will just give him more wood to spread his flame and anger. Ochako muttered, Deku, with a great deal of regret and sadness. The Meta Liberation Army met in secret in the central tower of their stronghold in the remote mountain city of Deka, far from the mayhem that was engulfing Ua University. Anticipation was high as the mysterious leader of the MLA, Destro, smirked calculatingly as he skimmed the article about UA's disintegration. His faithful lieutenants, Skeptic, Trumpet, and Curious, kept a close eye on him, waiting for his reaction to the scandal that rocked Hero Society to its foundation. Destro finally said, this is both amusing and tragic, and set the article down on the table. Dean Nezu, the paragon of intelligence and progress, is now exposed as the overseer of a crumbling institution. It's almost poetic. Fuming, Curious paced the room. She spat, Arita Madoka, her voice dripping with venom. She clenched her fists in frustration, her fiery temper threatening to erupt. That bottom-feeding journalist managed to scoop the story of the century before I could. I've spent years sniffing around Ua, and I never thought to target the students directly. I should have been the one to break this. She said, I wanna die. Calm yourself, Trumpet said, his calm voice piercing her tirade. This is no time for petty grievances. The damage is done, and the fallout has only begun. Skeptic's fingers tapped a keyboard quickly. The repercussions will ripple far beyond Ua investigations into other hero academies to ensure there is nobody else like Shota Aizawa and Katsuki Bakugo within them, and their credibility will be scrutinized like never before. Pro-heroes will be stretched thin, both in reputation and resources, as they scramble to contain the chaos. This opens opportunities for us, but it also demands caution. Destro nodded, his face a mix of excitement and reflection. A society on the brink of collapse always offers fertile ground for change. Yet we must tread carefully. A reformed hero society could mold new generations of heroes with stronger convictions, more resistant to our cause. At last, Curious sagged into a chair, her rage turning to reflection. So, what's our move? Do we let this play out or intervene directly? Destro grinned broadly as he reached under the table and took out a folder bearing just one name, Izuku Midoriya. He slid it across the table, exposing a collection of pictures and records that described the green-haired student's background, his unexpected rise to prominence during UA's final exam, and his involvement in the scandal. Midoriya, the skeptic muttered as he passed the dossier. A formerly powerless anomaly turned into a living testament to the unpredictability of meta abilities. His hatred for society's rejection of the nulls could rival our ideals, and his morality binds him to oppose us. Destro said, precisely, his eyes shining with anticipation. But it's not Midoriya himself who interests me, it's what he represents. His transformation proves an old theory, one I dismissed years ago. The devolved salvation of humanity. But now, with him as proof, I see the path forward. Trumpet's eyebrow went up. What path? Destro got up from his chair and held out his arms as though speaking to an invisible audience. His words echoed with fervor and craziness, the Ray Sphere. An idea long buried in obscurity, reborn from the ashes of an outdated world. With the Ray Sphere made a reality, we can liberate humanity from the chains of meta-suppression. The age of heroes and villains will fall, replaced by true equality among metahumans. As his lieutenants considered the significance of his remarks, the room became quiet. The first to speak was Curious, who had a cunning smile on her face. So, this scandal at Ua is merely the spark to ignite the inferno. Destro gave a nod. Exactly. While the heroes scramble to contain their crumbling system, we'll prepare the way for a new dawn. Midoriya may not know it yet, but he's opened Pandora's box, and humanity's full potential will finally be realized. At the end of the meeting, the four conspirators left the room with a renewed sense of purpose. With their sights set on a future where meta abilities would rule supremely, and those without them, the Meta Liberation Army started to move in the middle of the mountains, far from Hero Society's crumbling stronghold. For those referred to as quirkless or nulls, the heir to Destro would provide them with a chance that no one else ever did. An opportunity to experience true power. With the start of summer vacation, Izuku Midoriya was finally able to move past the disappointment and stress of the previous year. The circumstances that led to his extreme measures had been taxing, especially leading to the publication of the incriminating article against UA University. However, he had nothing to be afraid of regarding the matter. After all, Izuku now had the support of countless individuals wronged by UA, people whose voices had been silenced for far too long. Hurting him now would only reinforce the pattern of carelessness and incapacity he had revealed. However, because of the heat outbreak he caused during his altercation with Monoma, UA can punish him. It's a miracle no one died because the two had put the entire student body in danger by spreading the number of heat-related illnesses so quickly. The only reprieve granted to Izuku and Nito was that they were spared expulsion. More so Izuku than Nito, they will have to endure months of community service and detention beginning at the end of summer vacation. Izuku was unconcerned. It was all worthwhile. His mother felt conflicted about it all. Inko was troubled by the extent to which her son had gone to make a statement, even though she was proud of his bravery. She never thought the gentle, selfless boy she had raised would take this step. But maybe she shouldn't have been shocked, considering all the suffering UA and the world had caused him. Izuku has finally reached his breaking point, which happens to everyone. Izuku was deep in research in his room, what little of it he still had. All Might memorabilia had vanished from the walls and shelves. The space had been completely stripped of its zealous shrine to the symbol of peace. Izuku had sold every item of All Might gear he owned, carefully selecting customers who were prepared to shell out top dollar. He was surprised to learn that the collection had brought him a small fortune. He can wait until he needs it to decide what to do with it. Instead of giving up his priceless collection, the elderly Izuku would have sooner committed seppuku. However, today's Izuku did not see the value in holding on to the past. Hero worship had once blinded him, now, he was determined to see things clearly. Time to make a fresh start. Izuku looked at his left arm as he sat at his desk, typing on his laptop. It vibrated at a startling rate while the rest of his body stayed motionless, a subtle test of his newly acquired skills after learning that heat causes molecules to vibrate, which in turn causes mechanical energy to be released. Izuku has the ability to acquire new skills if properly utilized. Izuku is currently using his laptop to research the Seebeck generator and its possible uses. A knock on the door caused him to lose concentration. In order to avoid frightening his mother, Izuku instantly stopped vibrating his arm. It took Inko some time to come to terms with the fact that her son, who had previously been quirkless, now possessed a power that she could not fathom. Her first reaction to the physical changes he went through after his mutant quirk manifested was not something Izuku wanted to remember. At first, Inko believed she had lost her son to Katsuki's brutality, and she was afraid of what he had become. She got better later on, tried to stay strong for him since this whole thing was harder on him than her. Even though he began using his new power rapidly, she was aware that he was still battling many inner demons, some of which he was only able to overcome after exacting revenge on Bakugo and Aizawa. "Come in," called Izuku. With a soft smile, Inko peered in. "You've been in here all day, Izuku. That's no way to start your summer vacation." Izuku gave a shrug. "I don't think researching things that interest me is a waste of time, Mom." She stepped fully into the room and said, "Well, everything is set for our flight to America. Your dad is excited to see you." When his father was mentioned, Izuku's expression softened. "Good, it'll be nice to see him too." Inko paused, her smile wavering a bit. "Are you sure about not taking the other offer? Island would be an incredible opportunity for someone like you." Izuku sighed, already looking forward to this discussion. UA's employees had made the offer in question as part of an agreement made during the final exam. He had received tickets to the Expo, a prestigious event that showcases the newest in hero technology and support gear, in exchange for playing the role of the central villain. Originally, the tickets were intended for the sports festival winner, Itsuka Kendo. But Kendo had turned them away, feeling unworthy after defeating Izuku without engaging in combat. Her hesitancy was only strengthened by the final exam, where she had been overpowered by his newfound strength. Izuku had thought that the staff would cancel the tickets once the article was published. Surprisingly, though, they hadn't. They were still his to do with as he pleased. Izuku said, "I'd love to go to Island," as he reclined in it. "But we only get to see Dad during the holidays. With everything that's happened, I think it's more important to see him right now." Inko understood his logic and nodded. Her voice grew softer as she said, "You're right. Hisashi should see how much you've grown, especially with your quirk awakening. But Izuku, I worry about your future. I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself and fighting back against those who wronged you, but you can't build a life just settling scores." Her words startled Izuku, who blinked. "Maybe," she said, "by going to Ai Island, you'll find something new to strive for, something that can give you a fresh start." Izuku took a moment to react, her words circling around in his head. That hadn't occurred to him before. His entire focus since graduating from the hero course had been on revealing the truth and holding those accountable for his suffering. What happened next, though? What was he going to do next? He finally said, "I'll think about it," in a reflective tone. Inko put a hand on his shoulder and grinned. "That's all I ask." Izuku's mind was racing as he gazed at his laptop screen as she walked out of the room. He started to ponder what might be found beyond the ashes of his previous aspirations and if it would be worthwhile to start over. Hero killer Stain was leaning against the chilly brick of an alleyway in the dim corners of Tokyo, breathing heavily and shallowly. The lingering stench of burnt flesh clung to him, a testament to his close call with Endeavor's infernal flames in Hosu. His right arm and back were scarred by third-degree burns, but Stain didn't seem to mind. He welcomed pain as a familiar companion in his moral quest. His mission was eternal. Wounds would heal. Hosu had served as an essential battleground. The murder of Tenya Iida, Ingenium's brother, was merely another step in revealing the corruption at the core of hero society. The boy had exemplified all that was wrong with the younger generation. He was arrogant, careless, and unaware of the real cost of heroism. But neither Endeavor's approach nor the overwhelming power of his flames had been foreseen by Stain. The bitter taste of unresolved business lingered in his mouth, forcing him to run. Despite his abhorrence of Endeavor's strength, he had to acknowledge it. It would take more than his present skills to kill the number 2 hero. For the time being, Stain was kept hidden by devoted followers, common people who shared his hatred of false heroes. Stain felt a strange satisfaction at their readiness to take him in and take care of him. It warmed a part of him that he believed was long dead to see the fruits of his ideology grow and to see the people supporting his cause. He was unable to recall the last time he had felt satisfied. However, the news emanating from Ua University was what really stoked his sinister gratification. The powerful Hero Academy's illustrious reputation has been tarnished for everyone to see due to its current scandal. More than the pro-heroes themselves, Stain had always hated the Hero Academies. These establishments functioned as factories, producing flimsy, celebrity-driven puppets that pretended to be saviors. UA was the most egregious offenders among them. One golden goose like All Might couldn't redeem its legacy, which was tainted by innumerable failures. It was quite cathartic to read about UA's demise. Although Stain had no knowledge of Eraserhead, Shota Aizawa, his story struck a chord with him in some way. Theoretically, the man's reputation for brutally dismissing undeserving pupils matched Stain's principles. But what's the truth? By destroying lives without considering the repercussions, Aizawa left a path of hopelessness while posing as a hero mentor. It made Stain's scarred face smile twistedly to see Aizawa now exposed, his actions revealed for the world to judge. More than that, the entire system was affected by the UA scandal. Investigations were now being conducted into other hero academies that had previously escaped scrutiny. The public's confidence was damaged. This was a turning point for Stain, an opportunity to challenge the status quo and advance real reform in hero society. At last, the dam's fissures had expanded, allowing the decay Stain had been attempting to reveal for years to spill out. And the impetus behind it all, Midoriya Izuku. In a way that even Stain hadn't been able to do, the boy had completely upended hero society, and Stain couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for him. More than Stain's blade ever could, Midoriya's metamorphosis, from a quirkless dreamer to a vindictive force of reckoning, had destroyed the appearance of heroism. It was not necessary for the hero killer to admire Midoriya in order to recognize his contribution to this turmoil. The world needed Stain now more than ever. He had a lot more work to do. The fakers would attempt to patch the cracks, cover the dam with plaster, and act as if nothing had occurred. It was not possible due to Stain. He had a clear plan. One bloody step at a time, he would carry on his crusade to rid the world of false heroes. He owed Izuku Midoriya this chance, as much as he hated to acknowledge it. Society would be cleansed by the impending carnage. Stain's hand gripped his blade's hilt tightly. He would see to that. One of the League of Villains' numerous hideouts was a small, run-down bar in the dimly lit Kamina ward, where villain activity simmered just beneath the surface. Tamura Shigaraki was inside, sitting stooped in a corner, his pale hands twitching uneasily. As he read the most recent news article, his fingernails made slight scratches on the wooden table. His mood was mirrored in the bar's bare, peeling walls, which were cracked, shaky, and about to collapse. Admittedly, the article was enjoyable to read. The alleged height of heroism, Ua University, was at last collapsing due to its own hypocrisy. The disclosure of its corruption seemed to confirm all Tamura hated about Hero Society. But he wasn't as happy as he should have been when he heard the news. His annoyance threatened to explode into another of his notorious outbursts. I should have done it. The idea tormented him, a constant reminder of his shortcomings. His goal had been to use his own hands to shatter the myth of heroism and bring UA to its knees. But no, the shot he should have fired was taken by a bunch of jerks, students who arrived late for the game. Izuku Midoriya was the name that was etched in his memory as the focal point of everything. Shigaraki's mouth twisted into a growl. He recalled the USJ attack on Midoriya. In the past, he had written off the quirkless boy as a weakling who didn't deserve any attention. Katsuki Bakugo, an explosive blonde brat, had been more annoying, if anything. Now, that fool was rotting in prison, where he belonged. However, Midoriya possessed something else. There had been a spark in his eyes that Shigaraki would have enjoyed extinguishing, even as a quirkless nobody. And now, unlike Shigaraki, Midoriya had turned that spark into a fire, turning UA's reputation into ashes. How pitiful of me to be envious of someone like him. Quote. Before he could control it, Tamura slammed his hand down on the table, the deterioration of his quirk threatening to take hold. His rage was a storm that he could hardly control. For so long, he had been plotting and envisioning the destruction of Hero Society. What about Midoriya? With one act of rebellion, he had accomplished more than Tamura had with all of his schemes put together. It enraged me. His raging thoughts were interrupted by a voice, steady and calm as a storm's eye. It doesn't matter who brought Ua down, Tamura, all for one declared as his image appeared on the television screen close by. What matters is the opportunity it presents us. Shigaraki's stiff shoulders still showed his annoyance as he turned to face the screen. Opportunity, he murmured in a low, poisonous voice. It's humiliating. That nobody, Midoriya, he's the one who. All for one interrupted, enough, in a firm but kind tone. You should thank that boy. UA's disgrace has opened countless doors for us. Disillusioned students, angry parents, even disenchanted heroes, all of them are potential recruits. The cracks in Hero Society are spreading, and the League will be there to exploit them. Tamura's wounded pride was not much calmed by the reminder, but it was sufficient to keep him from losing his temper again. With his hands less twitchy as he took in what his mentor had said, he reclined in his chair. He remembers how the hero killer stole the show when he killed Tenya Iida, making his earlier plan to kill Stain in Hosu by sending Mornomu on a rampage in the city a failure. Tamura whispered, all because of Midoriya, more to himself than to all for one. Did you give him that quirk? Heat Esper, or whatever they're calling it. A shiver ran down Tamura's spine as all for one laughed softly. No, Tamura, I wouldn't waste such a powerful quirk on someone unproven. Heat Esper, with its regenerative properties and destructive potential, would be far more useful in my hands. Midoriya's transformation is a mystery, but one we'll unravel in time. All for one leaned forward, his presence nearly palpable despite the distance, and the screen flickered. Midoriya's disillusionment is his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. The HPSC will undoubtedly try to sway him, to twist his anger to their advantage. Our task is to ensure that anger burns out of control against them. Tamura's eyebrow went up. What about his parents? Wouldn't taking them out push him over the edge? He shook his head, all for one. No, that would be too obvious, too crude. Let the heroes make that mistake. They've always been so adept at creating their own enemies. No, Tamura, corrupting Midoriya requires subtlety, creativity, and I do so enjoy being creative. A second voice emerged from the screen as a new figure entered all for one's lair before Tamura could reply. Dr. Kyudai Garaki shuffled forward, a mixture of nervousness and excitement on his face. Garaki said, My lord, his voice faltering a little, I bring good and bad news. For one, he bowed his head. Start with the bad. Garaki paused. Our spy in Ua, Yuga Aoyama, has been compromised. He's been removed from the hero course and is now under scrutiny. I'm afraid he's no longer of use to us. Tamura gave a mocking snort. Figures. That flashy idiot was always useless. All for One's voice stayed calm, but his face darkened. Disappointing. I had higher hopes for him. And the good news. Garaki's expression lightened. A contact within the Degenerate Company has informed me that Rikiya Yatsubashi, Re-Destro, has decided to restart the Ray Sphere project. All for One's face lit up wickedly at the realization. Ah, now that is good news. Aoyama may yet prove useful after all. In spite of himself, Tamura cocked his head in curiosity. What's the Ray Sphere? Everyone laughed. A very exciting project, and if it works, it'll bring chaos that has not been seen since the era of Quirks began. When the time comes, we'll take over. For now, focus on the opportunities at hand. A new game has just begun. Arita Madoka's article sparked an immediate and persistent backlash. Parents had kept quiet for years because they were afraid of what would happen if they questioned UA University's authority. The incriminating disclosures now gave them the confidence to come forward and start preparing lawsuits against the academy for the harm done to their kids. Sadly, even parents who had left their kids behind after they were expelled, out of embarrassment and selfishness, were now trying to redeem themselves by attacking the teachers who had let their kids down. The impacted families were not the only ones who were outraged. Parents whose kids had never experienced the negative effects of UA's faulty system started to doubt the organization, and many of them even thought about removing their kids from it completely. The collective disenchantment of their families was proving to be a powerful influence, even though the university students were legal adults with the capacity to make their own decisions. The Hero Public Safety Commission was the only bright spot, as they took action to quell the public's clamor. The commission asserted in a formal statement that it had previously given UA complete autonomy over its instructional strategies in exchange for the assurance that their freestyle approach would result in the greatest pro-heroes. The HPSC promised to intervene and enforce order now that UA had betrayed that trust. A small number of pro-heroes were alarmed by this announcement, but the majority of the public was placated. These people knew better than to applaud the Commission's intervention because they were well aware of its own history of abuse of power. Sir Night-Eye was one of those who saw right through the facade. But unless the situation directly affected his apprentice, he decided not to get involved. When summer vacation started, Mirio Tagata, the young hero, went to see his mentor. However, the Mirio who entered Night-Eye's office was not at all like the cheerful person he usually was. A calm, contemplative manner had taken the place of the playful optimism that had persuaded Night-Eye he was a perfect fit to inherit One for All. Of course, Night-Eye understood. He, too, had been shocked by the news of UA's shortcomings. In addition to being a personal letdown, the institution's support of such unheroic behavior betrayed the very principles that heroes were supposed to defend. Even though Mirio would eventually lose faith, Night-Eye knew he had to save the day, not for UA's benefit, but to maintain Mirio's reputation as the next symbol of peace. Mirio paused as he sat down, then asked the question that had been on his mind. "What do you think about all this, sir?" he inquired. Night-Eye's heart ached for him because his voice had lost its typical joy and had taken on a quiet tone. Night-Eye answered, his tone clipped but thoughtful, without stopping his paperwork. The truth revealed by the article is a stain on everything heroes stand for. On paper, Eraserhead's reasoning might seem sound, even acceptable. But for someone who prides himself on being logical, his actions were driven by flawed emotions and hypocrisy. If UA doesn't close down because of this, I'll strap myself with my tickle machine and keep it active for hours. Mirio nearly burst out laughing at Night-Eye's dry humor, but his mood was too depressed for even a laugh. He fidgeted a little as he glanced down at his hands. What'll happen to my training with One for All if UA does close down? Night-Eye reacted quickly and strategically. He said, I have connections, putting down his pen and turning to face Mirio. The dean of Shiketsu University owes me a favor. All it would take is one phone call, and you'd be enrolled as a third-year student there in no time, as though you'd never been at UA ever. I can do the same for the other members of the Big Three if they ask. Mirio blinked, flattered and a little taken aback by his mentor's willingness to take action. That's good to know, sir. But don't you think that's a bit cynical? Night-Eye's expression was unwavering as he leaned back in his chair. It's practical. The duty of hero academies is to produce the best pro-heroes for society. If one falls, tragic though it may be, those with dreams of heroism must be prepared to abandon ship and find another academy. This is a lesson you must learn to be a successful hero. Don't grow too attached to any one location. Wherever you go as a hero can be your home and the place you protect. The reasoning was indisputable, and Mirio gave a slow nod. I understand. Another thing on the agenda is Izuku Midoriya, Mirai continued. We need to keep an eye on him. I don't believe he'll become a villain. His attachment to his parents keeps him grounded. But he's already proven himself to be a calculated thinker. The smart ones are always the most dangerous. Mirio's forehead wrinkled. You think he's a threat? Night Eye made a snap decision. Yes, not to society as a whole, but to those who stand in his way. And if the HPSC tries to recruit him, they'll find he's not as easily controlled as they'd hope. The rest of Class 1A, desperate for a break from the chaos and stress of their first few months at UA, decided to spend their summer vacation on I Island. Only a few were invited to the exclusive preview event, despite the fact that the annual I Expo was the main event. Momo had a few extra passes to share because he had been personally invited. In the end, she played rock, paper, scissors with Kyoka, Tsuyu, Mina, and Toru to determine who would accompany her. After winning, Ochako and Kyoka were given the opportunity to go with Momo to the preview. The other members of the group accepted that they would have to explore the remainder of the artificial island. The I Expo turned out to be a haven for heroes. The three girls were astounded by the displays of heroism, state-of-the-art equipment, and cutting-edge technology. Additionally, the expo served as a gathering place for global heroes, many of whom they had never met before. Godzilla, the well-known monster hero, was one such character. Kyoka remarked, Tokage from Class 1B would be so jealous right now, as she quickly took a phone photo of Godzilla. She's, like, his biggest fan. The girls carried on exploring after laughing. After a while, they arrived at a blue-hued museum pavilion that displayed cutting-edge support gear made for professional heroes. They were in awe of every display and repeatedly wished that UA's support course had access to such high-quality technology. The three headed to a villain attack simulation, one of the expo's most well-liked attractions, after stopping for a quick drink. As players tried to eliminate as many villain bots as they could in a predetermined amount of time, a crowd gathered. Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka recognized the next participant right away because the attraction had already attracted a number of well-known names. Whispering, Mirio Tagata, Momo said. The Class 3B third-year student had taken home the year's sports festival trophy. The fact that he had been rewarded with expo tickets was not surprising. With an aura of blue electricity emanating from his body, the girls gazed in wonder as Mirio stepped onto the man-made mountain range. He was able to phase through obstacles and easily destroy the villain bots because of his unfathomable speed and accuracy. When he finished the challenge in just 12 seconds and took first place, the audience cheered. The three faces that greeted Mirio as he made his way back to the audience were Najire Hado and Tamaki Amajiki, two of his big three teammates, as well as a blonde woman wearing glasses whose beauty rivaled Najire's. Najire was ecstatic as soon as she saw the three UA students. "Oh, it's you guys. From the sports festival," she cried as she hurried to make her introduction. Despite exchanging startled looks, the three women embraced the opportunity to speak with the vivacious third year. As they conversed, Shoto Todoroki, another well-known face, accepted the challenge of the villain attack. Shoto was also at the expo on behalf of his father, Endeavor. The three girls were a little uneasy as Shoto got closer to the mountain. They were aware of the impending event. As expected, Shoto overcame the difficulty by releasing a huge ice wave that completely stopped the simulation. He finished second in the course with a time of less than 14 seconds. The audience erupted in applause for his show of strength, but his three classmates exchanged disbelieving glances. They had become used to Shoto's uncomplicated, intimidating techniques, which only utilized half of his full potential. The atmosphere changed as Shoto reappeared in front of the crowd. When he noticed someone unexpected, his keen eyes widened in surprise as he scanned the crowd. His voice was tinged with disdain as he said, "Midoriya," out loud. The other UA students in the vicinity noticed the name as it reverberated through the atmosphere. As they also saw Izuku standing among the crowd, Ochako's stomach turned to mush. Despite his neutral expression, Izuku's silence about Shoto's performance said a lot. He appeared completely unimpressed, which stood in sharp contrast to the raucous applause around him. Ochako stiffened, aware that trouble was on the way. It seemed like wishful thinking now, but she had hoped they could avoid conflict. Everyone was paying attention because of Shoto's outburst, and there was a noticeable tension in the air. Ochako muttered to herself, "Don't bother him," hoping her classmates would ignore it. Izuku got up from his seat, sensing the tension created by Todoroki's harsh tone and piercing gaze, and decided it would be best to leave the attraction before it got out of hand. Even the distance of Island didn't seem to be enough to calm him, despite his wish to avoid any old ghosts on this trip. He started to head for the exit when Nejire Hado appeared in front of him, floating upside down with her hair flying in all directions. It wasn't a wall or a crowd that blocked his path. Her head and soft blue hair were the main obstacles in his path from this awkward vantage point, while her bright, inquisitive eyes were staring at him. Izuku blinked, taken aback for a moment. She looked, he had to admit, kind of adorable, with her curious look and posture that defies gravity. When he was younger, he might have blushed when he saw someone so beautiful, but now he is tired of everything. "Hi, I'm Nejire," she chirped, sounding as animated as she looked. Her curiosity seemed limitless, and she asked a barrage of questions before he could answer. "So, why are you on Island? Did you get an invite? Ooh, did you help build any of this? Oh, wait. You're Izuku Midoriya, right? You're the one who fought classes 1A and 1B in the final exam. How did you get to be the test opponent? Did you request it, or was it, like, random?" Nejire's incessant barrage of inquiries strained Izuku's already limited patience. She veered off topic as her interest in the individual characteristics and situations of people took over. Standing close by, Tamaki moved uneasily, obviously conscious of Nejire's propensity to pose intrusive or unsettling inquiries. Tamaki muttered, fidgeting, Nejire, maybe don't." Nejire asked abruptly, her eyes wide with interest, "Why did you leave the hero course?" Tamaki went pale. Even Mirio, who had been observing calmly, flinched. He had been afraid that Nejire might go too far, and now his suspicions were confirmed. "What are the odds that she'll bring up him being a former Quirkless?" Tamaki inquired. "Horrifyingly high," Mirio answered. Melissa Shield, who was standing next to them, appeared perplexed by the inquiry. "Former Quirkless," she repeated softly, looking from Izuku to Nejire. After a brief pause, Mirio chose to clarify. "Yeah, Izuku Midoriya was the first Quirkless student to get into UA's hero course. And he worked harder than anyone to prove himself, but," his voice became more serious. "Let's just say he didn't get the respect he deserved, and when someone unworthy of being a hero crossed the line, something miraculous." When Mirio saw Melissa's expression, he interrupted himself. Her hands were clenched tightly against her sides, and her eyes were wide with shock. The temperature in the area noticeably increased before he could inquire as to what was wrong. The sudden heat caused Nejire to pause in the middle of her question, and before she could respond, an invisible force pushed her away gently but firmly. Izuku was carried through the air by her telekinesis and landed beside her friends. She thudded gently to the ground and exclaimed, "Owie," in surprise. Without hesitation, Tamaki knelt beside her, his anxiety increasing. "Nejire, you didn't ask about, you know." Nejire cocked her head, perplexed, and then she realized. She pouted and said, "Oh, yeah, I guess I did." Mirio scowled, disappointment taking the place of his typically upbeat expression. His tone conveyed the weight of the leaked videos that had exposed Izuku's years of suffering at the hands of bullies, especially Katsuki Bakugo. "Nejire, even for you, that's in poor taste. Everyone at UA knows what it was like for him back then." Nejire muttered, "Sowie," as she looked down at her lap with genuine regret. Melissa, meanwhile, was unable to get rid of the knot in her chest. The tension persisted even though the local heat had started to drop. Despite the residual warmth in the air, she took advantage of the opportunity and moved closer to Izuku. Despite his obvious desire to leave, Izuku had not yet done so. He remained motionless, clearly attempting to cool himself, probably to prevent any heat from escaping that might endanger onlookers. Melissa said, "Hi," in a steady but gentle tone. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry about Nejire's questions. She's, very enthusiastic, and I'm not sure she has an off button yet." Izuku gave her a quick glance before responding in a sluggish, weary voice. "It's fine." He started to walk away once more, but Melissa intervened right away. "I'm Melissa Shield," she said, her voice growing more assured. He hesitated at the name. Izuku's eyes flickered with curiosity as he turned back to face her. "Shield." Melissa grinned, aware that he was paying attention to her. "Yeah, I'm Professor David Shield's daughter." Izuku's face changed, his fatigue briefly giving way to curiosity. "David Shield, the creator of All Might's costumes." Melissa said. That's right, her smile growing. The tale of Yuga Aoyama was one of curses, a lifetime of responsibilities piling one on top of the other until they strained his back. Being born without a quirk was the first curse in a society that viewed that one characteristic as a sign of inferiority. Yuga recognized his uniqueness as soon as he grasped the word. He was different from the other kids, who had glowing eyes, magical powers, and the capacity to bend steel or call forth storms. No, he was nothing, and being nothing was a crime in this harsh world. The reaction of society to his lack of a quirk was the second curse. Once loving and proud, Yuga's parents started to view him as a burden that needed to be fixed. Even less considerate were his peers, who saw him as a simple prey for their brutality. The fact that someone had a quirk made them valuable, regardless of whether it made them a real cactus. Yuga didn't have any. His parents took action after a particularly psychotic classmate's bullying reached almost fatal proportions. However, their solution was not the result of sacrifice or love. It was desperate. The fabled meta boogeyman, the king of villains himself, struck an agreement with the Aoyamas, all for one. Yuga received the naval laser as a quirk from the Demon King in return for her lifelong servitude. It was intended to save him and give him the authority he so sorely desired. Yuga was able to abandon his previous life and begin anew in a place where no one was aware that he had previously been quirkless thanks to this quirk. For a moment Yuga believed his parents when they told him it was his salvation. But exhilaration gave way to pain. The naval laser was a cruel joke and a farce of a gift. The quirk was incompatible with his body and caused him excruciating pain each time he used it. His desire to be normal was dashed, but he was already a victim of the curse. He was a pawn in a monster's hand, tethered to all for one. Yuga tried his best to live with the decisions that were forced upon him as the years went by. After training and studying, he was accepted into Ua University, one of the most prominent hero academies in the world. He wanted to use his cursed quirk for good and become a hero. But as soon as All for One entered his life again, that dream was warped. Yuga was given a task by the Demon King, who had been calling for his favor for 8 years. The plan was straightforward: sneak into Ua, win his classmates' confidence, and pose as All for One's mole. When Yuga realized what was expected of him, his heart fell, but his protests were dismissed with icy indifference. All for One had said, "You owe me, boy," in a voice that was a silken thread of menace. "And I always collect what I'm owed." His loyalty was first put to the test during the notorious USJ incident. The League of Villains attacked the training facility with the intention of killing All Might after acting on Yuga's information. They turned their wrath on Class 1A after their plans to kill the symbol of peace failed because he was not there. Yuga, overcome with guilt and terror, hid in the shadows of the fictitious cityscape while the chaos erupted all around him. He heard the roar of flames devouring the simulated environment, the cries of his classmates, and the villains' taunts. He took no action. Yuga's cowardice peaked when Tsuyu Asui was at her lowest point and in dire need of rescue. He witnessed her pinned down, defenseless, in front of one of Tamura Shigaraki's more hideous goons. He had the option to intervene. He could have saved her with his naval laser. However, he didn't. Izuku Midoriya, on the other hand, jumped into danger without hesitation to save her. Midoriya Izuku. Yuga remembered the name like a brand. Izuku was all Yuga had ever wanted to be. He had been born quirkless, just like Yuga. However, Izuku had managed to overcome it. Unlike Yuga, he was courageous, kind, and tenacious. Although he had experienced the same injustices and tribulations, he fared much better than Yuga. For that, Yuga detested him. Izuku's strength made him envious. His determination, his capacity for optimism, his deepest wish was for Yuga to be able to switch places with him. However, envy was replaced by guilt, and guilt grew into hopelessness. The UA staff temporarily suspended Yuga after Izuku told them about Yuga's inaction during the USJ attack. Although the teachers understood his anxiety, he was still a student. After all, leaving a classmate behind was too serious a transgression to ignore. But the suspension was more than just a penalty. It was a fatal blow. Yuga thus found himself in front of the man who had power over his destiny in a dimly lit room. The only sound in the stifling silence was the gentle hum of All for One's life support systems. The Demon King exuded absolute authority despite his fragile appearance. He spoke to Yuga in a smooth, almost fatherly voice. "My dear boy," said All for One, his voice brimming with phony sympathy. "Why do you look so distraught? Surely you know I am not angry with you. Yuga bent his head and his knees shook. I failed you, my lord. I was cowardly, and now I've been removed from the hero course. I can't gather information for you anymore. Please, if you must punish someone, punish me. But spare my parents. Yuga felt shivers down her spine as All for One laughed softly. Oh, Yuga, perish such negative thoughts. You have served me well, far better than most. The failure at the USJ was not yours to bear, no, that was Tamura's error. And as for your removal from the hero course, they still do not know your true allegiance, so there is nothing to fear on that front. A minor setback easily remedied. Yuga's face was marked with confusion as he dared to look up. Really? All for One said, indeed, in a tone that was almost comforting. You have done well with your usage of naval laser, but we both know that it was just a placeholder. The time will come for you to force your way back into the hero course, but for now, I have a new task for you, and for this one, failure won't be possible. As All for One held out a hand, Yuga struggled with fear and hope. Come, my dear boy. Let me show you what true power feels like. After being unintentionally invited to join Mirio's group, Izuku visited Melissa's private laboratory, which epitomized the genius and heritage of the Shield family. Izuku couldn't help but observe Mirio and Melissa's friendship as they climbed Tai Island's central tower. Given Mirio's supposed position as All Might's apprentice, it made sense, even though Izuku had once foolishly imagined this course for himself before he'd opened his eyes. The group was cordially received in Melissa's lab, where she is now a rising star in the support gears industry. With its sleek workstations filled with cutting-edge tools, holographic schematics lighting the walls, and well-organized prototypes of state-of-the-art equipment, the facility was an engineering marvel. Among the futuristic decor, personal touches stood out, family photos, certificates, and awards that highlighted Melissa's journey. Izuku's attention was drawn to one image in particular. A younger Melissa standing next to All Might, who was wearing a "number one uncle" shirt with pride and warmth. Izuku couldn't help but experience jealousy that was both bitter and sweet. Tamaki stood clumsily in the corner, clearly taken aback by the room's magnificence, while Nejire exploded with excitement as he marveled at the assortment of support gear Melissa had created for pro heroes. Melissa, who was kind but modest, thanked Nejire for her passion but minimized her accomplishments, citing years of diligence and her father's encouragement as the reasons for her success. In response, Mirio assured Melissa that her work was truly remarkable. Even Nejire hesitated at the rare softness in his voice. Izuku silently watched the exchange, assembling the bond between Melissa and Mirio, not only through All Might, but also through a mutual commitment to helping others. Melissa purposefully turned to Mirio. The reason I brought you here is that I noticed something during the villain attack attraction. You weren't using your full strength, and there were moments where you looked strained. Mirio scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, "Caught me, huh? Guess I underestimated how sharp your eyes are, Melissa. My permeation had undergone a significant evolution during my work studies under Sir Night-Eye. Initially, it allowed me to alter my density and phase through solid matter. However, it has since upgraded, granting me the ability to reverse the effect, increasing my density to become more durable, which in turn enhances my strength and speed, but it's really strenuous at the moment. As for the blue electricity that occasionally sparks during my attacks, I still don't have a clue." Ever the analytical thinker, Izuku was compelled to share his knowledge. The electricity could be a byproduct of energy manipulation, he suggested. Your quirk might have an underlying energy-based component. Intangibility is often associated with vibrations at the molecular level, so it's possible your quirk is adapting to allow for new abilities that bridge the gap between vibrations and energies. For a brief moment, Mirio's smile wavered, his usual upbeat manner concealing his uneasiness. Izuku's inference was too accurate. Only All Might's closest confidants should be aware of One for All's changing energy. Izuku's remark, however, was entirely innocent and reflected the keen intellect that had once been his greatest strength when he wanted to be a hero. Still, there's a strange quality about him. For some reason, Izuku has been avoiding eye contact with Mirio ever since they first met, even though Mirio can tell that he is still a good person despite his rough exterior. Melissa took advantage of the opportunity to disclose the real reason for their visit. Taking a pair of full gauntlets, she said, "That's why I wanted to give you something that might help, Mirio. These are designed to absorb the recoil from high-impact strikes, protecting your arms so you can use your full strength without holding back." Mirio was truly appreciative. "Thank you, Melissa. These are incredible." Toshinori Yagi, in his actual form, thin and weak, sat opposite David Shield, his best friend from his time in America, in a private lounge in the central tower of I Island. As David finished the scans on Toshinori's quirk levels, the reunion between the two old friends, who had shared innumerable memories and triumphs, was tinged with a sense of solemnity. David furrowed his brow and muttered, "These numbers," while he went over the information. "They're worse than I thought, Toshi." With a feeble laugh, Toshinori waved him away. "I've been managing just fine. My role as a symbol is more about inspiring others than fighting battles now. Mirio's progressing well, and the next generation is looking promising." David put the tablet down and looked at his friend while crossing his arms. "That's all well and good, but you're not okay. You can't keep pushing yourself like this. You're not invincible anymore, Toshi." The former peace symbol gave a small smile. "I know that, but I don't need to be invincible, not anymore. I have students now, like Mirio, who'll carry the torch forward. All might may be fading, but the legacy will remain." David let out a long breath, putting his worries aside for the moment. "Well, you'd better last through the Expo tonight. Melissa's been looking forward to it for weeks. She really admires you, you know." The mention of Melissa softened Toshinori's expression. "She's grown into an incredible young woman. You must be proud of her." "Proud doesn't even begin to cover it," David remarked, laughing as he poured them each a drink. "She's following in my footsteps, building support gear for heroes all over the world. Sometimes, I catch myself thinking about the shy little girl who used to tug on your cape, and now she's crafting equipment that puts my early designs to shame." The glass was raised by Toshinori. "To Melissa, proof that hope and hard work can achieve anything." For a brief moment, the atmosphere lightened as David clinked his glass against Toshinori's, but then Toshinori's face became thoughtful. "David, have you heard about what's been happening back in Japan?" David put down his drink and nodded. "Some of it, yes. The scandals at UA haven't made international headlines, but I Island has its ways of keeping informed. I'm shocked, honestly. The university that helped shape you into All Might is now mired in incompetence and controversy. I read about how that Eraserhead fellow treated his students. It's hard to believe." With a sigh, Toshinori looked down at the table. "I always found Aizawa more of a burden than a friend. He's been teaching far longer than I have, and Midnight, someone I trust deeply, vouched for him. It was easy to assume he knew what he was doing. But looking back, I trusted too much. I thought everyone around me was naturally better suited to guide the next generation." Although David's expression softened, his curiosity overcame him. "And what about the student everyone's talking about, Izuku Midoriya? What's his story?" Toshinori flinched visibly at the name. After hesitating, he inhaled deeply. "Young Midoriya, he's my greatest failure as a mentor. When I look at Melissa, I remember how I knew exactly what to say to lift her spirit, to help her chase her dreams despite being quirkless. But with Izuku, I made mistake after mistake. I misjudged and underestimated him, and when he needed guidance the most, I looked the other way. Now, all that's left in his heart is disappointment and anger. Everyone in UA failed him, but I'm the one he clung to for hope, and all I did was misinterpret helping for neglecting." Concerned, David leaned forward. "I've heard about what he did to that Bakugo brat in Aizawa, and given how sudden and swift it all was, I'm inclined to believe that justice was the farthest thing from his mind and all of that was just revenge." Then Toshinori paused. "Revenge, maybe, but justice, too. Bakugo and Aizawa's actions were indefensible, and UA couldn't sweep it under the rug, at least not while they knew the details. Expelling him isn't an option either. The public would never forgive us. Dean Nezu is grateful to young Midoriya for forcing us to confront what we were blind to, but there's another reason we're keeping him close." David's head cocked. "And that is his quirk," acknowledged Toshinori. "There are still too many mysteries to it. For a quirk to remain dormant for so long, only to surface in such an extreme way, it defies everything we know. At first, I thought it might be linked to All for One. But Recovery Girl confirmed that Heat Esper is his quirk, always has been. Nezu even uncovered an old theory, one that's been buried for decades." David squinted his eyes. "You're not talking about the devolved salvation of humanity, are you?" Grimly, Toshinori nodded. "The idea that quirkless children might be humanity's way of preserving itself, of pulling back from the brink of the quirk singularity. It's not widely known, and for good reason. But it could explain why Midoriya's quirk was so deeply repressed, and it only awakened out of preservation for its bearer when death approached and it had the means to save his life." David's expression darkened as he started thinking about Melissa. He shook them off quickly, not wanting to consider the possibility. If that theory has any merit, it's better for Melissa not to know. She gave up on having a quirk long ago. Bringing this up now would only reopen old wounds. Agreed, said Toshinori quietly. I just thought you should know the state of things. There's one more thing. I did some digging into young Midoriya's background. His father works overseas, in America, and his family visits him during the holidays. It's possible that Izuku might leave Japan entirely someday. Toshinori was troubled by the idea of Izuku going. If that day comes, I'll understand. But I hope it doesn't. I want to make things right with him, somehow. David touched his friend's shoulder in a comforting manner. Then make the most of the time you have left, Toshi. It's never too late to try. As night fell on Island, excitement was in the air for the reception party that would conclude the pre-opening celebrations for the expo. Pro heroes and a few chosen students from hero academies were able to socialize and celebrate at this lavish event, which was held in the central tower. Still getting used to the strange surroundings of Island, Izuku Midoriya was about to head back to his hotel room to change when he heard someone calling out to him. Melissa Shield said, "Midoriya, wait up." Over the faint murmur of the departing crowd, her golden hair bounced lightly with every stride as she jogged up to him. Izuku turned, somewhat taken aback. "Oh, Melissa, what's up? I just wanted to talk for a moment. It's, well, something that's been on my mind," Melissa said, wiping a flyaway hair from her face. "If that's okay." Izuku nodded, seeing nothing wrong with it. "Sure, what's on your mind?" Melissa looked around. It was much quieter now that Mirio and his friends had already gone to the dorms. She gave a sheepish smile. "Thanks. And, sorry if I come off as insensitive. This is a little personal, but I couldn't stop thinking about it after Mirio mentioned something about your quirk. Or, I guess, your lack of one before." Her words caused Izuku's eyebrows to move a little. At first, he reacted defensively, feeling the slight sting of old wounds reopening. But Melissa's manner softened him somehow. He detected only sincere interest and compassion, not animosity or derision. "I'm not trying to pry or anything. I understand what it's like." Melissa seemed to notice his hesitancy and added, "I'm quirkless too." She paused, allowing her words to linger in the air. Izuku's eyes widened and he blinked. "You're quirkless." Melissa gave a nod. "Yeah, born and raised." She gave a small smile, but her face was slightly dejected. "I don't really advertise it. But I thought, well, maybe you'd understand." Izuku was surprised. He had never met another quirkless in his life. He had thought for years that he was the last of a dying species, the last of humanity before quirks changed the course of history. And yet here she was, another relic of the past, standing before him. It seemed unreal. The silence was broken by Melissa. "I know how bad it can get, you know. The discrimination, the stares. I was lucky, though. My dad's reputation shielded me from most of it. People assumed I'd take after him, even if I didn't have a quirk." "You're lucky," Izuku said in a flat voice. "Most of us don't have that kind of protection." His tone made Melissa wince, but she persisted. "I've heard the stories, the hate crimes, the bullying. It's horrible, and it makes me sick just thinking about it." "Simply put, they're true," Izuku said. There was only a chilly, disinterested affirmation, no rage or resentment. "I lived it. Every nightmare you've heard about. Most of it was my life." Melissa's heart hurt for him, and she scowled. "But, what about now? What's it like having a quirk?" she asked after hesitating. Izuku's face grew serious. "It's meaningless. Heat Esper is almost 2 decades too late to matter. All it's done is mock me. All those years of suffering, treated as if I'm not human, only ever feeling safe in my bed where I could escape into my dreams where everyone could love me for me, and then this gift shows up like a bad joke." He clenched his fists, his voice shaking with feelings. "All it's done is make people treat me differently again. Like, I suddenly deserve respect. It's all fake." His outburst didn't make Melissa cringe. Rather, she gave a contemplative nod. "I can see why you'd feel that way. But, does that mean you've given up on being a hero?" Izuku's eyes moved, his face ambiguous. "How can I protect people who will never truly love me? I gave them everything. My time, my effort, my tears, and it was never enough. How do I find the strength to keep trying when all they've ever done is tear me down?" A tiny, melancholy smile curved Melissa's lips. Maybe you're looking for the wrong thing. What do you mean? Frowned Izuku. Maybe it's not about earning their love or respect. Maybe it's about doing what makes you happy, Melissa said with a smile. You wanted to be a hero because it felt right to you, didn't you? Not because you wanted applause or fame. Izuku paused, her words piercing the mist of his uncertainties. I don't know. I'm not even sure what makes me happy anymore. Melissa took a step forward, her voice firm but gentle. Then maybe that's what you should focus on. Finding something, anything, that brings you joy. Even if it's not being a hero. Even if no one else understands. You survived so much, Midoriya. That takes strength, more than most people have. Izuku was momentarily stunned by her words. Despite their simplicity and lack of grandeur, they deeply resonated with him. He looked down at his hands, the faint heat of his quirk still lingering in his veins. Would he be able to retrace his own steps? Melissa went on in a steady voice. The world isn't all bad, you know. Even if you've lost faith in heroes, heck, even in my Uncle Might, it doesn't mean everything is hopeless. There's still good out there. And maybe you're part of that good. Izuku's expression softened as he looked up at her. You really think so? Melissa smiled confidently. I do, she said. You're bolder than you realize, Midoriya. You've already endured what most people couldn't. That says a lot about the kind of person you are. Izuku's heart began to warm slightly for the first time in what seemed like an eternity. Although it wasn't enough to make the pain go away, it was a beginning. The first day of the Expo was coming to an end, and it was time for the grand reception party. Izuku Midoriya left his hotel, nervously adjusting his tie, wearing the tuxedo his mother had gone out of her way to get for him. Because of his performance at the sports festival, he was invited to the party as a courtesy, but he still felt alienated. He encountered the UA Big Three as he entered the sidewalk. They were all perfectly attired for the event. Nejire practically glowed in a flowing sky blue evening gown, Tamaki fidgeted in a black tuxedo that seemed to be swallowing him whole, and Mirio wore a fitted navy blue suit that exuded confidence. Hey, Midoriya, Mirio said, greeting him with his typical cheerful enthusiasm. You heading to the party? Why don't we all go together? Taken by surprise, Izuku said, sure. Despite not anticipating company, he couldn't help but be enthralled by Mirio's contagious enthusiasm. Tamaki let out a long sigh. I have a bad feeling about this. When the clock struck 7 p.m., half an hour after the party had begun, the quartet was still far from their destination. The trip to the second floor should have been short once they entered the central tower. As they wandered through strange hallways, Izuku said in a cool but irritated tone, We're lost, aren't we? Lost, nah, exclaimed Nejire with assurance as she twirled a lock of her wavy blue hair. We're just exploring. I bet we'll make it in time for the main course. With his face buried in his hands, Tamaki let out a moan. I knew it. I knew I should have stayed in my room. Calm down, Tamaki. Mirio grinned. This is all part of the adventure. But Izuku was anything but amused. Already having a rough start to the evening, their phones had inexplicably lost signal, which is puzzling considering the island's cutting-edge network. He whispered, This doesn't make any sense. The island's communication system is supposed to be top-notch. Eventually, their wanderings brought them to a vast botanical garden with a futuristic design that blends modern architecture with nature. A tall, cylindrical structure that serves as an elevator rises high in the middle. There are several circular terraces all around it, each with colorful vegetation and well-placed plants. Walkways connect different areas of the garden by radiating outward in a symmetrical pattern. Ponds and other water features are incorporated into the design, which adds to the peaceful ambiance. The well-kept lawns, bushes, and towering trees that encircle the reflective pools provide a harmony between open areas and thick vegetation. The garden is surrounded by glass-like walls that let in an abundance of natural light, making it feel light and spacious. Suspended vegetation and elevated walkways allude to an emphasis on innovation and sustainability. Izuku pointed out flatly, looking around them, beautiful place you brought us to, Hado, except, something this big would not be on the second floor and obviously not where a party for heroes and scientists is being hosted. Nejire crossed her arms and pouted. Okay, fine. Maybe I did get us a little lost. But how was I supposed to know this wasn't the right way? There were signs. Mirio and Tamaki made an instant attempt to lift her spirits, but their attempts were at best mediocre. Meanwhile, Izuku became suddenly cold. There was a problem. Shutting his eyes, He concentrated on his heat esper. 5 heat signatures that were concealed among the plants suddenly became visible to him. There were 2 more going up in the elevator. Izuku slowly said, "We're not alone," as his body tensed. 7 people, 5 hiding in the plants and 2 coming out of the elevator. The elevator doors chimed open, revealing 2 men before the others could react. One was tall and gaunt, with gangly limbs and sunken cheeks. The other one was heavier and more plump. Neither appeared to be friendly. With a sharp and accusing tone, the lanky man demanded, "What are you kids doing here?" We're lost," Najire admitted, laughing awkwardly. "Really lost," Mirio continued, grinning his typical laid-back grin. "We didn't mean to intrude, we're just trying to get to the central tower." "Honest mistake." The gaunt man scoffed. "Honest? Huh, I don't buy it." His hands grew larger and more energetically crackled into webbed claws. He released an invisible concussive force that shook the air with a flick of his wrist. The big 3 responded right away. While Tamaki exuded an octopus's tentacles, poised to defend, Mirio seized Najire and dragged her behind him. Izuku, however, was quicker. Using a huge piece of metal as a shield, he telekinetically raised the temperature of the ground in front of him. When the lanky man's attack struck the improvised barrier, a piece was torn off and reshaped into a perfect sphere. "A quirk that displaces targets," Izuku said subtly while squinting. "Be careful." Mirio leapt to action, hiding behind Izuku's shield. He phased through the barrier, activating permeation, and materialized right in front of the gaunt man. Mirio struck the villain hard in the stomach, knocking him unconscious before he could respond. Because his hero costume, which was made to work with his quirk, was worn underneath his navy blue suit, Mirio avoided becoming nude after using his quirk. With a roar of rage, the heavier man's body transformed into a huge gorilla-like shape. He made a lunge for Mirio, but Tamaki stopped him and immobilized the villain by encircling his arms and legs with his tentacles. Najire yelled, "My turn," as she launched herself forward using her wave motion quirk. The burly man's chest was struck by a blast of spiraling energy that she charged. He was not pierced by the attack, but it was enough to render him unconscious. Mirio surveyed the area cautiously as the dust settled. "Villains on an island? That's impossible. Security here is supposed to be as tight as Tartarus." Izuku returned his gaze to the plants. "We're not done yet. 5 more people are hiding over there." He strode toward the source of the heat signatures before anyone could stop him. Melissa, Ochako, Momo, Kyoka, and Shoto were all huddled together, their faces white with terror, when he broke through the dense foliage. "Midoriya," Ochako said in a tremulous whisper. Nice to see you here." Izuku scowled. "The feeling is far from mutual." Izuku and the big 3 were informed of the situation by Melissa and the first-year UA students. Melissa started, "Somehow, a group of villains has infiltrated I Island. They've taken control of the security systems and used them to trap the pro-heroes. Even All Might is a hostage." As the group listened, the seriousness of the situation became apparent. Melissa went on in a shaky voice. "They've taken my dad and his assistant, Samuel Abraham, to the 200th floor of the central tower. That's where all the secret development projects are stored. The server room broadcasts the tower's security signal," said Kyoka. "If we can shut it down, we'll have an easier time getting to the top." "Whatever the villains want, it has to be in that storage room," said Melissa. Todoroki thought for a moment and then moved forward. "If the pro-heroes are out of commission, then we'll handle it ourselves. I'll head to the top and deal with the villain leader." Ochako wept. "We tried to talk him out of it," Momo stated resolutely, "and now we decided to join him and hoped for a miracle." The tenacity of the first years impressed the big 3, who watched. "You've got guts," Tamaki said, but his voice was quiet. Najire gave a nod. "Yeah, they're braver than I thought." But Izuku appeared preoccupied with something else. His face froze as he turned to face Melissa. "I'm surprised they let you tag along. These 4 and their entire class aren't exactly known for being welcoming to liabilities." Melissa had mentioned briefly that she was quirkless, but Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka had flinched at the comment, avoiding her gaze, too embarrassed to acknowledge the painful reminder of their own failure with Izuku. Todoroki shrugged, breaking the silence. "She's the daughter of Professor Shield. She is the only person who is familiar with this tower's layout. In addition, she was adamant about coming to save her father." Despite the tension in the room, Melissa nodded and said, "I'm not going to sit back and wait while my dad's in danger." "All right, We're wasting time here, Mirio said, breaking the awkward atmosphere with a clap of his hands. Let's concentrate. With our provisional licenses, Najire, Tamaki, and I will deal with the villains in a lawful manner. We still need permission from a pro-hero for that to be valid, Tamaki said hesitantly. Todoroki's ice pillar lifted most of the group to the upper levels of the plant factory, disregarding his concern, while Najire and Izuku flew overhead, keeping up. Mirio smashed open a door as they passed through the tower, exposing a corridor that was barred by a metal gate that was tightly sealed. An additional one. I could break through, but I might end up doing too much damage, Mirio scowled. We'll definitely alert the villains if we make too much noise, Ochako said, crossing her arms. They've already seen us on the cameras we destroyed earlier, Kyoka said, shaking her head. It doesn't matter right now. Izuku put a hand on the gate and stepped forward, saying, stand back. With a gesture, he triggered his telekinesis, forcing the gate open against the tremendous pressure of keeping it sealed, and the metal glowed faintly red as he sent a concentrated heat wave through it. The others gazed in amazement. Momo mumbled, impressed in spite of herself, your telekinesis is insane. Izuku made it look easy with his heat waves, but it seems like he has to use a lot of his power to do so. The security doors of Island are designed to withstand nuclear blasts and are reinforced enough that only someone as strong as All Might's strength, or slightly stronger, could force them open. Izuku urged his group to hurry in when he said, time to go, but they hesitated to approach the open gate, which was blazing with unbelievably hot heat. Are you certain that crossing won't result in our deaths from burns? Kyoka asked. Izuku rolled his eyes and said, stop whining. He then surrounded the 8 of them with a small heat field and levitated them all through the gate with him, unharmed. Najire laughed, enjoying the sensation of heat esper. Ooh, this is warm in all the right ways, she said. Izuku said, some of you might rebuke that, so I'll cool you down, as he reached out and started to absorb the heat he had used to cowl everyone, including the gate he had forced open. The process happened so quickly that the hall became cold, not cold enough to cause hypothermia for everyone, but it did catch them off guard. So cold, mumbled Tamaki, uneasy with the sudden shift from cold to hot. More seriously, Todoroki was uncomfortable, finding it annoying that Izuku, who could only control one element, was able to control both heat and cold with such ease. He finally said, I thought you said you were done with heroics. Izuku grinned and said, I never said I was cool with worthless villains getting away with their stupidity. Growing up with Bakugo, I had had enough. In an effort to keep everyone moving, Mirio gave a thumbs up. All right, then, let's continue on our way. Quote, after navigating the maze-like upper levels of Island's central tower, the group ran into the island's security bots, a new challenge. As Melissa ran with the others, she warned, these bots were made with reinforced metal, designed to handle Quirk users, to exploit weaknesses and wear people down until they're too tired to fight back. Melissa's voice was tight with urgency. That means we can't just slam them? Kyoka questioned, glancing at the swarm of incoming machinery. We'll have to go all out, Melissa said grimly, because they're overwhelming in numbers and extremely durable. I guess now is a good time to test those full gauntlets you gave me, Melissa, Mirio said as he moved forward and activated one for all. You previously stated that you could only use 18% of your newly acquired strength without getting hurt, correct? Tamaki inquired because he had been quite worried about this sudden shift in his best friend's quirk, which seemed too strange to be a true quirk awakening. I'll make it work. Mirio gave a comforting smile and said, don't worry about me. The strain was immediate, but the full gauntlets absorbed most of the backlash, protecting his arms as he tore through the security bots with incredible force, his punches crumpling dozens of robots, sending their parts scattering like confetti as he charged forward, pushing one for all to 40%. Izuku, on the other hand, was struggling much less, and as he raised his arms, he emitted a tremendous wave of heat that made the robots levitate helplessly. He muttered icily, if I can't crush them, then I'll dismantle them, and proceeded to dismantle them piece by piece using his telekinesis, scrambling their internal components with brutal precision before hurling the remaining pieces at the next wave of bots and slamming them into one another. Melissa groaned as the damage occurred. I can't believe we're wrecking so many of Papa's creations, he put so much blood and sweat into making Island's security the best in the world. Look on the bright side, Izuku said, glancing at her while maintaining a firm but gentle tone. Your father and the other scientists will be forced to push themselves to the limit because of this incident. They will make the island an even more formidable fortress. Melissa smiled slightly appreciatively and said, "Thanks, Midoriya." Izuku saw that Todoroki was beginning to shiver as the battle continued, and without saying a word, he sent a faint wave of heat toward him, warming the air around the dual quirk bearer. Confused, Todoroki scowled, "What are you doing?" Quote, "Keeping you warm," Izuku said without even glancing at him. "I thought I'd do you a favor so you don't freeze to death because you still insist on misusing your quirk and half-assing everything." "Am I abusing my quirk? You think you know it better than I do," he repeated, his tone piercing as the blunt remark struck its mark and Todoroki's eyes narrowed in rage. Quote, Izuku remained silent, his face unreadable. Anger-fueled, Todoroki unleashed a massive heaven-piercing ice wall, slamming it through multiple tower floors, sending shockwaves through the building, and now a giant icicle hung precariously from the edge of the tower, visible from below. Was that required? Momo raised an eyebrow at Todoroki and inquired. Ignoring her, Todoroki rushed forward, clearly frustrated. "Shortcut," Izuku murmured, looking at the opening. "Let's move." Melissa indicated an emergency exit above them, and the group followed the path outside, now to the wind power generation system. "If we can reach that, we'll get to the 200th floor in no time," she continued. "Perfect," Najire said, beaming broadly, "let's take off." Quote, their respite was brief, however, as the floor beneath them shook and pliable metal pillars protruded from the ground and walls, pointing straight at the group. Instantly reacting, Izuku sent out a wave of heat that stopped the pillars in their tracks, holding them suspended as his concentration grew. "Go now," he let out a bark. Another wave of security bots, this time equipped with a new weapon, emerged before they could move forward. "They're carrying bombs," Kyoka yelled. The bots moved more quickly than anticipated, and when they were near, they exploded, sending all 9 of them flying off the tower in a devastating explosion that forced Izuku to create a heat wave barrier to protect everyone. Izuku used his telekinesis to swiftly capture everyone as they fell, but his concentration was broken when a jagged metal pillar hit him in the back. "Fuck it." As they started to fall once more, he snarled. Ochako used the few seconds Izuku had purchased to activate her zero gravity on everyone else, keeping them suspended in midair, while Najire reacted swiftly, flying to capture Mirio and Tamaki. They were attacked by more metal pillars. This time, no. The shockwave that resulted from Mirio's shouting and flicking of his left fingers while channeling 25% of One for All destroyed the majority of the incoming pillars. There were still 2, but Izuku, enraged, blasted twin thermal lasers out of his eyes, and the heat instantly melted the metal, leaving only molten scraps behind. "How are you, Midoriya?" "That hit looked serious," Mirio said, his tone betraying his concern. "I didn't feel any pain, just surprised by how sudden it was," Izuku said, shaking his head with a stoic expression. Najire said, "Let's head back up," in a steady voice in spite of the confusion. Determined to make it to the top floor and put an end to the villains, rule over Island, the group regrouped. After a long and exhausting mission, the UA students and Melissa finally arrived at the 200th floor of the central tower, their hearts pounding with excitement as Melissa guided them to the storage room, where they hoped to find Samuel Abraham and David Shield. They were determined to stop the villains and save the 2 scientists. Then they succeeded, entering a sophisticated, circular room with a very well-organized and symmetrical design, with square-shaped blocks lining the walls that held equipment manufactured with the most cutting-edge technology. When they made it, however, they discovered something that was not for the weak of heart. Uncle Sam. The air was pierced by Melissa's horrified scream as she saw the dead body on the floor. A bullet wound on Samuel Abraham's left shoulder had soaked his shirt crimson, and another on his forehead had marred it, leaving blood flowing from his temple to the floor, but it was the headshot that had killed him. He lay sprawled out, still. Melissa ran ahead and fell to her knees next to him, saying, "No, no, no, no." She sobbed as she shook her head in shock, her hands hovering over his body as though she was afraid to touch him. They were supposed to save him, and the weight of failure hit them hard as the UA students stood stunned, their faces white as they absorbed the scene. For the majority of them, it was their first time seeing a dead body. "This wasn't random," he said, his voice strained but focused, "they came for something specific." Mirio was the first to recover, clenching his fists to steady himself as he looked around the room, his keen eyes spotting a single open compartment among the otherwise undisturbed walls. It was all worth it, no matter what they took. Izuku's mind was racing when he jolted out of the shock, and he forced himself to ignore the nausea that was starting to creep into his stomach and use his thermoreception. The world changed as he concentrated on identifying heat signatures, but the strain soon started to build behind his eyes. He gritted his teeth and pointed up, saying, 5 signatures, close to the rooftop. They appear to be on the helipad. He paused, then said, one of them, their body heat is colder. Perhaps it's Professor Shield, he may be hurt. Melissa sobbed in panic, holding her chest tight as fear took over. Papa, no, please, quote. Melissa, Mirio said firmly, his voice full of resolve, we'll get him back. Mirio knelt next to her and put a comforting hand on her shoulder. I promise you, keep going, we need you to see this through to the end. Mirio turned to the group, and Melissa sniffed, nodding feebly as she struggled to control her breathing. He commanded, let's hurry to save the professor, his customary warmth giving way to a determined determination. You 3 protect Melissa in case more villains show up and help her get control of the island's systems and release the pro-heroes once she is calm enough, Izuku said, glancing at Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka. Oh, okay, Ochako gave a firm enough nod to maintain his composure. The 5 of them took off, running through the hallways and stairwells, Izuku and Mirio outpacing the others due to their superior speed, and they exploded onto the rooftop in time to spot a helicopter taking off into the night sky. They saw David Shield, unconscious and slumped in a seat inside the helicopter, with a tall, bulky man with yellow eyes and dark red hair next to him. He has a scar on his left cheek, a large white coat with gray cuffs and trimmings, and the same combat gear his entire squad wears, including a combat vest, dark pants, and combat boots. He also has a metallic mask covering his scars and covers his hands with brown gloves. These villains' leader is Wolfram. Not so quick. Izuku snarled and raised his hand, extending his telekinetic grip and latching onto the helicopter as heat waves erupted from his body. The pilot swore, trying desperately to keep the plane in the air, but Izuku's hold was unbreakable, and the plane trembled, its engines straining against the unseen force pulling it back down. Watching his escape plan fall apart, Wolfram clicked his tongue in frustration inside the helicopter. Damn pests, he muttered, glaring down at the 2 young men below. In order to safely store the payload and the professor in their ship, which is well hidden in the ocean far enough from my island, he believed he could take off with them temporarily. His second-in-command would then be left to hold the island until that time, at which point they could all depart without facing any consequences. However, it appears that the UA students who have been making a lot of noise have turned out to be more of a nuisance than he had anticipated. He looked at David Shield, who was unconscious, and the briefcase he was holding. Wolfram opened the case to reveal a sleek, metallic headpiece that gleamed in the interior lights of the helicopter, and a sly smile appeared on his face as he raised the gadget. Wolfram sneered and put on the headgear, saying, all right, Doctor. Let's see if this little invention of yours was worth the trouble. Due to those 2 jerks, they won't make it out of this tower alive. The rooftop shook violently, the central tower moaned under tremendous strain as he tore apart its metallic infrastructure. Wolfram manipulated the Quirk amplification device strapped to his head, the faint hum of energy coursing through it growing louder, a sly smile spreading across his face as his metal manipulation Quirk surged to a level he had never imagined. The tower was collapsing around them, fragments of debris falling, and Izuku and his companions could feel the vibrations growing stronger from below. We must relocate, Izuku yelled, using his telekinesis to pull the helicopter closer. Seeing David Shield in the midst of the confusion, he reached out and yanked him away from the bad guys. However, it was too late. Intoxicated by his newfound strength, Wolfram completely destroyed the rooftop, turning it into a whirling hellscape of twisted scrap metal, and the villain wrapped David in a cocoon of steel while growling as the helicopter just about made it out. Children, you're not leaving. As metal fragments swirled into the air around him, Wolfram sat on a makeshift iron throne and roared, raising his arms and twisting them into sharp weapons. What sort of quirk is capable of doing this? Tamaki asked, horrified by the show of force in front of them. Izuku muttered, I believe this is more related to what he took from Professor Shield. I will murder all of you, beginning with those who have the audacity to obstruct me. Wolfram said. The swarm of metal shards rushed toward them like a wave, and tension grew in the air. Spread. Wolfram just grinned and tore apart more of the tower for ammunition as Izuku screamed and unleashed a devastating heat shockwave that destroyed many of the incoming projectiles. This guy is relentless, Shoto said, slamming his hands to the ground and creating enormous walls of ice for cover. His breath was audible in the cold air as he grunted. If we don't stop him now, The whole tower's coming down. Tamaki, his manifest at full power, hid his face behind a hardened crab exoskeleton and covered himself with thick shells for protection. Quote. He inhaled deeply before launching his assault, sending enormous tentacles shooting out from his arms and spinning in waves to catch a huge metal cube that was thrown at them. Warning, Tamaki. With a spiraling burst of energy that broke the cube into pieces, Nejire issued a warning. Mirio, meanwhile, surged forward, phasing through the more hazardous obstacles with permeation, leaping from metal pillar to metal pillar, steadily reducing the distance, his steely eyes fixed on Wolfram. This is over. Winding up his arm for a devastating punch, he yelled. Wolfram, however, swung his own fist as Mirio closed in, and to his surprise, the blow struck his cheek squarely, sending him flying backward. The blow was so powerful that Mirio was almost thrown out of the tower, but Izuku's telekinesis caught him in time. Are you all right? Izuku lowered Mirio to safety and yelled. Mirio felt a slight electrical current and touched his stinging cheek, his fingers shaking. How did he strike me? I had no physical form. Quote. Your little disappearing act is a real pain, so I came prepared, Wolfram said, laughing as his body started to glow and electricity crackled through his veins. He flexed his glowing fists, and his smile grew. He's just like Tagata, Izuku thought, his eyes narrowed, fear beginning to seep into his mind as he caught a glimpse of Wolfram. He has more than one quirk. Mirio's face darkened. How is that possible? Shoto asked Mirio, as the others froze at the realization. Quote. Izuku snapped. No time for explanations, as Wolfram struck again. Remain focused. Quote. They dispersed as they all attempted to dodge the barrage of flying metal, and Mirio was caught in electrified wires that cinched around his arms, shocking him repeatedly as he fought to activate permeation, but it would not work. Remain calm. Izuku, who was the only one who could free Mirio due to his own resistance to electricity, yelled and used a precise burst of telekinetic force to destroy the wires. Nejire's defense. Nejire shielded the group from another assault by swiftly extending her wave motion into a protective barrier. With a look of bewilderment on his face, Mirio gasped, why isn't my quirk working? Quote. Your permeation works by weakening the bonds between your molecules, moving as they make contact with physical matter, right? Izuku asked himself, his mind racing as he examined the situation. Did he ask? With a little mental circuit in his head, Mirio answered, well, I'm not too big on the scientific aspects, but sure, let's go with that. Then it must be the electricity, Izuku reasoned. Wolfram's power is forcefully bridging your molecules back together, keeping you tangible. When Mirio realized that half of their advantage was gone, his heart fell. Under the constant pressure of Wolfram's attack, Nejire's barrier shook, cracks appearing all over the glistening shield as her wave motion energy started to falter. She grits her teeth, perspiration pouring down her face, but the attack is unrelenting. I can't hold it for very long. Nejire's knees shook as she gasped. We urgently need a new plan. As more metal shards spiraled toward them, Tamaki yelled and protected Nejire. A loud voice broke through the confusion before anyone could respond. My students, don't be afraid. Because I am present. Quote. All Might's arrival sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield, scattering debris in all directions, and the rooftop erupted in cheers as he descended like a storm, his fist tearing through the swarm of metal shards. As she fell to her knees, Nejire let out a sigh of relief and let her barrier dissolve. All Might, she breathed, clearly exhausted. With a glance toward the horizon, where the island's security systems were now clearly deactivating, Shoto whispered, looks like S.H.I.E.L.D. succeeded. The heroes are free. Wolfram stood amid the debris, his sneer growing as he saw the symbol of peace. Well, All Might himself, he said. Excellent. See if you live up to the expectations. You've done well to hold the line and rescue us, All Might said, putting a comforting hand on Mirio's shoulder as he turned to face the students with a serious yet kind expression. I'll take it from here. Hold on, All Might. His voice was urgent as Mirio interrupted, he has more than one quirk. Quote. All Might's eyes widened in surprise as the words struck him like a blow, more than one. Then there's only one explanation, he said, his fists clenched, a flurry of emotion sweeping across his face before his jaw set with steely determination. As All Might stepped forward, his towering frame radiating power, a fire ignited in his eyes. With a somber laugh, Wolfram said, now hurry up. Let's examine the composition of the purported symbol of peace. Quote. Wolfram roared and gathered all the scrap metal around him, creating two enormous cubes of steel that crackled with electricity, then heaved them like twin meteors and sent them hurtling toward All Might. With a thunderous boom, All Might bounded into the air, splintering the earth beneath him. "Remain vigilant, everyone," he yelled. Despite the danger, Mirio leapt to action, following All Might, refusing to stand by while the electricity weakened his permeation quirk. With All Might in the fray, Wolfram won't focus on anything else. "This is my chance to move unnoticed," Izuku said, watching from the sidelines, his thoughts racing. Carolina smash. Keeping his hands crossed, All Might jumped forward above and then launched a downward cross chop that destroyed one of the cubes and sent shrapnel flying in all directions in a powerful shockwave of air pressure. Not too bad. With a sneer, Wolfram sent a new round of metal death traps at him. All Might grunted in pain but remained unmoving, his muscles straining as he struggled to break free as electric wires swung out, wrapping around him and sending shocks of electricity through his body. "I've got you," Mirio yelled, leaping forward and kicking hard enough to cut the wires. Without a second's hesitation, he snatched All Might and threw him in Wolfram's direction. All Might's fists ripped through the barrier, and Wolfram caught himself in a protective shell of iron, smiling, staggered by the impact but unable to deliver a final blow. All Might's voice broke through the confusion as the two men clasped hands and pushed violently against one another. "Are you employed by All for One?" Quote. With a savage grin, Wolfram laughed and said, "Of course. He wanted to help me, the king of the underworld. It has to do with assisting a certain friend of yours in losing favor." With a look of bewilderment on his face, All Might's brow furrowed. "What are you talking about? No friend of mine would ever become a villain." Quote. Wolfram's laughter grew louder. "All Might, isn't ignorance truly bliss?" Quote. A flash of blue lightning sliced through Wolfram's metal fortress and hit him squarely in the back before he could finish speaking, sending a shockwave through his body that made him release All Might, who stumbled back. "What the?" Wolfram turned, stunned. "Thomas Johann Seebeck, you're the real hero of this night," Izuku said in a stern and unflinching voice as he stood at the edge of the battlefield, his hands crackling with remaining energy. All Might grabbed the chance and jumped with all of his strength, his fist blazing with unfathomable strength. Detroit smash. Quote. Wolfram was struck, and the impact sent a concussive shockwave that destroyed the villain's metal hellscape, sending Wolfram crashing to the ground, motionless. The conflict was over. All Might crouched among the debris, looking around until he discovered David's shield, who was buried but unhurt. "Dave," Toshinori cradled his unconscious friend, his muscular body melting as relief swept over him. Tamaki and Shoto nodded wearily, Mirio gave Izuku a pat on the back, and Najire smiled faintly, her energy finally spent as the students gathered, relief and exhaustion visible on their faces. Izuku, on the other hand, stood apart from the others, his face hazy with contemplation and discontent as he gazed at the remains of the battlefield. The fight was over, Wolfram was vanquished, the rest of the villains soon gave up or were captured, and the night had been spared, but at a price. The scientific community was in mourning after Wolfram killed Samuel Abraham, a well-respected scientist and one of David Shield's closest associates. His murder, which was undoubtedly carried out after the villains decided he was expendable, sent shockwaves through Island and beyond, and the loss of such a well-known figure would leave scars on both Island's reputation and the faith in the pro-heroes who had been helpless to stop it. All Might had been held captive and left defenseless, and by the time the heroes were released, Samuel had already been killed. Although he had survived, David Shield was in no better shape. He had suffered severe brain damage in the aftermath of the battle and now lay in a coma, his future uncertain. It was a devastating blow to Island, whose future depended on David, the brain behind its technological marvels and the island's backbone. The question of how Wolfram and his villains got into Island was being investigated, but the trail was cold thus far, each lead seemed to disappear, and although many people thought there must be a mole helping the villains, no proof had come to light to support that theory. As the authorities evacuated all non-residents from the island, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed in a quiet hotel room, talking to his mother on the phone, packing his things as he went, getting ready to leave. Izuku calmly reassured her, "I'm fine, Mom. Yes, there was a villain attack, but I wasn't involved. In my search for the central tower, I got lost. Everything was already under lockdown when I arrived, so I was left behind with everyone else who was unaware of what was going on until it was all over." Inko Midoriya sighed with relief on the other end of the line, but guilt soon followed. "I'm so sorry, Izuku," she said. "You were persuaded to visit Island by me. If I had anticipated this kind of event. Don't worry about it, Mom, Izuku said, forcing a tiny smile that she was unable to see, because even though it was too much excitement for one day, it was still an experience. And while I was here, I got to know some wonderful people from UA. Isn't that something? Quote. I'm glad you're safe, sweetie, he said, trying to lighten the mood, which seemed to calm Inko a little. Come home soon, please. I miss you, as does your dad. I will, Mom, Izuku said, perhaps we can finally travel to America together after this. Although it will be difficult, I believe I know someone who can assist. Izuku put his phone down on the nightstand, sighed, and combed his hair. With 2 hours to go before the evacuation, considering the chaos of getting so many people off the island, he decided to take a quiet walk outside the hotel to clear his head. After everything that had happened, the first half hour was quiet, a rare moment of peace, but then he saw them. His old classmates from Class 1A were standing across the park, not far from him. The 15 that were left had assembled, probably with the same intention of having a final moment of tranquility before departing, and Momo, Kyoka, and Ochako were narrating their experiences at the central tower with animated gestures and expressions that were visible even from a distance. Izuku's stomach turned over. He didn't want to see them, not now, not ever. He turned abruptly and started to move faster, but before he could get away undetected, someone behind him yelled. Midoriya, quote. She had not used the nickname, Deku, which she had once preferred despite its demeaning origins. Apparently, she had caught herself before using it, choosing instead to use his family name. Izuku froze. Of all people, it was Ochako. With a blank expression, he turned slowly and said, What do you want? He asked icily, avoiding eye contact. After hesitating and catching her words in her throat, Ochako said, I just wanted to thank you, because you helped us at the tower. You did even though you didn't have to. His jaws were clenched as he said, I did it for Shield's sake, nothing more. He started to walk away, but Ochako's subsequent remarks stopped him. Despite her gentle tone, she said, I miss you, Midoriya. I miss the way things used to be, before everything went wrong. Izuku's hands clenched into fists at his sides, wanting to strike out, to remind her that everything they had was gone, destroyed by her choices and actions, but he forced himself to keep his cool and swallowed the resentment. He said without looking back, Spare me the crocodile tears. His voice was emotionless, and then he left her standing there with tears running down her cheeks and sincere regret glimmering in her eyes. A monument to medical science at its height, the central hospital of Island towered over Izuku, a shining structure that housed the best technology, capable of healing wounds caused by even the most heinous of villains. As he got there, the doors slid open, and Melissa's shield emerged. Izuku approached her warily, his voice full of concern, and she had a serious, tired expression. Melissa, how are you holding up? Quote. I'm relieved he's alive, Melissa said, looking at him with sorrow-stained blue eyes, but it's hard to accept that it might be a long time before I can talk to him or hear his voice again. Melissa was referring to her father. Izuku understood the weight of her words all too well. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Melissa smiled weakly but strainedly, saying, It's just, seeing Uncle might like that, too. He is still at his father's bedside. His smile has vanished. It's devastating. The stronger the person, the harder they fall, Izuku said, crossing his arms and looking thoughtfully. And nothing is more heartbreaking than witnessing a loved one in such a state. His anger shouldn't be interpreted negatively. All Might is a human being like the rest of us. Melissa acknowledged the sentiment with a nod, her smile growing softer. You're right. In a way, knowing that he is there for me is consoling. For us, he has always been family, not just a hero. I might be able to help with your father, but I haven't mastered my abilities yet, Izuku said. I understand. Melissa smiled softly and said, Uncle Might told me about your burning heel, but neither he nor I want to burden you with this. You did enough for us already, and I'm not desperate enough to ask just any healer for help. I see, Izuku thought, relieved that she understood. What do you do next? Quote. Though the events of the night still weighed heavily on her shoulders, Melissa straightened up and said, There's only one thing I can do, keep working as a scientist and inventor. Now more than ever, I must uphold my father's legacy. From what I saw in your lab, I'd say you've already got that covered. Izuku paused, then continued, but you should make it clear to everyone how much All Might means to your family. His lips quirked upward in a faint smile. You can reach him by phone if someone is bothering you. Melissa laughed, which lightened the atmosphere. He tells me that all the time, she said. Every time we speak on the phone, it's the last thing he brings up. Then Melissa asked him the opposite question. How about you, Izuku? Now that you must depart so abruptly, what will you do? Quote, I'm going to try to spend the rest of my summer in America, he stated. My parents are in New York City, so I'll see if All Might can pull some strings to make it easier for me to get there. Uncle Might will definitely help, Melissa said with a more genuine smile. He has only had positive things to say about you. By the way, thanks for what you said back in your lab, Izuku said, masking a slight darkening of his appearance. About pursuing your happiness regardless of the consequences to others. That's probably what I needed to hear. I'm glad it helped, Melissa said with a warm smile. Have you discovered what brings you joy? Quote, I believe I have, Izuku said, his eyes glimmering with resolve. To find out, though, you'll simply need to watch. Despite being intrigued, Melissa chuckled softly and said, I'll hold you to that. A few hours later, Izuku was on a plane headed for America, and as he sat in his seat with a notebook in his lap, he was scribbling frantically, filling the pages with ideas and diagrams. One page included notes about how someone with electric powers could learn to manipulate magnetism, another about Shota Aizawa's erasure and what might be causing quirks to shut down, and a page with a detailed sketch of David Shield's quirk amplification device, along with suggestions for how to make it better. When I'm done, there'll be nothing left but to move forward with our lives, he said in a whisper to himself as he stopped and stared at the page. As the plane continued its journey, carrying Izuku toward an unknown future, the vow lingered in the air.
I will continue the story in next part. Till then, bye bye.